Field of 68 after dark. Welcome in. We are nearly there finally to have some actual brackets. We've been doing mock brackets all year. We're going to get the real ones here in about 30 minutes. Fielding the 68 has been on all season long, and we got two of the best. Two of the best. I'll put these guys up against absolutely anybody on the planet when it comes to bracketology, and we're going to break it all down leading up to the actual brackets, and we'll give you our reaction as well. If they screw it up, trust me, Rocco's going to tell you that they screwed this thing up. We got Rocco Miller. We got Brad Wachtel. I am Jeff Goodman. And Field of 68 all day, all night, starting right now up until midnight. We've got everybody. But again, we're going to get going here with some of the key questions. We're going to do our reveal right now, but what the key questions are as well, leading into CBS's bracket show here in about 28 minutes. And we'll see if they can get to it quick, guys. Or they, kind of draw this thing out like they usually do for the ratings. But let's start with our reveal. And let's start with the East, where Washington, D.C. is the site of the East Regional. And we're not going to go through every team because, frankly, we don't have time. We want to hit in the important points here as we go forward. But we got Duke as the one in the East, no surprise there. Villanova, TCU, 8-9 game. Kansas as a 4 seed, the final 4 seed when we did our seed list. But let's talk about the big one, guys. Right off the bat in the East, you guys have Miami University. And it's Miami University, or you can call them the Red Hawks, not University of Miami. Two different schools. And not Miami of Ohio as well. Playing against Missouri in the play-in game, guys. All right, so let me get your thoughts. Rocco, was it close? Do you feel confident? Do you feel confident that they're not going to leave Travis Steele and the Red Hawks out?
I do feel confident. Yeah, we did a good job, I thought, covering that. Rob Doster and I when the result first came in that they lost to UMass, their first loss of the year. The Red Hawks, Jeff, they went 28-0 against Division I teams during the regular season, 18-0, of course, in the conference. And I guess the only one thing a committee chairman like Keith Gill could tell us today, if the unexpected happens and they get left out, would be they didn't hit that magical 29 Division I wins number, which 5 times in history, 28 win teams have been left out. But outside of that, we're looking at this team much differently than those examples. It's an undefeated regular season. It's a team that now has metrics on their side, like the wins above bubble in the top 40. I think they're actually 37th or 38th. And their strength of resume is still in the top 30. So those being the two primary resume measurements to help break ties for schools that are not in the Power 5, really, really favor the Red Hawks. But you see here by our bracket, Jeff, the seeding conversation goes a little differently, and they open the tournament in about an hour away in Dayton.
Yeah, Brad, listen, they didn't play a great schedule. I've said that. I want them in. I want them in the worst way, but, man, 3 non-D1s, a lot of teams in the 300s. Wasn't exactly a killer schedule for Travis Steele. But, again, when you run the table in the regular season, I don't care what league you're playing in, you should be in this thing. Did you have any reservations? Like, was it hard because of the fact that, again, the numbers didn't completely support them being included as an at-large?
No, I did not have any reservations. And normally when we talk about teams that are on the bubble, we always tell you record doesn't really matter. We usually say that. It doesn't matter. As long as you're a few games over 500, we usually don't pay attention to it. But in this case, record does have to matter. There has to be a human element to it. You have to take a step back, realize what Miami of Ohio did. I don't care who they played. They won every single game in their regular season. That has to be rewarded. Now, if we were just going to look at their record against Quadrant 1 opponents or Quadrant 1 and 2 opponents and not look at the fact that they went undefeated in the regular season, we would say this team didn't even play a Quadrant 1 game all year. They'll be the first team since the Quadrant era started to get an at-large bid without even playing a Quad 1 game. And on top of all of that, they have a quad 4 loss. Their loss to UMass is quad 4. But when it's all said and done, we have to do what the committee has preached over the years. And they've been telling us resume metrics the last couple of years, your strength of record, your wins above bubble, what they focus on the most. Both of those numbers are in the top 40. So that's how you compare a team that's in a mid-major conference to a team that might be in a power conference who has a lot more wins over, a lot more quality wins, but also a lot more losses. So I feel good about it, and I feel like we're going to be spot on with them in Dayton because their predictive metrics are hovering around 90, and that's where they belong.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if they don't include them, there's going to be hell to pay. I mean, they can't. They absolutely can't because they will get crucified for not putting them in. All right, the other biggest question maybe in all of our reveal also comes in the East, in my opinion, because the Purdue Boilermakers just ran the table and won the Big Ten tournament. They beat Michigan. They beat Michigan on a neutral court here, and we have them as a 3 seed. And we know, Rocco, when we went to bracket camp a couple of weeks ago,
yeah,
what did they tell us about conference tournaments?
That they're going to matter. I mean, they've been saying it for the last month or two, whether it's David Warlock, Dan Gavitt, anybody from the NCAA that's involved. I talked to Stu Jackson on Monday night, who's on the committee. Tons of committee members have said it throughout the year that we want to try to emphasize conference tournaments more than the past. Now, here's an opportunity. There's multiple opportunities. We'll get to the other regions soon to prove it this year. Purdue, after yesterday's win, you could make a case for them being a 2 seed without this win. Now I think we'll find out for real if they made any adjustments. And interesting to me, Jeff, that they have 30 minutes right now to do a quick tweak. Some years that game ends right when the show starts, where they would probably just prefer not to mess with anything. Now they've got 20 minutes. And you being in Indianapolis, you saw all the tools out there, Jeff. So in like less than a minute, you can produce a new bracket, but with the click of a button. So we'll see what they come up with. But me being more of a historian, I'm going to just tell the audience our panel ended up with a 3 seed, mainly because we turn in all of our work before that game starts, much like all the committees before this have in the past. And that's why Purdue gets stuck as a 3.
All right, Brad, I'm gonna call my shot now. I'm going to say that they're going to show they've heard all the talk that the conference tournaments don't mean anything. And I think they're going to say, hey, you know what? Screw you. They mean something. We're going to show you that they mean something. And we're going to put Purdue on that 2 line, and we're going to drop Michigan State down to the 3 line. Am I crazy here?
I don't think you're crazy at all. And I have some confidence in that based on what we saw at the top 16 reveal. It was the most transparency they've ever given us at that time. So I feel good about that. And look, I thought Purdue should be a 2 seed even if they lost to Michigan. All you got to do is match them up against Michigan State. And they win nearly every single category. Purdue 7-6 against Quadrant 1A opponents. Michigan State's 3-5. Purdue 7-2 against Quadrant 1A road neutral opponents. Michigan State's 2-3. Purdue has 11 Quadrant 1 wins, while Michigan State has 9. Purdue has 16 Quadrant 1 and 2 wins, while Michigan State has 14. And on top of all of that, every single metric that the committee uses, strength of record, KPI, wins above bubble, BPI, KenPom, and Torvik rank, Purdue beats them out in every category. So to me, it's a no-brainer. It's just the question, does the committee feel the same way? And we'll find out soon.
Yeah, I think they will. I'd be very, very surprised because then they're going to hear it again for another year, and they don't want to hear it. They want to make a statement, I think, off this, and this is the easiest way. It's the easiest way to make a statement is it matters. We just watched Purdue run the table. All right, let's go to the South region now, where the Florida Gators are the number 1 seed and the final number 1 seed. My big question to you guys is, was there any thought? I saw Florida yesterday get absolutely crushed by Vanderbilt, and then Vanderbilt lost to Arkansas today. Was there any thought of dropping down Florida, or once Houston lost and UConn lost, hey, it was the Gators almost by default at that point, Rocco? Was there any conversation in your head of, hey, we can't have the Gators as the fourth number one?
Yeah, I thought when they beat Kentucky in the first game on the day before, that got them to 12 quadrant one wins. There was really no way for any team to catch them in that category. And of course, 18 combined quad 1 and 2 wins. Houston and UConn were the two that had a shot going into the week if everything went sideways for the Gators. Wasn't all in all a bad week. 1 win, 1 loss. Obviously, a tournament level win against Kentucky. But we saw Houston also fall to Arizona. And, of course, UConn got beat up pretty bad against St. John's. So you look at it that way as well. It kind of just made it really easy to not even think twice. Florida probably had it anyway, but those two results clinched it for the Gators.
Brad, easy call on your part with the Gators?
It was an easy call after UConn and Houston lost. But once Florida lost yesterday, I was definitely thinking this is going to be a change. Had UConn beat St. John's, or if Houston had beaten Arizona in the championship game, I think there was a realistic chance that the seeds would have flipped. The fact that they all lost, nothing changes. There's nobody else behind them that could jump them. So we kept it as is, and which I feel like the committee is going to do as well.
All right, the big one in here that I see is in that playing game, which Texas against SMU. And my question to you is, how close was SMU to getting bounced, and who are you thinking of? We'll reveal after we do all of the regions. We'll reveal the last four in and first four out. But SMU, how close were they to being bounced?
Yeah, I think. I think.
Go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead, Brad. Brad, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's very close, actually. I think when it boils down to, SMU is my last team in the field. You take a look at their numbers, just 4-9 against quadrant 1 teams, 9-13 against quadrant 1 and 2 teams. Their strength of record, 49, is right on the cusp, not great. Wins above bubble, 45. Now, ultimately, why I think there's a chance they could be left out is the fact that they have a significant injury into BJ Edwards. He hasn't played the last 5 games. They're just 1-4 in those games. I know SMU has come out with a statement saying he will be ready to go for the NCAA tournament, but that doesn't really mean anything. We saw it last year with the committee keeping West Virginia out when they had a key injury, and that is certainly a possibility. To top it off, they're just 5-10 away from home. There's a lot of not good things on their resume. The problem is, though, the bubble also just isn't very good. So you got to put somebody in.
It stinks. The bubble stinks. Don't get me onto that and how I want to go back to 64. But the BJ Edwards thing is interesting because, again, they weren't good. He's a huge part of their team. And when he was out, they weren't very good. We'll talk a little bit more about the injuries to JT Toppin and some of the other key guys later when we reveal. But what they told us, Rocco, I thought it was really funny. They were like, well, whatever information we get from the different conferences, the people that are in charge of those conferences, yeah, we just trust them. We believe them. We believe them. We're naive enough to believe anything they say. I was like, really? But I guess what else can they do in this unless they see like other people tweet about, if I tweeted today about Tyler Bilodeau, being 50-50 or something like that, and Mick Cronin comes out and says, no, he's playing, then that would probably raise your antenna a little bit. But I think as long as they don't get conflicting information, they just go with what these guys are conveying to the people in the room that are in charge of that league. And BJ Edwards supposed to come back. And I think SMU's not a completely different team. Like, it's not like I'm saying they're a lock tournament team with him, but I'm saying he makes a difference, Rocco. He makes a big difference for them.
Yeah, I mean, they finished 1-5 down the stretch, and that was a clear outlier for their results from the previous 4 months of the year. But I would just say that information gets put in front of all of us, not just the committee. And it's up to all of us to interpret it however we want. So if David Warlock and Dan Gavitt are saying we just believe them, well, that's one thing. But they're not voters. The 12 people on the committee are the voters. And, after spending some time with Stu Jackson, I've talked to Tom and the Big Sky, a couple of the other voters out there. They're pretty realistic people. They watch the sport like we do. and they're going to take it for what it's worth. Like for me personally, if I don't see a video of this guy like running up and down the court, dunking the ball, drilling threes, being fluid, then I'm gonna question it, and I think it's human to question it. And I think based on the way SMU performed, or just evaluating SMU for what they did all year, they were very questionable as a road team. And for me, I think that's always the most important factor to getting one of these last couple of spots. Like Brad said, 5-10 away from Moody Coliseum. Their best road win was Wake Forest, which is decent, but they had a lot of opportunities. They had 11 road games in the top two quads. They go 3-8, and those 3 wins were Wake Forest, Mississippi State, and Pittsburgh. Not exactly convincing, right? So that's why I think there's plenty of reason to leave SMU out, regardless of the injury talk. And the most important thing to remember is, what are you bringing to the dance? And if you can't guarantee you're bringing X person to the dance, you really shouldn't expect it. That's my take.
All right, let's move on. We got a few more things going on here. Let's move on to the Midwest region, Brad. And, looking at this region in Chicago, good game there, the 8-9 game. Clemson's kind of fallen off. 2 teams that have really fallen off lately. Clemson at the 8, St. Louis at the 9. You wonder how much the job talk has affected Josh Schertz and the Billikens. Hearing a little bit about that. I want to go to Arkansas as the 5 there. They just won the SEC tournament. They're playing about as well as anybody in that league right now. Are you at all thinking that maybe they could move up to the 4 line, Brad? Just because, again, if the committee decides to maybe invest to weigh a little bit more in those conference tournaments, can they get to that 4 line? Are they that far off?
I don't think they're that far off. I think it's definitely a possibility. The problem is the teams on the 4 line are so strong. The resumes are so strong, kind of like St. John's. They just ran through and creamed UConn last night. And they're another team that's kind of on the cusp between a 4 and a 5 seed. So it would be nice to reward them. Now, granted, Arkansas beat Ole Miss in the semifinals, team that was 15th seeded in the SEC. But the bottom line is they won the SEC tournament. It would be nice if they were rewarded. I don't think it's going to be enough. And part of the reason why, the fact that they're just 2-7 against Quadrant 1A opponents away from home, which is considerably worse than every team that's ahead of them. That's just one piece. But look, would it shock me if they were a 4 seed? No, but I just think there's too many teams ahead of them that have done so much, the total body of work throughout the season, that really deserve it over the Razorbacks.
I mean, that's the big thing that stands out to me in this region, Rocco. Nothing else. I'm looking at it. I'm saying to myself, all right, like North Carolina, are we evaluating any differently now that Caleb Wilson's out for the year? I don't think you're going to drop them down that much. They still prove that they can win enough games without them. They're not great, but they're a 6 seed, I think, is fair. Where do you stand on that Arkansas situation?
Yeah, I largely agree with Brad. I think if they would have been able to play Florida, and let's just go off your theory, Jeff, that the committee is going to make a move today, I think they needed a Florida-level win to move up a seed line. Beating Vanderbilt is a nice win. It's a team they had already beat in the regular season. So to me, it didn't really change my impression that much. Again, we have to decide which teams they're suddenly better than. So if you had St. John's above Arkansas today, do you now believe Arkansas is better than St. John's? Possibly not. Possibly. So just really not enough to make a change in my view.
Yep. All right. Let's move on because I want to go through a few other things after we finish out here with the West. West, Arizona, the number 1 seed. No surprise there. They win the Big 12 tournament. They win the regular season. The job Tommy Lloyd has done is amazing. How about Ohio State all the way up to a 9? I mean, this was a team that a couple weeks ago, they were right on that bubble, and give Jake Diebler a lot of credit for what he's done the last couple of weeks. Bruce Thornton getting more help over the last couple of weeks. But the one I want to really focus on here, guys, is Texas Tech. As a 5 seed, I made the comment right when JT Toppin went down that I think if they had played the year again without Toppin, they would have been somewhere from a 7 to 10 seed, probably closer to a 10. I still kind of believe that. I know they had the win at Hilton against Iowa State, and that's going to save them here. Because if they didn't have that win, I think you would be dropping them down to like a 7 seed right now, because the committee is supposed to evaluate this team as currently constituted. And as currently constituted, they've still lost 3 in a row. I don't know, guys. Am I crazy to say, like, I might have dropped him to a 6? Did you guys think about that at all? And could that happen, Brad?
Sure, it could definitely happen. But the one thing that gives me hope that they probably won't drop to a 6 is where we saw them during that top 16 reveal. The selection committee had told us, Keith Gill had told us that they were going to be a 3 seed before that injury. All they did was drop them 1 seed. So since that time, you had mentioned it, they did win at Iowa State. Even though that was just their one big win, it's a massive win still to get that one without them. I think they are solidly on the 5 line. The fact that, look, taking a look at their metrics, their predictive metrics still are pretty much all top 20 right now, and wins above bubble top 20, 12-10 quadrant 1 and 2. And look, yeah, you're judging the team by how they play without Toppin, but let's remember, one of those teams that we currently have as a 6 seed has to prove that they belong on the 5 seed line as well. And we really haven't seen that with any of those teams.
Yeah, it's a great point. Rocco, go ahead. Push back on me in this one. I still think I would put him as a 6. But again, I know Grant McCaslin and everybody in Lubbock, they're ready to kill me for saying that.
Well, I think it's fair. I mean, we've looked at these types of teams in the past with injuries coming in, whether you want to use the bubble example of West Virginia last year, of course, with DeVries, or a top end seed. It's happened several times, and they're going to get evaluated this way, whether we agree with it or not. And I think with that losing record in quad 1, they cost themselves an opportunity with the other good options to be a protected seed. So that knocks them to a 5 almost by default at this stage. And yeah, it could be argued to a 6, Jeff. I'm really holding on to the fact that they did have an Arizona and Duke win before the injury. The win at Hilton raises the floor, like you said, but they're only about 2 teams away for me from being a 6. So it's not all the way convincing. It's just, do I want to put Tennessee above them? Do I want to put Carolina above them? I'm just not convinced I should. Tennessee's 6-10 in quad 1, which is much worse. Carolina, we've already covered. So I feel like Texas Tech's in a safe 5 spot right now.
Yeah, you're probably right. And Brad, just to go back to that reveal where they were 16, at that point we had absolutely no information to how good they'd be. So I think it was like they didn't want to drop them too far yet because they didn't know yet how they would play without JT Toppin. All right, next up, bubble teams. Who is close? SMU is in. Who is out? We'll find out our first 4 out, our last 4 in, and why these guys made the decisions they did to go with SMU. Where was Indiana? Where was Oklahoma? Next, fielding the 68.
As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app. You sign up using bonus code FIELD. You deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season 1 for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. 2026 NCAA March Madness Men's Tournament is back, and it's guaranteed to keep you dancing every night. The biggest events in college sports is finally here, and TNT Sports has you covered from the opening tip to the final buzzer and everything in between. Keep up with all the heart-pumping, show-stopping craziness of March Madness across TBS, CBS, TNT, and True TV, and the March Madness Live app as we march all the way to Indianapolis. And this year, the men's Final Four returns to TBS on April 4th and April 6th. Catch all the clutch shots, big-time plays, upsets, Cinderellas, Blue Bloods, and more that keep you on the edge of your seat. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action, so tune into the NCAA Men's First Four starting Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on True TV and in the March Madness Live app. I wanted to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. With over 35 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 live events listed on SeatGeek, from concerts and festivals to sports and more. It's how I was able to get cheap tickets for the tourney's first round games in Philadelphia this year. Every ticket on the app is backed by SeatGeek's buyer guarantee. And if you guys use code FIELD, you get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek. That's 10% off tickets with code FIELD. Use the link in the description to download the app and you have the code automatically added to your account. Today's episode of The Field of 68 is brought to you by Mando. Some men mask their BO with sense. Mando men get the job done right. Mando whole body deodorant was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. You want a solid deodorant stick? Mando's got one formulated and powered by a mandelic acid to stop odor before it starts. You like spray bottles? Mando's is aluminum free and ideal for hard to reach places. All Mando products are baking soda and paragon free, and it's safe for anywhere on your body. Pits, balls, thighs, folds, feet, even the grundle. It's perfect for me this time of year. I'm spending 15 hours a day in an arena that hasn't had the AC turned on yet. If I didn't have Mando products, I might smell like the guy sitting next to me on press row, because Mando is clinically proven to control odor better than Old Spice. Want to try America's #1 whole body deodorant formula right now? You can find it in Walmart and Target and other retailers across the country. But for the best deals, go to shopmando.com and use code F68 for 20% off at checkout.
All right, welcome back. Field of 68. We are taking you right up to the bracket reveal on CBS here, but trust me, this will be better. This will be better because you're going to get the real shit on this one. You're not going to get anything vanilla. Rocco, Brad, they're going to give it to you real, and if they don't, trust me, I'm going to push back on them. So we'll see what here happens in a few minutes. But before we go to our first four out and last four in, remember, we got this Splash Sports pool coming up, the Survivor pool, where we've got a $100,000 prize. So make sure you sign up for that right away after this, before you do any of that bracket challenge stuff, whatever. Make sure you can go up against all of us in the Splash Sports Survivor pool and see how you do there. All right, let's get to it here. First four out. I want that one up first, Dagan, because that is the one that they're going to be whining. You're going to hear him complaining later tonight, and I don't want to hear any of it. I say this every year. I don't want to hear any of this, Rocco, because, frankly, if you're in this spot, you didn't get things done, whether you're Porter Moser, Stephen Pearl, Brian Dutcher, Darren DeVries, all those coaches. Listen, the bubble sucked this year. I know you come up with a metric that shows that you maybe deserve to get in over some of these other teams like SMU, but ultimately, I don't feel for you. Why, though, Rocco, did you boot Oklahoma out at the last minute and keep SMU?
Great question. Yeah, well, the thing is I couldn't stop going back to last year, Jeff. Last year, I was appalled by the inclusion of Texas, and I had to retrace my steps several times on how the committee may have landed with Texas in the field. If you remember last year, they get that big win against Texas A&M. They get a couple wins in a row, and all of a sudden, they're getting a bunch of hype on TV. Well, who's this year's version of Texas? It's the Oklahoma Sooners. They didn't quite get the level of wins Texas did last year in the actual SEC tournament. They beat a 10 seed in A&M. They beat a bad South Carolina team, but they looked really, really good in the loss to Arkansas. Lots of love on television shows. So all that's similar. You go back and look at the body of work. They've won at Vanderbilt. That's a big road win, a protected seed road win. They won at Texas. They each beat each other on their home floor. They did add that A&M win. And I just think if there's going to be an inclusion, and I asked committee's members about Texas last year, and they were just like, well, we thought they were better than Boise State or UC Irvine or West Virginia. And that was like, there was no like one set number or metric from the members I interviewed. It was just, we thought they were better. And I when I went to bed last night, that's all I could think about. So I really think if we see Oklahoma today, it's going to be the same exact rationale as Texas last year.
All right, Brad. Was this easier than usual? Was this an easier task to try to figure out who was in and who was out?
I would say it's easier because there's not as many teams. Last year I thought was a significant challenge. But, like we said, there's a lot of bad resumes out there, and you got to decipher who has the best of the worst. Nobody really has a significant argument, to be honest with you. Can Oklahoma get in? I think it's certainly a possibility. When it's all said and done, I had SMU in based on the fact that they have better overall resume metrics.
All right. We've got the bracket unveiled, so let's get to it here. Duke, Siena in the East. A little Jon Scheyer, Jerry McNamara battle there, kind of like it. And then Ohio State as the 8th seed, also in the East in Greenville against the 9, as they bring it up here, TCU. So I think we flipped that maybe. Ohio State we had as a 9. How about that? They came all the way up to an 8. Not that there's a significant difference. And there you got St. John's in San Diego. How about that? Going all the way to San Diego. That is a long trek for the Red Storm after doing what they did in the Big East tournament. And they will play against the 12th seeded. Who's it going to be? This could be a tough one for the Johnnies. Northern Iowa. Not quite so tough. They're healthy. Ben Jacobs' team is healthy now. But again, they were a 6th seed in that Valley tournament, Rocco.
Yeah, 2 great defenses. Northern Iowa, top 25 in adjusted defense, playing terrific with Tristan Smith back. Could be a good game. We'll see.
All right. Anything Friday? Kansas, also in San Diego. How about that? Rick Pitino and Bill Self could play against one another in the second round. Arguably the 2 best coaches, active coaches in the country right now. Kansas got to play against Cal Baptist in that one. Now the bottom half of the East.
All right.
Louisville. How about that? We got Rick Pitino's old school, Pat Kelsey, coaching them in Buffalo against South Florida, the home of Brian Hodgson. How about that? He's got to get a lot of tickets for his family.
Yeah, he's from Jamestown College. Yeah, not far from there.
Yeah. Right there, Michigan State. Wow, the East region loaded with some legends, some coaching legends in
Probably
Buffalo.
A good call.
Michigan State as a 3, which means Purdue is probably the 2, which is what it should be.
Yep.
You guys got that right.
We did. I get something right once in a while. North Dakota State, David Richmond. They were the champions of the Summit and won the league tournament as well to get in there. The 7-10 game on Friday, UCLA going all the way to Philly. Mick Cronin will feel right at home. He'll feel right at home in Philly, right? Everybody hates everybody in Philly. Mick can say whatever the hell he wants. They'll love him.
It's going to be perfect.
UCF.
This might be Purdue here. We'll see. Oh, no, it's UConn.
Purdue. Yeah, they won't.
No, it's
UConn.
Yeah, it's UConn. My apologies on that.
Yeah.
Yep. Man, look at this region, though, for coaches, guys. Scheyer, Pitino, Self, Hurley, Izzo. That's insane. Insane in the East.
And Pat Kelsey versus Hodgson is going to be fiery.
Yeah. I don't know if we want to see a fight between those two. I think I know who I'd take in that one.
Me too.
Lightweight against the heavyweight there. All right. What stands out, guys? What stands out when you look at the East region right now? Did they get anything wrong? I mean, again, we talked about it. I love the fact that they rewarded Purdue for winning the Big Ten tournament and jumped them up and put Michigan State as a 3 here because they will reward Purdue.
I think what stands out to me is the fact that St. John's is a 5 seed, Kansas is the 4 seed. I have no problem with that. I thought maybe they would reward St. John's for winning the Big East regular season and the Big East tournament. Kansas has kind of tailed off a little bit over the last couple weeks, but I get it. When you look at the total body of work, St. John's has only beaten 2 teams in Villanova and UConn that are at large bids, while Kansas has wins over Arizona, Houston, Iowa State. So I have no problem with that.
Rocco?
Yeah, I'm pretty good with it. You guys convinced me on the Purdue thing at the start of the show today. That was the only one I had wrong personally. I actually had the Ohio State 8, TCU 9, and the Siena 16 was actually kind of critical for the Matrix because it was between Queens and Siena for the last 15. So a lot of little baby wins in there with the Matrix. I'm good with it.
UNI at 12, did that surprise you at all because they were a
No.
6 seed in the Valley? Not at all. No.
Not
because
me.
the Valley was so strong.
I like that team, especially if you evaluate them with Tristan Smith. They went 2-6 when he was out. He's been awesome since he came back. A 21-6 team, Jeff, when he's available.
But Siena is a 16.
It's tough.
No?
The difference between Siena and Queens was like really, really tough to differentiate.
I think you have to throw UMBC in that mix too. I think UMBC
they were
very close to a 15 seed too. So wouldn't shock me if UMBC is a 15, but it'll be between UMBC now, obviously between UMBC and Queens for that final 15 seed.
Yeah, I still can't believe we might get a Patino Self matchup in the second round. Like that's insane.
They love that. They tried to do that last year. They tried to do that last year too. Yeah.
Well, it's all about, let's face it, it's all about coaches in college basketball. They're the ones that the general fan is going to know about. So, I know they say they don't try to do matchups like that. But I think if they can, they do. They still want some ratings games in that first weekend that'll get some eyeballs. And if you're telling me Bill Self against Rick Pitino isn't going to get in Kansas, the brands as well, right? Those brands of Kansas and St. John's, trust me, that's going to get some eyeballs in the second weekend. USF as an 11, yeah, like we're all in on that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think in a different time before the net, South Florida would have had a really good case for an at-large. It's just with the way things work with the quad system, they didn't have the opportunities, but they had a heck of a record. They dominated the league. They won both championships. I would much rather put a team like that in than some of these teams that are going to get in, personally.
I'll tell you what, Brad, like Furman is a 15 going against UConn. Kind of dangerous. The way UConn's played, they haven't been great. Furman's talented, man. They're talented. They got a freshman guard, Alex Wilkins, who, again, I don't know if the moment might be too big for the kid. He's a Boston kid, so he's going to be playing against UConn. The moment might be too big, but man, if it's not and he takes care of the ball, he'll be the best point guard on the court that night.
Look, if UConn plays the way they did last night, I mean, I think anything's possible. But I will say the game is in Philly. Let's not forget that. Yeah. So that place is going to be jam-packed with UConn fans. It'll be UConn South in Philly. So I don't think Dan Hurley has any issue with being a 2 seed, even though he would have loved to have won the Big East tournament. I think he's perfectly fine with being a 2 seed in Philly. And, we'll see if UConn can play like they did in non-conference play where they dominated everybody else, which it just seems like they know how to play in the NCAA tournament. Dan Hurley knows how to coach in the NCAA tournament. So, I expect them to make another run again.
Yeah. And anything else? Louisville as a 6, that fell in line with what we were talking about, certainly. UCLA is a 7. I mean, I feel like for the most part, it lined up. I mean, even with Michigan State as a 3, I don't think it's overly surprising. I think it's a point that these guys are going to make today is hey, listen, everybody who's been saying that these conference tournaments don't matter, you know what? Like, screw you. Like, you're wrong. You're wrong. We're going to prove you wrong. And I don't know if they'll keep doing it. But I think this year was proving a point. All right, here we go.
Well, now you see
next region will be
Arizona gets the number 2 overall.
Arizona with a number 2 overall. I like it. They deserve it.
So Michigan,
they deserve it.
Michigan, yes. Yeah. Well, and Michigan gets punished for losing to Purdue. So this falls in line with your talk track there.
There they are in San Diego as the 1 seed playing on Friday against who is the poor soul that gets Arizona?
The Sharks.
LIU.
Yeah. How about that? Little Rod Strickland and LIU going to San Diego and playing against Arizona. Amazing job that Strickland's done at LIU in this year. He's kind of changed that program the last couple of years. Villanova as an 8 seed in San Diego. playing Utah State. That'll be a good game. It'll be a very good game. Big question will be too. Go ahead.
Villanova with the injury dropped off a little, lost to Georgetown. Disappointing end of the year. We'll see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, the other thing, Utah State being probably the only Mountain West team to get in this year is kind of crazy to think about it. Right,
Yeah,
the final year. Yeah.
Yep.
Wisconsin is a 5, man. Like really impressive what they've
deserve
done.
it.
Yep, they do. They do.
Yep.
They've had like as
And
big
we
a
heard-
trio of wins. That's a dangerous game, though. Oh, High Point, Wisconsin, man.
Yeah, you called it, Jeff. The trio of wins, we heard the committee talk about top 3 wins being a big deal. Hard to beat Wisconsin's top 3.
Amazing.
Winning
Amazing.
at Michigan, at Illinois, at Purdue. Yep.
And High Point, one of those teams, won the Big South, and they have a huge NIL payroll there. All right, what do we got? Thursday in Portland, Arkansas. They did move up. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
So
what is
up.
the committee doing today? What are they doing?
They move up Arkansas, but they don't move up St. John's. A little curious to me.
Yeah. Well, maybe they felt like, hey, listen, the Big East just wasn't very good. Maybe that's what it was ultimately, right?
That is true.
All right, we got BYU's a 6, which again, like I'm not totally against it, but I will say their resume not overly impressive. Not a ton of meat on the bone there with BYU this year. But again, that'll be a Texas NC State falls. How about that, guys? They fall to an 11 in the play-in game.
I almost did
A
that
little
today.
bit
I
of-
switched it back to
Yeah.
Missouri.
I don't have an issue with NC. I don't have an issue with NC State being in that playing game.
They were
That
terrible.
means Missouri's probably getting a 10. I would expect Missouri or Miami University to get a 10.
Gonzaga holds a 3 there. And
Nice home court advantage.
Kennesaw State, all the way out in Portland, Oregon. And that Texas NC State game will be interesting with Sean Miller and Will Wade, two complete lunatics coaching against each other in that one. We got Miami as a 7. What a job Jay Lucas has done, guys. Incredible job. Playing against Missouri, who we had in the playing game, and they don't have to do that. They play in St. Louis, guys. How about poor Jay Lucas? Has to play Missouri in St. Louis.
That's kind of crazy.
As the better seed.
And
Yes.
Purdue might have to play them in St. Louis if Missouri can advance. The other interesting thing, Jeff, the other interesting thing here is Texas NC State had played each other already in Maui this year. And so the fact that they're doing a rematch means we might have another interesting playing game.
Huh.
Because they're looking to
against
avoid
Queens.
that if possible.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder why they would do that.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Is that an
It'll come out later.
unavoidable one? Like,
Not necessarily.
Why would they?
If-
Why would they do that?
Well, let's just think about the other combinations of first 4 teams. If it's Miami University, they should be able to play anybody. They didn't play anybody.
Right.
So,
Yes.
so that means
It's
Miami
not them.
University might be a 10. And it might be a 10. Or VCU. So we'll see. I'm just guessing right now.
Or Santa Clara.
Or Santa Clara could be an 11.
Right.
Could be
But
in
Santa
that
Clara
playing
didn't
game.
play those. They didn't play those teams either. So that's confusing.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Right. Yeah.
I can't figure this one out. This is kind of interesting
If
right now.
if Oklahoma's in the mix, it might make sense. Or Auburn.
That's
That's
the one.
where
Right.
That's where it gets juicy.
I think we
I
might see
wouldn't-
Oklahoma.
I wouldn't.
It could be
I wouldn't-
Oklahoma.
What if it's Auburn, guys? Well, I mean, everybody will go bananas if it's Auburn. All right, let's go through this a little bit more here.
Yeah,
What do we
LIU
see?
real quick.
Yep.
LIU just broke a streak, Jeff, that I don't think a lot of people know about. The NEC has been in the play-in game in Dayton for 12 straight years. LIU going straight in the bracket snaps the 12-year NEC streak. How about that?
You know what? They should do that, though. I would say that. I would say, like, there should be a limit to how many years a league can play in the play-in in a row.
Because they
And
clearly
that
want
goes-
that. They want that. Yeah.
Right. That goes for the SWAC and the MEAC, too. They shouldn't always have to play in the play-in. I don't think it's fair. Now, some of them like it because they can get a win and get a share. So I understand sometimes you want that if you're like the commissioner of a league or whatnot. Anything else stand out? I mean, that Wisconsin High Point game, I think is going to be a fun one to watch because both have really good guards. Obviously, we know about Wisconsin's guards and what they've done, but High Point's got some dudes who can go out there and make plays too. Again, the most baffling thing is clearly to me Missouri getting Miami and then potentially Purdue in their backyard. That's
in
crazy.
Their backyard, yeah. But it doesn't break any rules, and it's come up in my forecast a few times this year. I would also say Arkansas. I'm curious to see what happens to Vanderbilt because there is we know going into Sunday they build what's called contingency brackets. If they basically made the Arkansas Vandy winner get that 4 spot because they could both by the rules slot into that 4 in the West, maybe Vandy now slides down to a 5. Maybe.
That would be crazy, though. Didn't we have them as a 3?
Yeah,
it would be ridiculous if they were a 5.
I'm just trying to figure out who would get punished here. Alabama, maybe. I guess Alabama.
It could be Alabama.
Yeah, I bet it's Alabama. I bet it's Alabama.
They did lose to Ole Miss.
Guys, we haven't talked about this, and it is something we won't talk a lot about it. But while there's a commercial now, you wonder if the human element plays in there. And Alabama did get hit a little bit of like, if it's close, that whole Bediako thing. All right, let's hit him. Let's hit Nate Oates for doing that when he didn't have to. Again, and I'm not saying it definitely right, but like we forget it's 12 human beings in there, and Greg Burns out of the mix when anything Alabama is discussed. So you got 11 people that are determining it, and I think if it's close, again, the human element plays in. It's not just about the numbers.
Of course, yeah. And Alabama was not in the top 16 on whatever it was, February 18th. Exactly. So they left them out that day. Pretty conceivable.
Purdue, again, you could reward, you could validate like, all right, we rewarded Purdue with a 2, but now they might have to play Missouri in St. Louis. And a lot of those are like, hey, you don't know who's going to win, right? So we're not going to worry about it because – again, Miami's a higher seed there. They could win. I think it's a toss-up game. But again, I feel like if you're Jay Lucas, you're a little bit pissed off of having to play Missouri right in their backyard. All right, I think we got the next one coming up here in a minute. Anything else stand out? What type of – how hard is it for Hawaii to come all the way out here, Rocco, and have to play –
I think they're staying. I just was with them a couple nights ago, Jeff, in Vegas. I think they're staying out here.
They will. So they should be, right?
Yeah,
there's no reason.
They have plenty of places to. Yeah, plenty of places to train, and they'll be. Yep. I don't. There's no reason to go back.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Arizona again, the number 1 there. Purdue. So far we got the East and the West done. And here we go. I think we're coming back here in a second with the next.
This will now be the Midwest. It'll be the Midwest with Michigan here coming up. Yeah.
All right. We'll get to it here in a second. That Texas NC State game will be fun though. I've said this. I'm not a big fan of the first 4. A lot of times I'm just packing as I'm kind of watching, but I think that one will be a fun one to watch just because of the coaches. The personalities. Remember, Sean's brother Archie played at NC State, so there's a little bit there as well. Sean in his first year, neither guy really in their first year has done what people thought they would do with the money that they had. Either one. That's so true. They've both been a little bit disappointing, but a chance to get a win there, and then maybe again, maybe get BYU without Richie Saunders. All right, here we go.
Yeah, BYU hasn't looked that strong lately.
Yes, that's true. All right. Midwest, we got Michigan, as you said, the number 1 seed. And UMBC and Howard.
UMBC in the playing game. Wow.
Playing game. Yeah, you surprised on that one?
I am surprised. Yep.
I would just say that conference this year was like the worst America East I can ever remember. So maybe they're getting penalized for the league.
Okay.
Yeah, Vermont wasn't very good this year. All right, Georgia, St. Louis. Ooh, interesting matchup stylistically as well. Georgia loves to run and gun. They play
They both
faster than
do.
anybody else in the country. In St. Louis, yeah, they've obviously got Robbie Avila, a big they can play through, but they're playing a lot faster than they did a year ago as well. And there it is. There it is, guys. You were right. Texas Tech is a 5 in Tampa. In Tampa. I'll tell you what, whoever the 12 is, that's the 5 they're going to want. Akron, who just won the MAC tournament to get the automatic bid. Akron never got a shot at Miami of Ohio at home this year. Miami University. See, I broke my own rule there.
Broke your own rule.
Texas Tech is a 5.
Wow.
Alabama is a 4, guys.
So
Wow.
Vandy probably.
That means either Vanderbilt or Nebraska is a 5.
One of them.
Probably too far for
neither-
Nebraska to fall. But
Probably too
Both
far.
of them.
Yeah, that's incredible.
them.
Nebraska started in the top 10 at the start of the week, so that'd be a huge fall. But I'm
for
not ruling it
Vandy,
out,
too.
Brad. I'm not ruling it out.
I'll tell you what, Nebraska has not played like a top 4 seed.
But how would Vandy get punished for beating Florida? Like, that's a great win.
They should not. That would be, and I don't think they will with what they've been.
All right, here we go. The 6, Tennessee, which is kind of where
There we go.
we plugged them in
Wow.
Philly against.
All right, I like this.
There it is. There it
There it
is.
is.
SMU against Miami University. The Red Hawks are going to Dayton against
All right.
an SMU team that was the last team in for you guys.
I
What do
think
you think?
without BJ, if they have no Edwards, I think Miami's got a shot.
This is the
Tennessee
ultimate,
might
Brad.
be too much.
Brad, this is the ultimate of which deserves to get in, and we'll talk about it here once we get through the rest of the bracket, but the rest of the region.
Okay.
Virginia is a 3. Okay.
So I like that. I didn't have the guts to do it, but I thought they deserved that. They had a great year.
3.
Yeah, because they were better than Nebraska by the end. I just didn't think the committee would move them. Bad guess by me, but I think Virginia earned that.
All right, Virginia plays Wright State in Philly on that Friday game, and Kentucky gets a 7. No surprise there, and they're in St. Louis. So, like Kentucky fans, you can travel against Santa Clara and Herb Sendek's team. That's a toss-up game, guys. That's a toss-up game between Kentucky and Santa Clara, but you'll have a lot more fun.
Congrats.
Big Blue Nation will be there. Santa Clara fans, I don't know how many will be there.
Good.
That'll be a huge advantage.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I'll be at the watch
2:15.
party in Santa Clara.
Yes. All right,
Second.
Iowa State.
Iowa State.
In St. Louis.
Maybe Queens here.
Queens already came off the board against
Tennessee
Purdue.
State.
Oh, you're right. Tennessee State's dangerous. That's a dangerous team. I
Yeah,
love the
Nolan
way they
Smith.
play. Yeah,
He's
They've
done
got
a
some
phenomenal
guys.
job in year 1. Yeah, yeah.
They've got a couple starters I think are high major good.
They do.
So
yeah,
we'll see.
no, absolutely. And Nolan. So, all right, this region, again, you look at it and you say to yourself, all right, Michigan, we know, number 1. Iowa State, a no-brainer at 2 there. Virginia moves up a little bit, maybe to a 3 when some people thought they might slip to a 4. Texas Tech at a 5. To be honest, I think Michigan's got a pretty good draw here, right? I mean, Tennessee is a 6. Kentucky is a 7. Like I think Michigan's got the best draw of any number 1 right now.
I think so, especially the way St. Louis has played down the stretch.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I would have
I don't
loved to
think
see
Georgia-
that game if it was like a month ago and St. Louis was basically still undefeated.
Yes,
But now we've
yes.
seen some real, like their legs are starting to give in a little bit.
So if you're Alabama here, I think you like your draw because, like I said, I think Texas Tech isn't what they were right now. They've played fairly well, but they're on a 3-game losing streak. I don't know if Akron can take them. I don't know. I mean, but I do think if you're Alabama, you're looking at it saying, okay, Texas Tech's got no interior presence right now, no major interior presence without JT Toppin, and that is Alabama's biggest weakness by far. So I think Nate Oates has to be pretty happy with this one, that they can kind of, get to the Sweet 16. Obviously, you'd have to get past Michigan to really advance. But anything else stand out? All right, let's go to that SMU Miami University game. Let's go to that one now. And what they did, Rocco, is that the right way to handle Miami University? Is this what they should have done?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, I get that there's going to be some people upset that they're not straight into the bracket. Like, what do you got to do to get that? But I think from a league perspective, the MAC hit a home run. You know, they have an opportunity to triple up in units. If Miami University can beat SMU, that gets 3 games for the league guaranteed. So that's huge money for the future of the MAC and what it becomes. And then I would also just say SMU, out of all the available opponents, you would definitely want to play them instead of Texas or NC State. Just way more firepower on the Longhorns and the Wolfpack. I'm still not sure why we don't have SMU playing NC State. Maybe they didn't want SMU playing Texas. But I mean, maybe that's a power struggle in the state of Texas. They don't want them playing each other or something, or maybe a bracketing issue is more realistic. But yeah, but I like the matchup for Miami University, given like the options. Like, I think that was maybe the best option for them.
Yeah, the thing I'd say, Brad, I want to see the mid versus the high, because again, they didn't play any highs this year, and I think that's always the question going in. I just don't know if SMU is the one I want to see them against. I just don't know if it's got enough pop. Like, I would have liked them to play against a little bit more of like a real high major. Like, SMU is still kind of, I don't want to demean them, but they're not that team that I think of when I think of like a high major. Like, I know Auburn didn't deserve it, but man, I would have liked to have seen that game just for what Bruce Pearl, all that stuff. I know you can't throw him in, but I don't know. To put him against Texas, put Travis Steele against, think about that. Travis Steele against Sean Miller, 2 former Xavier coaches that know each other well. Put them against each other in that one.
That would be perfect TV, no doubt about it. But, you know, let's see. First of all, I agree with you with SMU. They just joined the ACC. Like, we don't think of SMU as an ACC team, even though they're in there now. But I'm curious to see now, is SMU going to be at full strength? You know, this is now Miami of Ohio's Super Bowl. Like, this is them trying to prove to everybody that we belong, that all of that was nonsense. Our undefeated record in the regular season was it means something, and, you know, go out and prove yourself. So I think, you know, we're all still tuning in. I'm curious to see how they match up against a team that might have some more athleticism than they do and some more talent. But, you know, that I think regardless of the matchup, I'm really excited to watch them play against somebody that is actually halfway decent.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I'm with you there. They didn't play against a high. This is going to be the best team they play against talent-wise by far all season long. It'll get enough eyeballs on it, but I just think they missed on an opportunity here. And as you said, Rocco, I don't understand why you wouldn't have had him against NC. I mean, what about, again, Will Wade against Miami University? That would have been TV. That would have been theater matching up. I just don't think SMU has the same juice. That's where I think they missed out. They missed out on, but maybe they didn't want it. Maybe they felt like, again, they got the juice anyway with them. All right, the South, Florida.
You might get your wish, Jeff. You might get your wish, because if they can get past SMU, then they got to go up against the Vols. That's a real test.
That would be good. Yes, that would be good.
You might have to wait till Friday or whatever.
All right. I could do that. Prairie View A&M against Lehigh. The winner gets Florida in that one. Clemson as an 8 seed. Clemson obviously went through some struggles at the end of the year, but man, did Brad Burnell do a great job through the regular season. And my God, Bennett Stirtz. Bennett Stirtz against Clemson. Iowa, Clemson. You know what? 2 teams that aren't that talented. Like, other than Stirtz, Iowa's not that talented. Clemson's not that talented. Iowa can get that one. And I'd like to see Bennett Stirtz get a shot at Florida. I don't think they win. I mean, imagine Florida's front line against Iowa's front line. That's like watching
get out of here.
Vanderbilt as a 5 seed.
Oh,
that's a joke.
Oh, come on.
That's a joke.
So now
Come
there's no
on,
consistency. There's no consistency here.
what the hell? Like, what did they do? What did poor
Greg
Mark
Byrne.
Byington
It was
do?
Greg Byrne is on the committee, gets the 4. Vanderbilt gets the 5.
That's ridiculous.
So that
That's
comes,
ridiculous.
It doesn't make a huge difference, but it's still something.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I like
you're right. Other than the fact that you're playing McNeese, that's a little more dangerous than a Troy team that Troy's really good. Don't get me wrong. But again, Troy's a bunch of new players. McNeese has done it before. Yes, they have a first-year head coach, but still. All right, North Carolina is the 6th seed in Greenville, right down the road.
It's got to be VCU.
So they get rewarded, though, by being in their backyard, basically, not far away. That place will be jammed with Tar Heels fans, and they get VCU. So, an 11. Listen, Phil Martelli's probably just happy to be in this thing, and you get a Carolina team without Caleb Wilson, so that's good. But again, you're going to have a ton of Tar Heels fans down there in Greenville, South Carolina. The 3 seed in the South will be.
It's got to be Penn against Illinois.
Yeah, Penn against Illinois. So Fran McCaffrey, did you? Yep. Fran McCaffrey against a former Big Ten foe, and Brad Underwood and the Illini. And
if I'm Illinois, I'm pissed. If I'm Illinois, I'm pissed. Just send me to Portland or San Diego. Then you don't want to play Carolina in their backyard.
Good point. Yeah. Good point. Yeah,
it's a
you're
bad
right.
Assignment.
Yes,
bad assignment.
We'll see if we got to figure out at the end of this too. Who will be the biggest complainer? Think about that right now. Who will be the biggest complainer? I'll ask you in a few minutes of this bracket. St. Mary's is a 7, playing Texas A&M in Oklahoma City, not that far for the Aggies. And to finish it out. All right, so finish it out. Houston in Oklahoma City as well. Against
Idaho.
Okay, the Vandals get Houston. All right, let's go through this. And again, the probably the one thing that has upset us the most in this entire bracket is Vanderbilt, who we thought could be a 3. There was a chance could be a 3, and instead they're all the way down to a 5. Let me ask you why. Why do you think they did this? Rocco, go first.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the case of Vanderbilt, you go back to where we started the week. They were a borderline 4 or 5 seed, right? So if you go kind of off the traditional evaluation and the conference tournament's not meaning a lot, there's a very good reason why Vanderbilt would finish at a 5. Before this week, their best road win was UCF, and that's actually how it finished. They didn't play a road game this week. And they had the St. Mary's win down at Battle for Atlantis. All their other good wins were home games. The jury was out if Vanderbilt was good. I know in our mock committee a couple weeks ago, we had all different types of opinions about Vanderbilt. But now that we've seen Purdue raised to a 2, Arkansas raised to a 4, and Vanderbilt, arguably, the second best win of the week besides Purdue's win over Michigan just an hour ago, there was no consistency in keeping Vanderbilt a 5. They should have at least been a 4 with a great argument to move up to a 3 with a heavyweight win if we're being consistent about it.
Brad?
Yeah, I think it's just ridiculous. I don't really know why, unless they're just telling us, well, there's going to be an extra reward to winning your conference tournament. If that's the case with Arkansas, getting onto that 4 line, but I still don't understand Vanderbilt. I compare Vanderbilt and Arkansas, and I don't see it. And I know they just beat them. But every single category, they're better. But I don't have a reason. I really don't, because I thought Vanderbilt would be a 3 seed. If they want to put them as a 4 seed, I have no problem with that. 5-3 against Quadrant 1A road neutral games compared to an Arkansas team who is 2-7. Now, the one thing the committee always says, every game gets treated the same. Every game it gets treated like the regular season game. There's no extra reward for a tournament game. And now I think that is something that must have played into their reasoning that maybe there was an extra reward. But Vanderbilt beating Florida, a team that was arguably the hottest team in the country yesterday, and they really just did not get rewarded for that, seems a little nutty to me.
It is strange because, again, it looks like, Purdue got rewarded. Arkansas got rewarded. Maybe you had to win your entire conference tournament to get the full reward. And maybe they missed out on the semifinal games. Maybe some of the committee members took a nap. I don't know. Maybe they took a long nap during some of those semifinals.
I think, the reaction I had to Arkansas initially was maybe they just put in the winner if that gets the spot. I think that's what exactly happened because we know going into the contingency thing that happens on Sunday. Yep.
All right, give me your our top three things here. Our top three takeaways from the bracket are what? Let's start. We said Vandy probably to a 5. Would be the first thing. Is the second thing, guys, that Miami University goes to the playing game and gets an SMU team? Is that number 2?
Probably in terms of a national storyline, I think it's certainly the biggest story. But I would also say we had that. I've been saying that since Doster brought me on immediately after. So from a forecasting standpoint, it's good to see that we've got a good fingertip on a team that's very hard to place, honestly. But I would also just add in, and I know this won't be a top 3 nationally, but I know Utah State, who won the Mountain West and the Mountain West tournament and only getting a 9. They thought they deserved a 6. If you watched Calhoun's press conference, they're going to be pissed.
All right. So are you saying that Jared Calhoun will be the guy out there complaining the most tonight?
I hope so, because I love him and I want him to speak up. But we'll see. I don't know if he's got it in him. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel like he hasn't done it long enough. I feel like we'll get somebody in the East, one of those coaches. Maybe it'll be Pitino because he doesn't want to see Self. I don't know. Who knows? Hurley he's capable of complaining just because he wants to complain. He can't yell at a ref tonight, so he's got to yell at somebody. Brad,
Mick
what do you got?
Mick Cronin too.
Mick Cronin could complain, but Mick against Dan Hurley in a second-round matchup would be electric for anybody but the refs. I mean, the poor referees in that game, they should get double pay for that one. So, Brad, what do you got? What else stood out to you, whether it was something that something else they got it wrong other than Vandy?
Honestly, there's not a whole lot that they got wrong. I don't really have an issue with really anything they did. I mean, a seed here or a seed there, you could criticize you could nitpick. But I think for me, when we talk about coaches that could be complaining, I'll tell you what, teams like Iowa, teams like NC State and Texas and SMU have zero right to complain about where they're seated, because even a team like Iowa, I mean, I had them as a 10, ended up being a 9. They beat nobody of significance. They won at Indiana, but they didn't beat no at-large teams away from home. They beat Nebraska at home. They beat UCLA at home. They beat Ohio State. No great wins. I think they kind of got by. Not only that, but they also had 2 quadrant 3 losses. I think they kind of got by on the fact that they've always been predictive metric darlings. And how did they get that way? Well, their non-conference schedule. They had a terrible schedule, but they beat up on teams. And they've done this. I know coaches have changed, but this is what Iowa does. They do it year in and year out. They beat teams by 30, 40, and 50 in non-conference play and juice up those numbers. So credit to them to getting on that 9 line, because without those predictive metrics, I think they would have been closer to possibly a 10, 11, even a playing game.
Anything else they got wrong that we haven't talked about, Rocca? Or they do a really good job for the most part?
Well, getting all 68 is not usual. Usually we have a wild card. We didn't really get a wild card. So I'll say that's pretty good overall. That's the most important part of their job, right? You can't miss it on a team. So major credit for that. Obviously, we have these nitpicky seed things. I thought it was interesting. North Dakota State in most areas had better numbers than Troy. But Troy did have a quad 1 win at San Diego State, and the selection chairman's the Sun Belt commissioner. So I think that's kind of interesting. But outside of that, we've covered all the big ones. I'm actually really glad Virginia, and I wish I had the guts to do it, landed in the 3. I thought they had earned that. They just never got the huge win, but they got a lot of really good wins. And Nebraska clearly had some flaws down the stretch despite having a great record. I thought Virginia had earned that over Nebraska, and that's what we saw play out. I just wish I could go back and redo my bracket now.
Yeah. So they're showing the seed total, just so you guys know. East, the seed total's 31. South, there was 32. So East would be the strongest by seed total. South second, Midwest 36, and West looks like the weakest with 37 seed total there. So they've got to be within 6, right? That was the deal, right, Rocco? Within 6 this year, I think.
It's technically 5, but one year they did 6, and I think it's just 6 for good.
They kept it for 6?
Yeah, I think so. But I think the way it's written, it says you got to stay within 5, but we'll bend it to 6 if we can't make anything else work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might as well just be 6. Yeah.
Listen, I'll say this. Generally, I'm not that guy that kills the committee. Generally, especially a year like this, I feel like, you can nitpick and you can get upset at a seed line here or there, but going through the process, Rocco, we understand, like, it's not that easy sometimes. There's some other factors that you look into that, they can't play this team because, again, they played them before. They can't play them because, obviously, you've got conferences that you can't play another team. So it's not as easy as it seems. I think the only thing that baffled me today was Vanderbilt falling down to a 5. Yeah. I just felt like they had done enough to certainly warrant a 4 with what they did, especially when I just saw them beat the living hell out of a number 1 seed Florida and you could say it's a home court. Trust me, it wasn't a home court. They had some fans, but it wasn't like it was completely filled with fans from the Commodores. So listen, guys, appreciate it as always. Great job this year on fielding the 68. Great job tonight. Thanks for hanging in with the worst host in America. That would be me. And we'll see each other soon. But enjoy the madness. Enjoy the madness. And we'll be back after the break. And we will have a new crew on to really break down every single game, who our picks are, who are the upsets, who are the Final Four teams. We'll go through it all. So, again, we're going till midnight tonight. So make sure you stick with us. Field of 68.
As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app, you sign up using bonus code FIELD, you deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season 1 for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. Sets, Cinderellas, Blue Bloods, and more that keep you on the edge of your seat. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action. So tune into the NCAA Men's First Four starting Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on True TV and in the March Madness Live app.
Hey everyone, Jeff Goodman here, and I'm excited to tell you about what's going on with our partners at Voodoo Rangers. You know what makes March even better? Chaos. That 111 seed that nobody believed in suddenly ruining everyone's weekend. And this year, Voodoo Ranger wants you to bet on 11. Grab a can of GeForce IPA with 11% ABV, then register that beer at bet11.com. If an 11 seed advances, you have a chance to win a juicy prize, $11,000. We're also taking a trip to Vegas, exclusive GeForce merch. And if an 11 seed pulls off an upset, 1,100 fans could win cash for their next round. It's the juiciest bet of the tournament. No brackets, no stress, just cold beer and beautiful chaos. Visit beton11.com to enter. Win or lose, Still got beer. Learn more at bet11.com. You must be 21 or older. No alcohol purchase necessary. Legal in all 50 states. Full rules at beton11.com.
We are running it back with Splash Sports, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, the Survivor contest that we hosted with Splash paid out $40,000 to the winner. This year, the grand prize pays out a guaranteed $100K. For just $25 an entry and up to 133 entries, you can get a chance to prove that you are smarter than the field of 68. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Just pick one team every day of the tournament to win, and if they do, you advance. The catch? You can only use each team once. We're also hosting a free-to-enter bracket on Splash. If you're looking to host one of your own, Splash can handle everything for you, from the entries to the payouts to the standings. We'll be running it back with the Sweet 16 Survivor contest as well for those that do not survive the first weekend. And Splash is now offering Quick Picks, a daily fantasy game that allows you to predict whether a player reaches a certain number on a specific stat. All links are in the description below. The big dance starts soon. Get in before it tips off. It's here, boys. It is here. It is here. It is here. The one piece of paper that we have been waiting to see for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months now, man. It's great to see you guys. It's great to have this bracket in my hand. It's great to have a Selection Sunday stream that we're sitting here rolling through. Rob Doster. I got Jeff Goodman with me. I got Randolph Childress here with me as well, and we're going to dive into breaking this thing down, man. We got Duke is the number one in the East, Florida the number one in the South, Arizona's the number one out West, and Michigan is the number one in the Midwest. There weren't really any surprises on the bubble. It didn't seem like there were that many things with seeding that were too controversial. So Goodman, we just heard you for an hour and 15 minutes sit there and ramble, so I'm turning this over to RC. Randolph, what do you got for us, man? What's your single biggest takeaway the first time that you get your hand on this beautiful 8 by 11.5 inch piece of paper?
I thought they got it right as far as the bubble. I don't know. I didn't hear what Goodman said. I thought they got it right. I thought, SMU was lucky. I thought that they were struggling. They were trending the wrong way. But for them to be in the first four in, I think it's fair. So I don't think there should be many complaints about the teams that made the bracket. Of course, you expect Bruce Pearl to say that. I mean, he's fighting for his son. But, again, I've said that a while ago. I didn't think Auburn deserved to be in the tournament.
Goodman?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was pretty clear. Like most people who predicted this, the bracketologists, all had like 68 to 68. I think if you didn't get 68 out of 68, you should be fired. You should be fired as a bracketologist. I think it was that easy this year. I really believe that. I think the only one, and even SMU, to me, it was easy because they were without BJ Edwards for the last 4 or 5 games. And they're expected to have him back. And as long as you're believing them on the face value of what they're Andy Enfield and they're telling you, they're a different team with them. So I have no problem with what they did. The only issue I have is I think Vandy got screwed seed-wise a little bit. I thought they should have been a 4, but what they probably did, what Rocco Miller and Brad Wachtel just said was accurate, which is they probably just had a spot for the 4, whoever won today's game, Arkansas, and they dropped Vandy to a 5. Thus showing, and I think proving the point, that conference tournaments do matter. They do matter.
Yes, they that does seem like something that happened here, especially with what we saw with Purdue as well. I want to go region by region here. We're going to start in the East because the East is the most interesting one here, Randolph. We got Jon Scheyer, we have Dan Hurley, we have Tom Izzo, we have Bill Self, we have Rick Pitino, we have Pat Kelsey, and we have Mick Cronin, all in the same region. All in the same region. What's your biggest takeaway here from the East? Let's start in the top half if you want to go there. Duke is the 1 seed. UConn is the 2 seed, but it's St. John's of Kansas and a potential rematch between Zuby Ejiofor and the program that he started with.
I mean, just from looking at it, and I'm really just, as we all are, I think it's the hardest bracket so far, just from glancing at it, first glance. Duke's coming in. I mean, for the first thing with Duke is they got to get healthy. I mean, and I don't know if Caleb Foster's going to be able to play, but they're going to have to get Patrick Gamba, and he helps out a lot. And as long as you have Cam Boozer, you got a chance. So I see Duke kind of breezing through to the Sweet 16, and And then, like I said, I'm looking at the second round matchups. I think the Kansas and St. John matchup is going to be interesting. I look forward to that.
Yep. Goodman, Kansas, St. John's, a potential second round matchup there. I believe that will be played in San Diego. Duke is the number 1 overall seed. Duke is the number 1 seed in the East, and Duke playing a couple games in Greenville. That's not ideal for Ohio State, who's the 8, and TCU, who's the 9.
No, it's not. But if you're Ohio State, you're just happy to be there, because 2 weeks ago you weren't in the tournament. So if you're Jake Diebler, you're ecstatic to be in the tournament. You don't care who you're playing, and you want a chance. If you're him, give me a chance if I can get past TCU. I think that'll be a really good game too. Jamie Dixon's done a great job with that team this year. I just saw him, not ultra talented, didn't have a huge payroll. I don't know if either of them give Duke a run, but here's what I'll say. It's like watching Duke without Foster. And again, if Gangba's not back and Scheyer was non-committal about whether he felt like, he hopes Big Pat is going to take some steps forward this week. But the other part is, if you're him, do you hold them out? Do you try to win these 2 games and hold them out in the hopes that you can have them closer to 100% if you give them another, 10 days off at this point? But they didn't look like a dominant team. I'll say that. And I think Ohio State causes some issues for them. I mean, they have as good a point guard as there is. I don't want to say in the country, but Bruce Thornton's done pretty well for himself over 4 years. He's a veteran. Right now, Duke has a freshman point guard in Caden Boozer. So I think that's a dangerous game for Duke if they play against Ohio State, who's got a lot of momentum now and a lot of confidence.
Yep. I don't know if I necessarily see any big upsets in the first round of the top half of the bracket. I do see a couple that intrigue me in the bottom half of that bracket, specifically South Florida going up against Louisville. South Florida is a team that's got a lot of talent. They got some dudes on there, and we don't know about the health of Michael Brown with Louisville. And then UCF, Johnny Dawkins, it's a sneaky good team. I hate to be picking on injuries here, but it feels like this is the portion of the bracket where injuries are going to have the biggest factor with Michael Brown, with Donovan Dent, with Tyler Bilodeau, and with Silas Demery. We don't have updates on any of those 4 guys who are all very important to their specific teams. Goodman, I'll go to you.
Well, Mick
bottom half of this
Mick
bracket.
Cronin told me that Bilodeau and Dent would be a go. So we'll
I hear you, and I know he did. Every single person that has any kind of injury was completely healthy heading into Selection Sunday. So let's just get that clear, all right? We know every single one of them was completely healthy heading into Selection Sunday. Moving on to the
what
next
it does
one.
to football when you're not healthy, it hurts your chances of getting in. So everybody's going to be available. That's what you tell the committee.
Yep. Goodman, what do you make that bottom half?
It's good, but I don't think the bottom half's overpowering, guys. I think, to me, again, you see that St. John's Kansas matchup in the top half, and you're like, Bill Self, Rick Pitino, man, that's going to be incredible. And then you might Scheyer, the young gun, who might be one of those guys in 30 years, might go up against whether it's Pitino himself. The bottom half, like you said, all right, Michigan State, yeah, they're good. Obviously, we know they're well coached, but they're not overwhelming. Louisville, like you said, you don't know what you're going to get out of them. And I don't know if Michael Brown's going to play in the NCAA tournament yet. I don't think anybody – I'm not sure Pat Kelsey knows whether he's going to play yet. UCLA banged up, and UConn hasn't played like the UConn we thought. So I think the bottom half is – I don't want to say wide open, but I could see a few teams coming out of there. I could see some upsets. I'm not sure. I could see some first-round upsets coming out of the bottom half, to be honest. I could see.
I think the bottom half dictates. It's all health. I think health is dictating a big part of the bottom half. So what you said. I mean, we're going to take everybody for face value and assuming everybody's healthy and wholehearted. I think the other question is, what's UConn going to look like? And we go back another week and a half ago, we were talking about UConn being a potential number 1 seed. And then Florida loses, and we're like, okay, it's there for UConn. If they went out, they get the number 1 seed. Obviously, we know what happened, and then they just got annihilated in the Big East championship game. So, I think the question is, and they're going against a really good Furman team. I mean, they didn't do them any favors in that aspect. So we're going to find out right out of the gate, of where UConn's playing. Now rebound from kicking in the Big East tournament.
Yep. All right, Goodman, let's go with this. What is the best game that you have in this region in the first round? What is the one that you're looking forward to the most?
I would say to me, probably that actually I kind of like UConn Furman. I kind of like UConn Furman. Yeah, Furman's got the talent. They had a pretty good payroll this year. They've been hurt, but they're healthy now for the most part. As I said in the last show, they've got a really, really good freshman point guard in Alex Wilkins, who, if he's on and making good decisions, he could be the best point guard in that game. They've got experience up front. Cooper Bowser gives them a big man that, frankly, could cause some problems with his length for Terrace Reed. Now, he's not a big, strong dude like Terrace. He's long, but he can run the court. They can do a lot in transition against UConn. I think that game could be closer than you think, and I'm not calling the upset because I don't want to hear Hurley and UConn fans come after me tonight. But I will say that could be a really good game.
Yeah, my concern with that matchup is that Cooper Bowser, if there is one kind of criticism of him, it's the physicality. And if you're going to go up against Terrace Reed, unless you're Zuby Ejiofor, you got to have a certain level of physicality there. I will say the game that I'm looking forward to the most is St. John's against Northern Iowa, because it's just such a contrast of styles, right? The way that St. John's wants to play when it comes to, getting out and running, and the style of defense that they play and trying to force turnovers and getting to the offensive glass, whereas Northern Iowa's a little bit more. They're going to play some pack line. They're going to try to slow it down a little bit. They're going to try to keep you from getting out in transition. So I think that's a very interesting clash of styles. RC, what are you looking forward to the most in this first round?
I think by just judging off of seeding, the biggest concern that I have as far as the bracket is the Louisville, South Florida. I could very easily see a lot of people picking South Florida for that game. And if Michael Brown isn't available, which team will show up for Louisville? I like their guard play, but again, that's an interesting matchup now. I mean, hopefully we'll get some confirmation whether Michael Brown will be playing or not. But either way, I still think that's going to be a difficult matchup for him. Both teams want to get him down, shoot threes. But again, as far as seedings, I don't see any other major upset. I wouldn't consider TCU beating Ohio State much of an upset. So I think that's pretty clean. I think we'll find. Let's just hope everybody's healthy, and not just available, but healthy. I think that's the biggest thing on this side of the bracket. You got this entire bracket is a big what if. If everybody's healthy and whole, what does this look like? I think talent-wise, at the start of the year, I think this would have been at first glance. But, the biggest concern is what if. And I'm just making the assumption that everybody's okay and everybody's healthy going in. We'll find out, obviously, game time, what their limitations are.
Yeah, here's what I'll say, because I think we're going to go through to best favorite upset pick next, and I'm assuming that's what you're taking, Randolph.
Yeah,
I'm going with South Florida, picking off Louisville, and there's a couple of reasons. One of them is the questionable status of Michael Brown, but South Florida, USF, since an 11-point loss at Alabama on December 17th, they've won all but 3 games. The 3 games they lost were by a combined 5 points and a combined 3 overtimes. 2 of them were on the road. One of them was to Wichita State in overtime at home, the team that they beat in the championship game of the American. Wes Enos is awesome. Joseph Pinion has followed Brian Hodgson from Arkansas State to USF. Isaiah Nelson followed Brian Hodgson from Arkansas State to USF. And the talent that you have there is high major caliber, and they play a style that can match up with what Louisville wants to do. Like, they're not going to get scared. They're not going to get shocked. They play faster than what Pat Kelsey wants. Like, Pat Kelsey playing up tempo might play into their hands. I think they got a little bit more size on the perimeter and athleticism at some, like the 3 and the 4 spot. So I like that USF upset there. Do you have something different, or are you riding with the Bulls with us?
No, they have bigs. I mean, that's the thing. Like, the Bulls have some bigs.
That's where the game shifts to me. That's where the game can shift to me, because I don't know if Louisville will get any production out of their 4 and 5.
We know. I've been saying this all year.
Has to be
that's going to cost them.
Yeah,
that's going to cost them. And obviously we know, even if they have Mikel Brown, let's say they have him. He's been in and out of the lineup all year, guys. And I think that's part of the reason for their struggles is, again, not knowing. So that's kind of the worst thing that can happen at this point in the season in a way. I almost feel like in a way it's probably better if they don't have Michael Brown. Now, they're not winning. I don't think they're winning either way. Like, they're not going deep either way. I think, for Louisville, the biggest thing is in a game like this against South Florida, in an older team that Brian Hodgson has, a tougher team. If Louisville's bigs do not match their physicality, they will lose this game. They will lose this game.
Yep,
But
I agree.
To your point, though, we got to talk about Michael, because if he's healthy and he's available, he's the best player on the floor, and he could totally single-handedly take over this game. But again, that's the biggest what if.
Yep. Let's go to the potential Elite Eight and predictions for who you think is coming out of this region, and then we'll go to the South. Goodman, potential Elite Eight matchup. Who would you have? And you know what? Give me your Sweet 16 too, if you can do it. Just who do you have getting to the Elite Eight, and who do you have making the Final Four out of this region?
So, obviously, I think you got to go Duke here, even though, again, St. John's is playing great. I don't trust your Kansas team. We know that. I've been saying that for a month now. Don't trust them at all. Darren Peterson does not look like Darren Peterson. It's not the same player I watched. Now, maybe he'll turn it on for the tournament. Maybe. I don't trust that. St. John's, the good thing is, if you're St. John's playing against Duke, at least that point guard situation won't be exploited quite as much, because I don't think Duke's is great right now. I think Caden Boozer played very well, but he still hasn't proven yet that he can kind of sustain this. So I'm going to go Duke coming out of there to the Elite Eight, and then out of the bottom of the bracket. You know what? I'm going to say Michigan State, and I don't love it. But I've lost faith in Dan Hurley and UConn. Not Dan Hurley. I've lost faith in this UConn Huskies team. And you've been telling me for a month on that one. I've been trying to tell you about Kansas, and you still won't relent. You've been telling me about UConn. I'm there. I'm going to go with a veteran Michigan State team that doesn't blow you away. They don't shoot it all that well. They got a point guard who you can rondo all day. You got bigs that aren't, like, they're just solid. I mean, Jackson Coley's better than solid. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to take Michigan State against Duke, and then I'm going to take Duke to not walk, but as long as they got Big Pat back at some point, and I think they need him back for the Sweet 16, I'm going to take the Blues.
You know what we need, RC? We need the wrap it up button. Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up. We got it. You got Duke beating Michigan State out of the East region in Washington, D.C. Randolph, give me your Elite Eight and your Final Four.
No. Hey, listen, you know why I didn't cut him off? Because I agree with him. I was like, I agree with everything he said. I mean, I would echo everything that Jeff just said. I think it's Duke. I think if I had to pick on the bottom half of the bracket, I would go Michigan State, because it's just hard to trust UConn right now. And I think, the St. John and Kansas matchup would be interesting. But I think St. John pulls that out. But I think if Duke, particularly with Patrick Gomber out there, I like Duke making it to D.C. and then making it out. For that matter.
Yeah, I have Duke beating St. John's. I actually am going to have South Florida going to the Sweet 16. I'm going to have South Florida beating Michigan State. I think that's a tough matchup because of the way that they can score. And then I got to do it. You guys are going to make fun of me for being a homer, and I'm just going to lean into it. I have UConn beating South Florida, but I have Duke beating UConn to get to the Final Four. I'm not going to go too long on this. We got a lot to talk about here, but I do think that getting out of the Big East officiating, where they allow a lot more physicality, to a tournament where refs are kind of graded when it comes to how many fouls are called, will be something that is good. We got Dusty May joining us now, the head coach of #1 Michigan, who's out in the Midwest, and Dusty on the bus. What's going on, Dusty? You're the #1 seed out in the Midwest. How you doing, man?
Good. We're headed home now. Just get on the road, and it's about 30 degrees and raining in Chicago, so we're trying to get out of here.
Well, we appreciate it, man. We appreciate it. You look good in blue, much better in blue than you do normal, just so you know.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Obviously, today wasn't your best performance. We saw the last time you played Purdue. We were there. You didn't play great today. How do you kind of get this team, I don't want to say back, but like, how do you recover from this one, Dusty? You've been so good all year. Is this just something that you could take as kind of a learning experience? And then the other part, I want to ask you about LJ, because I've said it. I think the loss of LJ is very underrated. I think it's very important for you guys because of what he did off the bench and what he was able to give you shooting. So hit both of those if you can.
Yeah, obviously LJ was very important to our team for a number of reasons. Very few teams can bring a guy off the bench that you don't miss a beat, regardless of who he goes in for. And he has a unique skill set. He has the ability to get anywhere he needs to with the ball and break down the defense, so you don't have to play as segmented. And then defensively, he's able to get into the ball, affect the game on both sides. But our second unit, they haven't been as good since he's went out. So this is an opportunity for them to pick up the slack. We just got to get back to playing good ball. I mean, I don't think it's one thing. Credit Purdue, though. They were incredibly physical. They were determined, and they took it to us tonight, and they played extremely well. We played them one-on-one a lot, and couldn't imagine that TKR and those guys could have hit the volume of tough shots they did at the percentage.
Hey, Dusty, what is the next 72 hours? I mean, as we lead up to the next game, I mean, no one knows what the team, how to prepare a team coming off a postseason tournament. I don't think people really understand, the amount of rest you need, but also the preparation you need. What is it like for you and your staff getting ready as you get into the tournament, coming off the Big Ten tournament?
Well, right now we'll split staff and start working on, one group will be working on Howard, the other group will be working on UMBC. And then obviously Tuesday we'll have a chance to watch them play and get a good idea of what they do, and we'll start preparing if they do anything out of the ordinary. But we just played 3 games in 3 days. We'll get back really late tonight, and so tomorrow will just be a little bit of a mental day and recovery day for our guys as they just battled 3 straight really quality opponents.
Dusty, last thing, then we'll get you out of here. You've been a part of a 9 seed that's been to a Final Four. Are you telling you guys, hey guys, look, we might be the number 1 seed, but there's a lot of hungry teams out there? How do you kind of use the experience you had making a run to help you prepare your team to avoid getting knocked off by a lower seed?
Well, I think sometimes the fear of failure or the risk of being upset might cloud your thought process, and that can't be a part of it. We got to focus on playing good basketball. We've got to get by either Howard or UMBC, and then we're going to play a really good team, and either in Georgia for the SEC or the St. Louis team that's played high-level basketball the entire season. So fortunately, we've seen both of those teams play, as our staff are good friends with both of those. Mike White's one of the closest friends in the business and mentor, and Coach Schertz and I have developed a really close friendship over the last 5 to 8 years, and couldn't respect both of those guys more. So I'm going to enjoy watching them compete, and hopefully we'll have a chance to go against whoever comes out on top.
I was going to say that, Dusty. There's like a 6 degrees of Dusty in college basketball. I feel like everybody. No. There's like every coach in America will tell me, yeah. Like I'm close with Dusty. Schertz is, right? Schertz is, and obviously Mike White being your mentor. So these ones are legit, aren't they?
Yeah, those guys.
I think we lost him.
I think we lost Dusty. He must have gone through a tunnel. All right. Let's stick, since we just were talking to the Michigan head coach. We appreciate Dusty jumping on. It completely blew. Let's go to the Midwest, the Michigan region. We're going to be bouncing around to the other side of the bracket, but whatever. I get to make the rules. RC, what's your biggest takeaway here? Michigan's the 1 seed. We got Iowa State as a 2. Miami of Ohio, just Miami, so I don't get yelled at by Goodman. Made the field against SMU. We got UVA in as a 3, which I think is a sneaky good 3. Alabama, Texas Tech. I think Michigan got the best draw of any 1 seed. That's just kind of where I'm at with it right now.
I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be much of an upset coming from them. I think they'll. I would pencil them on to the Elite 8 for sure. I don't see much of a. I think it gets interesting before. The Georgia St. Louis game will be really good. I mean, that's a great matchup offensively. Both of those teams can score it. I mean, who gets to stop first might win that game. Alabama, we know, can flat out score it, and Texas Tech has battled health issues all year long, and obviously we know about Toppin being out of the game, and how healthy is Christian Anderson. I mean, it's just going to be. The top half. I think Michigan kind of breezes through that one.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm with you there. I think and I think that was it. I wrote it down. I don't know where, but the seed list, the totals, the East was the toughest, right? And then I think the Midwest and the West were the two. Yeah, it was Midwest and the West was the easiest by seed line. There were 37 total. But I'm with you. I mean, listen, you've got, you got Texas Tech that, frankly, we've talked about. They're not the same team right now.
No.
Number one, without Toppin, but number two, as RC mentioned, like I just saw the last time I saw Christian Anderson was walking down the hallway with him, and he was limping. He pulled the groin clearly in that game with that ridiculous glass cord. So you've got, right now Texas Tech that doesn't look like they're going to be able to do much, and they were, given a pretty good seed. So I think for the most part, you look at Michigan and what they have, and Alabama. Yeah, they're good. We've talked about them, but I don't think they're capable of beating Michigan because of what Michigan's size brings. Tennessee, nah, there's no way. No way. Virginia, we've talked about Virginia. They're good, but they're not good enough. They haven't beaten an elite team yet. Iowa State's the one. Like Michigan, Iowa State would be a fun game to watch. Definitely a fun game to watch. But I think Michigan is clearly, if they play their game, and they didn't today, clearly the best team in this region. Clearly.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think that Alabama has the size of physicality to be able to match with them. I'm higher on Virginia than I think you are, Goodman. I think Virginia. I would actually have Virginia getting past Iowa State and then playing Michigan in the Elite Eight in my bracket. And we'll get to all that here in a second. Give me your upset team. We're going to be joined by Travis Steele here in a little bit, so we'll save the Miami conversation until then. But give me a double-digit seed you think can upset, and I'm going to make a rule right here. We're all going to say Akron because JT Toppin isn't playing, and Akron is really good, and John Gross, we love John Gross. So you got to say somebody other than Akron. That's the obvious one. So give me somebody else, RC. Give me somebody here that can get a win.
Santa Clara over Kentucky, the 10 seed. Is that considered an upset? Is that big
yeah,
enough
let's
for
do
you?
it. Double digits?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I
Wait
think,
for it degree. I know you know what double digits are, right?
No, give me Santa Clara with the upset over Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm with
Goodman?
Obviously, with the 10 seed,
RC.
they're clearly in the field.
Yeah, listen, Santa Clara, they're a team that, again, has got some real talent on that team, right? Mahi's really good. Herb Sendek, we know, can coach. And Kentucky, it's as much for me about Kentucky and not knowing what you're going to get out of them, right? They're not a great shooting team. They don't have a ton of depth right now. They've been up and down for the most part this year. That's one. And then I think, watch out for Wright State. Watch out for Wright State and Clint Sargent's team against Virginia. I know, again, you love Virginia. And I like Virginia. I think Ryan Odom's done an incredible job this year. But if you're saying I can't pick somebody to upset Tennessee, because we're going to talk about Miami University, and I'm going to take Miami.
You can. You can take Miami.
I'm going to take Miami when Travis comes on here to beat Tennessee, to beat SMU and Tennessee. How about that?
I think that's a brutal matchup for Wright State, though. I would love to pick Wright State for an upset. I just think
because the size,
because of the size and the shot blocking ability. Wright State's built the kind of in that league and Horizon League to take care of mismatches inside, and Amari Bay and his side. And I love their freshman Kellen Pickett. He's the reason they're in the tournament, blocking the shot at the buzzer. But you're talking about going against Grunlow and Niento. So I think we saw what the record-breaking defensive performance he put on in an ACC tournament. I just think they're going to have a tough time scoring on an interior when that's the way they're built. I think that's going to be a tough ask of those guys, even though it can be relatively competitive early.
Yeah, I actually think that this is going to be the chalkiest bracket. I just think that what you're going to find with Akron is going to be the upset, and I think everything else will be relatively chalk. I don't think that the double-digit seeds were as good, and I don't know if there's a great matchup. Like I think the Hofstra-Alabama matchup is not great at all because Hofstra, like they have really, really good guards. And you know who's got better guards? Alabama. Alabama has the best guards in college basketball here. Goodman, what's the one game in the first round that you are kind of circling and you really want to watch? Or if you can just kind of say, like, if there's a second round matchup that you're really like rooting for, what's that first weekend? What's going to be the best game that we see in this region?
I mean, again, I think Texas Tech Alabama will be a fun second round game, just because, again, I think the matchup makes sense, right? What is now? You look at Texas Tech, and without JT Toppin, it's all a bunch of guards and wings, and Christian Anderson if he's healthy. What does Alabama have? As good a guard, quartet, whatever you want. Really, they have 5 of them, as there is in the country. I like the matchup for Alabama. Because frankly, I think that's their weakness right now, as much as anything is up front. And right now, the Red Raiders don't have a whole lot up front.
Yep. I think the best matchup in the first round, I do think is going to be that Georgia-St. Louis game. You said, what did you say, RC? First person to get a stop is going to win.
Yeah.
I think St. Louis. Yeah, I think St. Louis is actually like a little bit better defensively than people give them credit for. I love Robbie Avila. I got St. Louis winning that game, but I think that's going to be one of those ones that ends up like 92-90 with a shot going in at the buzzer. Because we've seen like 4 St. Louis games this year have absolutely bonkers, chaotic, nobody knows what's happening endings in those games, including the semifinals of the A-10 tournament. All right, Randolph, we're going to you first on this one so that Goodman can't talk for 27 minutes. Give me your Elite 8 picks. Give me your Final 4 from this region.
I think it's Iowa State and Michigan. I don't think there's really much surprise to it. I think Virginia and Iowa State will meet at some point. I think Virginia gets Tennessee in the second round. I just don't think it's much in the way of Michigan. I think Michigan will be the kryptonite of Alabama. Alabama will score, but I don't think the size. I think the size on the front line of Michigan will overwhelm them. I'm gonna go with Iowa State.
Yep, Goodman.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to take Alabama because again, I was kind of on them earlier this year, but I don't like them against Michigan. Absolutely. The only way is if they can make 15 threes and shoot at a high percentage, but even then, they're not going to be able to rebound with them. They're not going to be able to keep them off the glass. So yeah, I like Michigan certainly to play. Iowa State, I just think is so disciplined, and I trust them. Where if they have to play a Virginia, Kentucky's just too up and down for me. So I agree with RC. I think it's going to be Michigan, Iowa State in the Elite 8. And it'll be a fun game. I just think Michigan's got too much for Iowa State. So I think the Wolverines, I hate going chalk here, but so far I'm a little chalky.
I think it's going to be a chalky tournament. I got chalk in the Sweet 16, and then I have Michigan beating Iowa State to get to the. I'm sorry, I got Michigan beating Virginia to get to the Final Four. I think that Virginia's size and side is so impressive. They have, the thing about Iowa State is like they try to take advantage of you a little bit with strength, and I think that plays into Virginia's hands. They like to get out and press you. They have a little bit of length to put on Milan Momcilovic. They have the best shot blocker in college basketball, Ncaa and Yensu. What he did against Carlos Boozer, that's the third time I've done that. What they did against Cam Boozer was just
Carlos?
I've called him Carlos. I've called him Caden. I've called Caden Cam. Like, there's too many Boozers whose first name starts with a CA. Like, I get it. Like, that's the Boozer family thing. But like, it confuses the hell out of me. And look, you know what? Perfect timing, because we got Jon Scheyer joining us. John, I can't tell you how many times I've called Boozers the wrong name. I call Caden Cam. I call Cam Carlos. I can't get it straight. It confuses the hell out of me. How you doing, man? Congratulations on the win last night.
If it makes you feel any better, I still do that from time to
time. Of course.
Every once in a while.
I promise you, by the way, we've already talked to Doster about his interviewing skills after watching your daughter Noah last night. All right. So he's going to step up tonight. He's going to step up. And I hope
you took some notes.
That was so cool. I got to say, before we get to a serious note, I said it last night on the show. Like, it honestly got me a little, not quite teary-eyed, but close. Just knowing you as long as I've known you and watching your daughter ask you a question in the press conference. So cool. So cool.
Thank you. It's fun to have them on the ride. You know, we're in this so much, right? As much as you can make them a part of it, that's what I've tried to do. So it's been really special to have that moment.
All right, a serious question. I'm gonna hit you with hard ones right away here. Give
Let's
us
go.
the status of Big Pat. You don't know any other way from me. I'm gonna hit you like Big Pat. Is he gonna play? Where is he right now? Because I think he is so important to you guys in terms of being able to, get to a Final Four, win a national title.
Yeah, obviously Pat for us means so much, right? I mean, to me, when you think about winning, I mean, he's been one of the most 10 impactful players in the country to me. If you look at analytically where he is, his rim protection he provides for our team, his passing, his scoring. I mean, look, it's him and Caleb. That's two of our top 4 scorers. Although I think we've shown in the last couple of days we can provide for the scoring in other ways as well. But he's doing well. The thing with this, you can't say on Sunday that he's ready to go on Friday because we're being cautious with his rest. This weekend we start to ramp him up with some of his treatments and some of the things he's doing. He's not doing anything on the court yet. And then we'll make the decision as we get, a few days from now. Not going to risk, you're in one and done territory, but you're also not going to risk anything of, wanting setbacks either. So we'll have to see how this progresses, but it's very positive. Like I feel very good about how he's feeling and the work he's doing with our medical team.
Jon, let's talk about your freshman. I mean, Dame stepped up defensively and was deserving of all the attention he gets defensively. But I thought Herminia and obviously Caden were big for you guys coming down for the ACC tournament. I mean, let's talk about those guys and what you think you need to see from these guys going forward to get to where you want.
100%. I mean, look, Caden, it's one of the few times I can remember ever playing a guy 40 minutes in a game. To handle Virginia's pressure for the entire game, playing your third game in 3 days. He had 2 turnovers. There's really one play in the full court. Besides that, he was perfect with the ball. In the first half, it was tough for us on offense, and he really carried us, put us on his back. And then Nick, he gets on the floor. He literally plays 1 through 5 on both ends of the floor. He's guarding DeRitter. He's initiating offense for us. But the best thing he does, he's a big-time competitor. He's on the boards. Any loose ball, you feel like he's going to get it. He just is such a competitor, man. I think as freshmen, I was looking up into the game with Pat and Caleb being out. Malik had foul trouble. He wasn't in there. All of a sudden, we had 4 freshmen and sophomore in there again. And so to be in those moments, as freshmen, you have to be very competitive. And those guys naturally, are that way.
Yeah, Jon, I like how you say this is the first time I can ever remember playing a guy. You've been a coach for like 12 minutes, man. You got to remember every game that you're coach right now. But on that note, look at your region.
2 other times I did it. That's the thing. In 4 years, I know that 2 other times. So
in your region, you have Rick Pitino, you have Bill Self, you have Tom Izzo, you have Mick Cronin, and you have Dan Hurley. Like they really threw you to the wolves, huh?
Are those good coaches? Those sound
Okay.
like pretty good coaches. I think you can find good coaches in a bracket, and I've learned this, and maybe 4 years as a head coach, but I've been fortunate to be in this tournament a lot. As soon as you start to think about, I could play them, or we could play, it usually doesn't work out that way. And so we know if we're fortunate to continue to advance, we're going to play somebody really good. They're going to have really good coaching. And it's not going to be easy. There's a reason and why it's a hard tournament to play in. It's because it's not easy for the reasons you just named.
All right, last one I got for you. You play, we haven't even talked about the team you play and who you play. It's Siena, coached by Jerry McNamara. I looked it up. You are 4 years younger than GMAC. If you guys play one-on-one, who wins?
Man, GMAC, I mean, first of all, GMAC's done a great job there. I've known GMAC for a long time. I got 4 years on them. It's a key 4 years from 38 to 42. And so I'm not even, no offense, GMAC, but that's, I'm getting that one done.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Listen, John, appreciate you jumping on, man. Best of luck. Goodman's going to be down there in Greenville, and he felt so bad that he didn't want to go to the ACC tournament. He's following you to Greenville, and then he's following you to DC if you guys make it there. You'll be seeing too much of Goodman. You're going to be sick of him here in a couple of weeks.
Well, I will say with GMAC can still shoot it, I bet, though. The GMAC still, so that would be something.
You can.
That would be.
Neither one of you would do anything else other than spot up shooting, because neither one of you can move.
Oh, you can do that for a long time.
Yeah, you might as well just play horse. John, get out of here, man. Go prep. Appreciate you jumping on.
Man. All right. Yeah.
That was Duke head coach Jon Scheyer, not completely bathed in blue light like Dusty May was, which I still can't believe how blue Dusty was. He looked like a Smurf when he jumped on. That was really funny. It was the blue lights, man. It's the blue lights. It's go blue. It's Michigan. That's why they had the blue lights in the bus. That's what we're going with. I'm going to go to the West because I think the West is really interesting. We got Arizona as the number 1 seed, Purdue as the number 2 seed, who completely, like, I was ready to pick Purdue, like maybe even get upset in the first round, Randolph, and then their run to the Big Ten championship completely flipped by and paid. I'm like, maybe I got to take this team to the Final Four. I got to stop being so reactionary. We got Gonzaga as the 3.
You?
Yeah, me, just a little bit. We got AJ DeBonta and BYU as the 6. And then I think my favorite matchup, I'm going to go ahead and say this. We're going to start with this one, right? My favorite matchup in this region in the first round is High Point and Wisconsin. Yeah. And if Wisconsin and Arkansas both win, we got a potential second round matchup of Nick Boyd and John Blackwell against Malik Thomas and Darius Acuff. If I could go right now to, where is that? If I could go to Portland is where I would want to go for the first round of the NCAA tournament right now. Talk to me about this region, RC, your biggest takeaways.
That Wisconsin, I don't, that High Point Wisconsin matchup intrigues me, but I'm not ready to just quite pick. I can't go against. I don't know if I can go against the Badgers yet. My daughter went to High Point. She's screaming that I stick with High Point. You know what? Before we get too far now, I'm looking at the first 4-in matchup with Texas and NC State.
Mm-hmm.
I look at that because you're talking about two teams that are with two head coaches with a lot of expectations and taking over jobs. And, you know, for either program, I wonder, they probably thought they were further along. They were in and not necessarily going to Dayton, even though I consider them in. But that's a really good, that's a difficult matchup. And whoever loses that will really have I think they had a disappointing season.
Mm-hmm. Goodman?
Yeah, that Wisconsin High Point game is going to be great, Rob. I mean, I saw them in person earlier this year. They got great guards. I mean, Rob Martin's terrific. We know Owen Aquino up front is unique in his skill set, but that'll be a fun 5-12 matchup there. I like this whole bracket because I think there's a lot of intriguing things. And out of the bottom of it, I don't know who's going to come out. I mean, again, BYU hasn't had a lot of quality wins this year, big time wins, but AJ, if you just let him go to work, and I thought at the end of their last game, they didn't really get him the ball in crunch time. I just think you got to live or die with AJ DeBonta right now. And I think that's what Kevin Young will do. Gonzaga, who knows if Braden Huff's back? I would assume he's done. And even if he does come back, he's missed so much time. I don't know how effective he'll be. You know, Miami's got to play Missouri in St. Louis. And then,
yes,
you know, Miami's got to play Missouri in St. Louis. And then if Missouri wins that, Purdue has to play him in St. Louis. I feel like watching, though, Purdue today, I'm with Rob. Like, I'm kind of back. And I'm back, especially when I look at the bottom half of the bracket. I don't know if Purdue can beat Arizona if they get there. And I also think Arkansas is going to give Arizona some serious problems because, you know, if Trevor Brazile with his length, they're not deep, but they've got a guy named Darius Acuff who's as good as anybody in the country. And Brazil's when Brazil plays the way he did today, like, they are a team that can beat almost anybody. If you put Acuff, Malik Thomas, and Brazil out there, man, so I like this bracket. I'm going to take Arizona to beat Purdue. And, man, if I had a piece of chalk, right, it's just I don't know what to do. I want to go against the ones and the twos, but I don't know where to do it.
I think Arizona is the best team in this tournament. I don't think it's I think
that way.
with their health and where they are, I mean, I think they're the best team in the tournament, and I think all year long. Forget the seedings. I think they have been from November to now the best team in college basketball, and I see no reason for that to change. I wish Arkansas was in the lower part of this bracket because I think they go a lot farther. I just think they can go as far as Arizona, and that's it. It's over there. I think if they were down at the bottom, I think they can make it all the way to the Elite Eight. I think it's Purdue and Arizona. I don't think anybody, with the way Purdue's playing, I think this sets up pretty good for Purdue to start playing. But I am intrigued though with the Miami Missouri. No one knows Gates better than CY being on Miami staff now, so he'll have some insight to help them there. But that is essentially a home game for Missouri. But that matchup intrigues me a little bit. But I think Purdue comes out of the bottom half of the bracket, and I think Arizona at the top. But I wish Arizona could have been maybe, a 6 seed or something like that. I thought it would have been more of a favorable matchup to get them to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, I'm with you guys, but I will say, I think the two most dangerous teams on that 4-5 line are the two teams that are in this region, because Nick Boyd, and to a lesser extent John Blackwell, and Darius Acuff, and to a lesser extent Malik Brown, can absolutely take over a game. Like Darius Acuff put up 49 at Alabama in double overtime, playing on a banged up ankle. Like what do you have today? 28 and 10. I think he has the most 30-point 10 assist games since Trae Young. The only person that's had more 30-point 10 assist games as a freshman than Darius Acuff has is Trae Young. And I know that doesn't really bode well for the stuff you do in the tournament, but I think that this team is better than what Oklahoma had with Trae, and I think Darius is better than what Trae Young was in college because there's more around him. But I think that that's going to be a dogfight. Whoever, if Arizona ends up playing one of those two teams in the Sweet 16, it's going to be a dogfight. I think Arizona gets past them because they can beat you so many different ways, but that's going to be a tough one. You got to upset in this region, Goodman. You got a double-digit seed that you think will win, not just could win, but will win.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is Missouri playing at home. I think they're going to have the home court advantage. I also think, BYU. You just watch them, and they just don't have enough around AJ right now. They're missing that third guy. Obviously, he's got Rob Wright alongside, but without Saunders, they just don't have guys that can really score right now. So whoever wins that Texas-NC State game, neither team has played great down the stretch. We know NC State has really struggled. But I think both of them could beat BYU in that game as well.
Yeah, that's the one that I would go with, is probably that 11 seed getting past BYU. I want AJ DeBonta to make a run, but it feels like BYU is not been themselves for the better part of a month now.
Who wins that Texas-NC State game?
Well, give me NC State. I think I'm going to take NC State. Like this, because
that's your matchup against BYU right there. That's your matchup. That's your BYU matchup.
Yeah, and I think that Will Wade's going to have his guys ready. I think Will Wade's going to have his guys ready. I think that they win.
I like the Malik Renew and the Mark Mitchell matchup too, the Miami-Missouri matchup, even though like Jeff already said, Missouri, it's a home game, and tough matchup for Queens too.
Yep. Those 7, 10, 8, 9 games are going to be really, really good. I don't think either of those teams are good enough to win their next matchup, but I think both those games are going to be like, if you're looking for a buzzer beater out of this region, or one of those games that ends up being like down to the final possession, I think both of those games will. Give me Utah State winning, and I'm going with Miami. You guys hating on Jay Lucas over here. RC, you're supposed to be the ACC guy. You're supposed to have my back on ACC stuff, and you pick Iowa State over Virginia, and now you're taking Missouri over Miami.
I didn't pick the game. That was Jeff that said Missouri. I didn't pick the game.
Unbelievable.
I said that would be a great matchup. Now, if you're asking me, it is a home game for Missouri, but I'm going with Miami over Missouri in that game.
There you go. Canes,
so there you go.
You. Give me your picks, Jeff. Give me your picks.
Arizona, Purdue. I'm going Arizona, Purdue.
That's easy. Yeah, Arizona's the best team in the tournament. I think they'll win it.
Yeah.
Jeff doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it. Jeff's holding back. He's really crossing. He's really praying that they're going to do it so he can finally feel like he's not a homer and pick everybody. But he's really happy. He's about as happy as you were when UConn was winning.
Dude, imagine how unbearable I will be if Indiana football and Arizona basketball both win the national title.
You can't get any more unbearable. So don't say that. That's not. We got to get.
Imagine how unbearable you'd be. Like that's just you. That's you existing, Goodman. That is you.
Hey,
like just
Jeff got two friends in life, Rob. It's just you and I, and we're like, you got two friends.
It's just hard. Like the only non so far we've done 3 regions. The only non-1 or 2 that I've chosen so far is Michigan State over UConn. That's it. And they're 3.
But I think that's how it's going to be this year. That's how it was last year. I think it's going to be how it is this year again. And I'm going to take. So I'll roll through here. I'm going to actually take High Point to beat Wisconsin. It just feels like this is the quintessential letdown spot.
I love the Badgers.
I do, but
you love the Badgers more than anybody this year.
I do, but like I also love High Point. Like they have the size to be able to match up with them. They have really good guards, and like this there's always a team that makes a run that everyone falls in love with in the conference tournament and then lays an egg in the first round of the NCAA tournament. I think that might be Wisconsin this year. Give me Arizona beating Arkansas to get the Elite Eight. I will take Purdue beating NC State. I'm going to have NC State beat Texas, beat BYU, and then get past Gonzaga. Purdue takes down NC State to get to the Elite Eight, and I got Arizona getting past Purdue. We're going to take a quick break here. On the other side, we're going to hear from the guy that was the 4th to last team in the field, but was the last team to be undefeated this season. As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app. You sign up using bonus code FIELD. You deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season one for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. The 2026 NCAA March Madness Men's Tournament is back, and it's guaranteed to keep you dancing every night. The biggest events in college sports is finally here, and TNT Sports has you covered from the opening tip to the final buzzer and everything in between. Keep up with all the heart-pumping, show-stopping craziness of March Madness across TBS, CBS, TNT, and TrueTV, and the March Madness Live app as we march all the way to Indianapolis. And this year, the men's Final Four returns to TBS on April 4th and April 6th. Catch all the clutch shots, big-time plays, upsets, Cinderellas, Blue Bloods, and more that keep you on the edge of your seat. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action, so tune into the NCAA Men's First Four starting Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on True TV and in the March Madness Live app.
Hey everyone, Jeff Goodman here, and I'm excited to tell you about what's going on with our partners at Voodoo Rangers. You know what makes March even better? Chaos. That 111 seed that nobody believed in suddenly ruining everyone's weekend. And this year, Voodoo Ranger wants you to bet on 11. Grab a can of GeForce IPA with 11% ABV, then register that beer at bet11.com. If an 11 seed advances, you have a chance to win a juicy prize, $11,000. We're also taking a trip to Vegas, exclusive GeForce merch. And if an 11 seed pulls off an upset, 1,100 fans could win cash for their next round. It's the juiciest bet of the tournament. No brackets, no stress, just cold beer and beautiful chaos. Visit beton11.com to enter. Win or lose, still got beer. Learn more at bet11.com. You must be 21 or older. No alcohol purchase necessary. Legal in all 50 states. Full rules at beton11.com.
We are running it back with Splash Sports, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, the Survivor contest that we hosted with Splash paid out $40,000 to the winner. This year, the grand prize pays out a guaranteed $100K. For just $25 an entry and up to 133 entries, you can get a chance to prove that you are smarter than the field of 68. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Just pick one team every day of the tournament to win, and if they do, you advance. The catch? You can only use each team once. We're also hosting a free-to-enter bracket on Splash. If you're looking to host one of your own, Splash can handle everything for you, from the entries to the payouts to the standings. We'll be running it back with the Sweet 16 Survivor contest as well for those that do not survive the first weekend. And Splash is now offering Quick Picks, a daily fantasy game that allows you to predict whether a player reaches a certain number on a specific stat. All links are in the description below. The big dance starts soon. Get in before it tips off. Well, welcome back to the Field of 68 Selection Sunday Marathon, the bracket breakdown. We're going to be here for another, get this, 4 hours and 18 minutes, at least, depending on how long Brad Evans decides he's going to yell about picks and bets and lines and spreads and futures and everything in that 11 o'clock hour. Rob Doster, Jeff Goodman, Randolph Childress. We're going to hear from
Splash
Travis
Sports, Rob.
here.
Rob, Splash.
No, I know.
Sports.
Hold on, Goodman.
Reminding you.
Let the
hosting
pros,
duties.
Let the pros handle this. Okay. We're going to hear from Travis Steele in just a minute. While you wait, join our Survivor pool over on Splash Sports. For everyone that has never done Survivor before, it's basically you pick a team in each round of the tournament to win. If they win, you advance. And if you advance all the way to the final, then you have a chance to win $100,000. RC, $100,000. That is 6 digits.
What would you
one
do,
comma in the middle,
RC? What would you do for $100,000?
100,000.
What would you do with $100,000 right now if you won it?
I don't know if I'd do anything different. Maybe buy me a golf membership somewhere or something. I don't know.
I'd buy a boat.
I wouldn't buy a boat.
I'd buy a boat.
I go to my dad's for a boat. I don't know I don't know what I want.
I'd buy a boat. I have nowhere to put the boat. I just buy a boat and have it sitting in my backyard.
Just buy one.
Let's get into the South region while we wait for the description. The link's in the description below. We also have a bracket pool that we are going to be doing. That link is in the description below as well. Let's get to the South region. Florida is the number 1 in the South, gentlemen. Number 2 in the South is Houston. I want to start here. Feels like this is the region where there's a lot of potential home court advantage stuff that can get a little bit wonky here, because we have 3-seed Illinois going to Greenville and potentially facing UNC in the second round of the tournament in Greenville, South Carolina. And if it just so happens the number 1 and the number 2 seed make it to the Elite 8, we could get Houston playing Florida in a rematch of the national championship game in Houston. Randolph, if you're Florida, you got to be sitting here thinking, man, we did all of this. We made this entire run. We won the SEC just to have to go get Houston in Houston.
Yeah, but you're skimming past one. I think the VCU UNC game gets real interesting early. I don't know if I'd gloss over that as if it's automatic. I think Carolina has to figure a way guard play wise to get it done. But that's an interesting game. This is the one bracket. I think it's where it's not as slam dunk, where there's a little bit of like, all right, let me see where. But I don't think it happens. I think it could only be Houston. And well, I'll take that back. I think Illinois you're going to see Illinois make a run. I think they're the team that I think.
We're going to hear a lot more about your takes on Houston and Illinois and VCU and North Carolina after we talk to Travis Steele, the head coach of Miami University, who's in the tournament. Travis, what's going on, man? You are dancing. Your brother is dancing. So before we get into anything else, who is actually the better dancer between the two of you? You or your brother John Gross?
Oh man, I'm gonna say neither. I'm gonna say neither. I know I have no rhythm. He has no rhythm. I would say, man, that's we should probably just be sitting that one out. Maybe just kind of keep it very simple. Keep it very simple out there on the dance floor.
Hey, what was last night like going to sleep last night? I want to know the truth. Like, did you sleep? How nervous were you? Everybody thought you were in, but like, who knows what can happen with the committee?
Yeah, you never know, right? I watched my brother's team win against Toledo. It was a heck of a game. I mean, Toledo put up a great fight. It was could have went either way, and John obviously won, which again, I said congratulations to him, and obviously a nice note to Todd Kowalczyk as well, who I have a ton of respect for at Toledo. But yeah, I mean, I listen. I think I used to always probably get all, probably ended this thing too much, right? And I think you learn. Listen, I went to my son's soccer game today, both yesterday as well. Listen, I got to be a dad as well, and a husband, and listen, we got to focus on the things we can control. And we lost that ability because we lost against UMass, right? And that's what I told our guys. So we have to live with whatever the committee says, and fortunately, we're in it.
Travis, my question to you is, how did you guys navigate the season that way? I mean, because there was legitimate undefeated talk throughout the year. We can't pretend that's a distraction before we even get to the NCAA tournament, because either way, you're going into league play. You knew it was going to be a one-bit league, and then your season made it a two-bit league in that aspect. So, but how did you guys navigate all the distractions of going undefeated and what that brought to your group? And how'd you coach it?
Yeah, I think number one, player leadership. Our three captains, Evan Ipsaro, Ian Elmer, and Peter Suter, did a great job of kind of help steering our ship in the right direction. Because everywhere we went, listen, as the year went on, it got louder and louder and louder, right? And everywhere we went was a Super Bowl sellout, free beer, free tickets or whatever they were doing to try to knock us off. And I thought our guys handled it really well. We had fun on the journey. I think, sometimes, one of the best things I ever did was I coached my oldest son's, back then it was his fourth grade AAU team. And it kind of taught you listen, you can work hard and still have a lot of fun, right? It's not just working hard. And so we tried to put that into work here at Miami with our culture. And I think that really helped us kind of get through it, man, just doing it for each other, having fun with it, enjoying the ride, because it is probably a once in a lifetime opportunity ride that we had this year.
I think, Travis, a lot of the teams that come in kind of, mid-majors as 11 seeds, 12 seeds, whatever it is, face a little bit of pressure when it comes to the bright lights. It might be a new experience for them. You guys have dealt with this, man. Like it's not like you've been out of the public eye. We've been talking about you on a nightly basis on the field of 68 for probably a month and a half now. You guys have been on national television. It feels like every game that you've played for the last month. Do you think that will help prepare you guys a little bit more just for what, like the spectacle of the dance?
For sure. I think, listen, we've been in the eye of the storm for the last month and a half, and I think that'll definitely serve us well moving here forward in March. Our guys won't be overwhelmed with all the media, all the, everybody, all the eyes on the game. We've kind of had it, so I think that'll prepare us here moving forward.
Travis, were you obviously you're ecstatic that you got in, but you're in the play-in? Like, how did you feel when you saw yourself in the play-in? Were you fine with it or a little bit upset?
Travis, let me answer that before you give the coach's talk. Let me answer that before you get the coach's talk. Yes, he is, and I'm sure he's going to tell his team that, because I'm like, how the hell do you go from a top 25 team, you lose one game, did a play-in game? Like, cut it out, Travis. Go get your dub, man. Go get your dub. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You can ask me.
I love it. Yeah, listen, for us, as long as we have that seat at the table, we get to control our own destiny, though. Yeah. Listen, I didn't care whether we were playing in Dayton, whether playing Tampa, although the weather's probably a heck of a lot better down in Tampa, like in between as you're walking from your hotel to the bus and maybe from the bus to the gym. Because that's all you get with the sunshine, during this run. But listen, we get to control this deal, man. So I know this for our fans, it's going to be awesome. I mean, it's 50 minutes away from our university, and we have all of our students here on campus. This thing's going to be a home game for us.
Yeah, I was going to say the spin zone here, the silver lining is you get to go play a home game right now in the first round in the playing game of the NCAA tournament. Travis, congratulations, man. Hell of a season, hell of a run. Don't let this thing stop with just the playing game. We want to see you guys keep winning games.
Absolutely, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Trev. That was Miami, not Miami of Ohio, Miami University head coach Travis Steele, who's they've been through a lot this season. They're battle tested. They're ready, and I think they're going to pick off SMU. That's where I'm at with it. All right, let's get back to the South. Florida's the 1. Houston is the 2. It's in Houston. That could be a little bit drama filled. We were just kind of dipping our toe into this bracket earlier, RC, and you came out with a scalding hot take right off the bat. I want to hear you a little bit more on. You said VCU over UNC. You said that's a real threat. Why? And what is so intriguing about that matchup for you?
I think they match up wise. They're going to have size to match up with Carolina front line, and I love their guard play. I love Lewis at backcourt. I just think that they're going to have the length and the size to match up. Phil Martelli Jr. kind of has put that team together with high major size, so they won't be overwhelmed. They took a tough one on the chin. I watched them take a tough one on the chin early in the year against NC State. This is a really good team. Took them a little while to kind of put things together. I think they were overshadowed all year long with the great year that St. Louis had. And the A-10 is a really tough league. And so for them to come out and win it, I'm not surprised. They played themselves into the tournament. And again, they're good enough. They're good enough. They match up well. Usually in these matchups, there's just a massive deal of size. And, and this is a really big mid-major program team that'll play well. So I just don't think it's a foregone conclusion when you made the comment like, oh, UNC against Illinois. It's like, wait a minute, that'll be a really good game. And if Carolina can't get some really good play out of their point guard, then look out. I think Seth Trumbull will be really solid, but we got to figure out what goes on from Evans and Dixon. They need to step up and be consistent in the tournament, or VCU will move on.
Yeah, Goodman, there's a lot of really interesting first-round matchups in the South. I think that Vanderbilt and McNeese is something that I would definitely be keeping an eye on. I think that Nebraska and Troy is something to be keeping an eye on. And I think that the battle between Randy Bennett, his slow pace, his ball screen offense, the way that they defend with a buckyball that wants to get up and down the floor and fire up threes, that's going to be fascinating. What's the matchup that you're looking forward to the most, and where do you think an upset's going to happen?
It's such a surprising top of the bracket, guys. I mean, you look at the teams that got in, right? Clemson, we didn't expect them to do much. They get in. Iowa, didn't really expect much out of them other than Bennett Stirtz. Vandy, nobody expected them to be this good, and they got kind of screwed into a 5 seed. But Nebraska, like, it's all these kind of cute stories at the top. Now, what I will say is Florida could end up playing Vandy again. I just saw that. It was ugly. It was ugly. So anybody who's just picking Florida and just pencil them in all the way through, that's probably a bad idea right now. Now, I know they've been dominant for the last 2 months of the season, but I think this is, if there's one region that is primed to break and just go crazy, it might be the South. And the bottom, same thing, guys. Same thing. I know they're playing in Houston. I get that. But Kingston Fleming, if he doesn't have a good game, where else is Houston getting the scoring from? Because Uzan's been lost. I've said it. He looks completely lost right now. So if you're not getting it from Sharp and Kingston, I don't know, man. Like Illinois, when you talk about the guys, give me 5 guys that could put their team on their back and just go bananas and win games in the tournament. How do you not have Keaton Wagler on that list? How do you not? Like, we've seen what he could do this year. So I think Illinois comes out of the bottom. I really do. I think, again, they're not the most physical team. They're not the best defensive team against Houston. I just think Houston scares me a little bit because they're too dependent on Kingston Flemings. So I'm going to take, having said all that, I'm going to take Florida, Illinois, even though I did see Vandy beat Florida. I'm not going to go against them there, and I'm going to take Florida to beat Illinois.
You didn't come close. You know what question I asked you? I asked you which double digit seed was going to win in the first round, and you started talking about Florida beating Illinois. RC, which double digit seed do you see winning in the first round? Like, give me an upset. Give me a Cinderella out of this region.
I think I thought I did already. I thought if I had to pick one out of the region, it would be VCU in the first round over Carolina.
VCU.
He wasn't listening.
Yeah, I think at a double-digit seeds, I think that would be the. Yeah. I thought that would be the one we kind of talked about. I'm with Jeff though. I think Illinois has a favorable matchup through if they're healthy, and Houston at home always that's tough. But again, and we got to give shout out to Hoiberg too. He's gonna get his first win. They're gonna beat Troy, and Nebraska's they're gonna get their first NCAA tournament bid. So if we were doing toast, we'd do a toast to Nebraska. I think they'll get there first. So that's something we can. And they've had a hell of a year.
Yes, they have.
The matchup, the matchup that I'm really looking forward to is McNeese and Vanderbilt, because I think that is very much strength on strength. And you mentioned this right with VCU and North Carolina, where a lot of times there's a significant size and height and athleticism and physicality disadvantage when you're looking at the mid majors versus the high majors. And I don't think that exists in this matchup either, because of the fact that Vanderbilt is not the biggest and longest and most athletic team. So I really like this matchup here for McNeese. They force more turnovers than anybody else in college basketball. They do it while sacrificing the offensive glass, and Vanderbilt is not a great offensive rebounding team. I think that there's enough athleticism and length in that backcourt to bother Tyler Tanner and Duke Miles, and I will be taking McNeese State to beat Vanderbilt in the first round of this tournament.
Not gonna.
No, you don't think so? No.
Yeah, I don't either. I see.
Give me an upset.
I'll go back to you.
Give me an upset.
We haven't even talked about St. Mary's, by the way, in this bracket. That a lot of people.
I think they
haven't
win the
talked
Texas
about.
A&M game.
I do too, and it's obviously would be a really tough matchup against Houston there, but physically they've got really good guards. They've got a pretty good front line. They do have size. I mean, McKeever's huge. I just think, Houston in that one probably ends up winning that game. I'm with you, RC. I think VCU, that's the upset I could see. That's the first round upset. And again, no knock on Carolina. It's just like, dude, you lost a top 5 player, and your guards have been
lost a lot of
the big question mark through the year, right? Point guard play, making life easier. There's just more on Visar than probably needs to be on him. So I would take VCU. To answer your earlier question, Robert, I didn't want to duck it. I didn't want to look like I was ducking that question.
All right, so let's get to picks here. I'm going to take St. Mary's to beat Houston. So I have McNeese State beating Vanderbilt. I'll have Nebraska getting past McNeese State, so Nebraska gets to the Sweet 16. Florida, I think, makes it all the way to the Elite Eight relatively easily. I have VCU beating Carolina, Illinois getting past VCU, and then St. Mary's and Illinois playing in the Sweet 16. I just think with St. Mary's, I'll be quick on this. They're incredible on the glass, which could help nullify a lot of what Houston does well. They are a very good gapping defense that is not going to allow Houston to kind of get to those tough jumpers that they love and those tough middies that they love. And I think they have enough size to be able to deal with some of the length inside. And they got Mikey Lewis, who to me can be a game changer. So I'll go on a limb. St. Mary's upsetting Houston in the second round against the Sweet 16.
Definitely not happening.
All right, so give me Marcy, give me your Elite Eight and your Final Four out of this region.
I'm going to go Illini in Florida, and that's going to be a coin flip. I can't imagine picking Illinois and having to deal with Trevor. I don't know who would be more annoying, picking Arizona to win it or dealing with him and Jeff in Indianapolis. It's going to be hard for me to pick against Florida, but I think Illinois with this bracket, has a pretty good setup.
I have the same thing. Illinois beating Florida to get to the Final Four. Goodman, you?
I'm going all 4 number ones to go to the Final Four. I'm going to take Florida to beat Illinois.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me your national title game then, and your champion.
RC, you want to go first?
Arizona.
I'm taking Arizona. I'm taking Arizona over Duke.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm taking Arizona over Florida. I just, like RC said earlier, they're the healthiest of the big 3. There's been a big 3 for the most part this year. You know what they managed to do? Stay healthier than Duke. They managed to stay healthier than Michigan. and they're damn good.
I think the
They are
guard
damn
injuries
good.
for both of those teams, Michigan and Duke, eventually catches up with them around the Elite Eight Final Four matchups. I think that's the problem that they're going to have.
Yep. All right, listen, we gotta keep the bracket show moving. I don't feel good about the fact that all of us just picked Arizona to win national champion. I don't like agreeing with Goodman about anything. I do like agreeing with RC about stuff, so that does make me feel a little bit better. I'm going to say that Goodman copied. When we come back, Norm Roberts, Matt McCall, John Martin are going to be here breaking down the bracket for the next hour. Field of 68. It's coming up next. As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app, you sign up using bonus code FIELD, you deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season one for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. To give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. With over 35 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 live events listed on SeatGeek, from concerts and festivals to sports and more. It's how I was able to get cheap tickets for the Tourney's first round games in Philadelphia this year. Every ticket on the app is backed by SeatGeek's buyer guarantee. And if you guys use code FIELD, you get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek. That's 10% off tickets with code FIELD. Use the link in the description to download the app, and you have the code automatically added to your account. It's 2026. Everything in our world has leveled up. Our phones are supercomputers, your car parks itself, but your razor is still flimsy and overpriced. That's where Harry's Plus comes in. Harry's Plus has an advanced pivoting system to reach every corner of your face. It has refined blade tech for a close and smoother shave, and has a weighted metal handle for added control and comfort. Most importantly for me, Harry's Plus has German-engineered blades that are honed at 3 different angles to cut hair cleanly and without razor burn. I may have a beard, but I still need to shave my neck to make sure I don't look like Paul Gasol. And with Harry's, I have never dealt with razor burn, painful bumps, or the kind of nicks and cuts that you get with drugstore blades. If you don't love your shave, Harry's will make it right, no questions asked. There's zero downside to giving it a shot. For a limited time, our listeners get the Harry's Plus trial set for only $10 at harrys.com/F68. This set includes all new Harry's Plus razor, 1 refined 5-blade cartridge, a 2-ounce foaming shave gel, and a travel cover to protect your blades on the go. Just head to harrys.com/F68 and tell them we sent you.
All right, welcome back to the Selection Sunday Marathon here on the Field of 68 Media Network. This is the coaches panel, because you've got the great Norm Roberts, Matt McCall, and failing and flailing. What is it? 12 under AAU coach Rob Doster.
10U Final Four. I'm a Final Four 10U Final Four coach. Okay,
I like it.
So this is the I'm John Martin, by the way, and I'm not in coaching yet, but give it a few years. I got a lot of kids, so I'm sure I'll find my way there. Thanks for being with us here on the Field of 68, obviously on a big day in the sport. We are going until what time? Midnight Eastern, Rob?
We'll be here for midnight. McCall's on until midnight. No break. Look, did you see McCall's face? McCall was like, "Oh my god, wait, what?"
I only agreed to an hour. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Norm. First of all, tell these guys about the hunker. Nobody understands what the hunker is. When you're in the Billy? NCAA tournament, yeah. Tell them about the hunker, Norm. Tell them when you're getting ready for a game in the NCAA tournament, working for Coach Billy Donovan, tell them about the hunker.
You're going to be in there and you're going to watch film. You're going to be in there for quite a long time until he's done. Believe me, Bill Self was the same exact way. They're in the hunker right now, getting after it right now. So,
well, perfect. This hour is going to fly by then on the Field of 68. So let's just jump into it. We'll kind of work our way, around the bracket here and just kind of start in each region. Let's start with the East. Obviously, Duke there as the #1. Matt, we'll start with you. We just look at this region. Duke 1, UConn 2, Michigan State 3. What's just your general takeaway, your first reaction when you see that region in the NCAA tournament in the East?
They gave the number 1 overall seed 0 favors. 0 favors. Like, are you kidding me with this? I mean, this is the hardest region in the country. It's not even close. You know, Duke's gonna get past Siena, GMAC, you know, who won a national championship at Syracuse. Then they're gonna play, you know, Ohio State or TCU. TCU knocked off the Florida Gators, who are also a 1 seed, and then they could get St. John's or Kansas, one of those 2 teams. Yeah. You have a St. John's team who's a 5 seed. They just won the Big East regular season and Big East tournament championship. 2 weeks ago, we're sitting here thinking UConn's a 1 seed, and they blew them out in the tournament. They have to get past them. Kansas arguably has the best player in the country in Darren Peterson. When he's out there, when he's fully healthy, we know that. Then on the bottom side of the bracket, you've got a Louisville team. We'll see where Michael Brown Jr. is. But Michigan State, UConn, like, what? This is what the committee is doing for the number 1 overall seed. This is by far the most difficult region in the NCAA tournament. I don't even think, fellas, it's even close. But this is and a Duke team that's got 2 starters out with injuries.
Yeah. Norm, any thoughts there for that path for Duke as the number 1 overall?
I think Matt's totally right. And you know what it is? There's teams in this bracket that are grinders, that are tough, that are physical, that are going to wear you out. You know, St. John's can do it. Hey, TCU, if they match up with TCU, TCU's that way. TCU is going they're going to make it hard for them to score. They control the tempo of the game. If Duke is a little bit off and not shooting the ball well, they could have problems with them. Kansas, obviously, when they're playing at full throttle, can beat anybody in the country. They've shown that. They've done that. And, you know, it's a new season now for them. You know, and then you got Michigan State, who's just been a bear all year against anybody. Now, they played each other, but you know Izzo's going to be ready to do some things a little bit different. And believe me, Caleb Foster played very well in that game that they won against Michigan State, if you remember. So, and then at the bottom, having UConn there. I mean, UConn, you know, they're going to get better and better after getting beaten the Big East tournament. You know, they're going to come back and Hurley's going to have them ready. So it's going to be a war in the East, without a doubt.
Rob, I know you just got done doing an hour, but
no, it's brutal in that region. And I think the point Norm made is really matters here, especially at the top of that region, because you're talking about Duke without their starting point guard. Now, Caden Boozer was exceptional for the second half of the end of the Florida State game. Then in the semifinals, he was really good as well against Clemson. And then he probably played the best game of his college career in the finals against Virginia of the ACC tournament. So he's been really good. But asking him as a freshman that started – 3 games in his college basketball career to go deal with potentially Rick Pitino and that St. John's defense and the physicality and length and toughness that they got, like, that is a big ask. And, you know, there's one guy in college basketball this year that I look at and I say, okay, that is a nightmare matchup for Cam Boozer. Beyond, like, Ncaa was terrific in the ACC tournament championship game, but Zuby Ejiofor is as strong as him, he's as mobile as him, and he can protect the rim. And that's the matchup that I don't think that Duke wanted to see. And it'll be very interesting to see what happens if those programs do end up playing each other. I think what they did, though, Matt, to your point, I think what they did is that the selection committee and just said, we don't want to have to spread out the Hall of Famers too much because we know media loves that stuff. So we're just going to put all the Hall of Famers in the East.
Let's throw them all in the same region.
Yeah, put them all in the same spot. John, we're going to find out if Jon Scheyer's for real, and we're going to let him go deal with Bill Self and Rick Pitino and Tom Izzo and Dan Hurley and Pat Kelsey and Mick Cronin, all of these guys that are really, really good coaches. So, yeah, good luck, John.
But the scary thing for Duke.
The guy went to the Final Four last year, and he's 2 possessions away from being undefeated, and he lost 2 starters and just won the ACC tournament.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Hey, the scary thing for Duke is if they get in foul trouble. If Caden Boozer gets in foul trouble, and they're going to play against some guards that are going to attack him, if they get in foul trouble, who do they play at the point? They're going to have to play. Obviously, Cameron would handle the ball a lot as a point, but you know what I'm saying? They're going to struggle if he gets in foul trouble. It's going to change up the whole makeup of their team.
Absolutely. All right, let's just kind of work our way through who's going to be in the Elite Eight in the East and who's moving on to the Final Four. Matt, we'll come to you.
I've been going through this for the last 2 hours. Am I crazy to think that South Florida can upset Louisville? Am I crazy to think that? Brian He's going to be in Buffalo. He's going to be in Buffalo, where he coached under Coach Nate Oates. I like St. John's play UConn again. I think that's what the committee wants, and I think that's what's going to happen. Watching that game last night
in the Elite Eight.
That's what I got.
Wow.
I think that's what the committee wants. I think that's what they want.
St. John. I have, if you're asking me, I couldn't hear, but if you're asking me, I still have it as Duke and UConn. I have Duke and UConn, but I do see a South Florida could upset a Louisville. But the only thing that scares me is South Florida plays the same game as Louisville. They spread the floor, they shoot threes, and Louisville probably has a little bit higher level player. So that kind of scares me there. But I definitely see a Duke UConn making it to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, big moment for Isaiah Nelson there with South Florida. I mean, AAC Player of the Year.
Dr. Doster, where is Tyler Bilodeau at?
Mick Cronin said today that he told Goodman that both Tyler and Donovan Dent should be ready for the first round of the dance. But I don't know if you guys noticed this. Every single player that was injured is going to be ready for March Madness and fully healthy and fully available.
You want to keep your seed. Keep your seed.
So we'll see what ends up happening. I do think that they dodged the worst of it with Tyler is what it sounds like. I don't know if that means he's going to be like himself for the first round of the NCAA tournament, but I don't think that we're talking like he needs surgery right now. I love South Florida over Louisville. I hear what you're saying, Norm, but if Michael Brown doesn't play, I think that really limits what Louisville can be. South Florida has the size to be able to match up with a team that kind of has some questions on the interior. And I actually have, you guys can tell you, I know the two coaches here are going to tell me I'm crazy for this. I got South Florida beating Michigan State too, because I think South Florida can do some of the things that will give Michigan State problems. Get up, they'll be able to get out and run. They can rebound. They'll be able to get into offense before a defense gets set. And I was sitting here, and I'll be honest with you guys, I was sitting here saying there's no chance that I'm going to pick UConn to get out of the first weekend. Like I've seen this too much with this team. Like I watch it, I'm too close. Like I know what's kind of coming in the pipeline. And then I think that they got about as friendly of a bracket breakdown as you probably could have gotten, all things considering, for a 2 seed with how good some of the teams are in college basketball this year. UCLA coming across the country to play in Philadelphia against
which we know Coach Cronin, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like that.
He does not like that. So I think that's a good matchup for him. I think that if they get South Florida in the Sweet 16, I think that's a good matchup for them. So I think they can get to DC here. And I will say, I made this point before, and I'm just curious, like you guys both coached in the NCAA tournament. I think that it's more beneficial for UConn to get to games that are less physical because of how motion oriented their offense is and how important it is for them to have the timing and the coming off of the screens and being able to cut at the right time. And you can't be as physical off the ball in the tournament when you have officials that have to call these fouls to be able to advance to the next round of the tournament. If you're getting graded, you got to call everything, right? There were some things that would have been third-degree assault in New York City in that game on Saturday night that weren't called during the game because that's just what Big East basketball is. And I'm not complaining about it. Like we all know that's what we signed up for when you go to the Big East. We get it. But I think that it's beneficial for UConn to play in non-conference games because of how that's officiated. Long-winded way of saying I got Duke beating UConn to get to the Final Four.
Yeah, I agree with that. I struggle a little bit with your South Florida bet against Michigan State because it's like we haven't seen South Florida really play anybody in like 3 months. I mean, or longer, 4 months maybe. I don't really know how good they are, to be totally honest.
Here we go with the anti-American agenda.
But it's reality, though. It's totally reality. And Memphis got a dose of that last year against Colorado State. These teams are irrelevant for 3 months. They play well against that caliber of competition, then they get out of it, and it's like it's a little bit of a shock to the system. So, I mean, could they keep up with Louisville? Could they cover a spread against Louisville? Yeah, but I don't think I'm going to be picking them to win. So, and like Coach said,
I think they can beat Louisville. I don't think they beat Michigan State.
They're not beating Michigan State.
With that front line with Michigan State, Jackson Kohler, Cooper, and Fears has just continued to grow and improve and get better and get better and get better all season long. Yeah. Right? Like dribbling off your foot at home against Duke with the game on the line, that may have been the best thing that happened for him.
Yeah.
And the relationship growth, and I continue to say this, between him and Coach Izzo, those guys are clicking, and they're clicking on all cylinders. So I think South Florida can win a game. Can they beat that Michigan State team? I don't think so. I really don't. That front line is too big and too good. And Kohler puts you in so many binds because he hasn't shot a great percentage coming down the stretch of the season, but we know he is capable, especially if they slide him over to the 5. Now what are you doing when he's at the 5 spot? Are you switching pick and rolls? Are you fully rotating? What are you doing when he's there? Because he's fully capable and he can get hot. So I think South Florida can win a game. I don't think they beat Michigan State.
I'm actually going to adjust it before we move on because we need to get some other regions. It's going to be Duke, Michigan State. Duke, Michigan State in the Elite Eight.
The one thing I would say, John, just quick, is that St. John's, Kansas game will be off the hook. That game will be off the hook because those two teams are almost identical. They're very similar. Your Flory Badunga, Zuby Etchafor, you know what I'm saying? Bryson Tiller, Hopkins, they're very, very similar teams. They're both not great three-point shooting teams, that type of stuff. So those games are going to come down to who can make plays, who plays tougher in the post. Obviously, rebounding is going to be a big key in that game, but that game will be a war.
Absolutely.
You've heard of the Super Bowl, right? We're calling that one the Norm Roberts Bowl.
There you go. That'll be fun. All right, let's move to the West here. Arizona, Big 12 champs, great win for them. It almost feels like Arizona and Duke should have switched regions, right? If we're saying Duke's the number 1, they should have gotten Arizona's region, and I don't know, maybe Arizona deserved an easier path than that, but
I disagree.
You think this is a tough region for Arizona?
I think I think Arizona's the best team in the country right now, and that they're winning a national championship. So I don't think anything is going to be like a tough region. But you got what if you end up with one of Wisconsin or Arkansas in the Sweet 16, and you got to deal guards win in March, right? And you got to either deal with Nick Boyd and John Blackwell doing what they did in a tournament setting, or Darius Acuff and Malik Thomas doing what they did in a tournament setting. Like that's what could get you got in the Sweet 16 is a backcourt like that. So I don't know if I'd say that this was a gift. I think Michigan got the easiest region by far.
All right, well, I guess we can get to that. But Coach Roberts, come to you. Just looking at this region, these matchups, what jumps out?
I think what Rob said is very, very true. I think Wisconsin is an extremely dangerous team. I don't know. Will they get Winters back, or is he done for the year?
They said that they think that they have a chance to get him back because everybody is healthy on Selection Sunday.
You know what I'm saying? He can really spread the floor too, so he can really shoot. So they've got bigs that can play away from the basket and can shoot. They're big. I think Arkansas is playing their best basketball right now. They're a dangerous team. When Trevor Brazile plays the way he's capable of, they are very, very hard to guard. And Darius Acuff is maybe one of the best players in the country. The other thing is you're looking at Gonzaga's a very, very good team, tough and well coached. And then you got Purdue as well in the mixed in. Purdue is playing out of this world right now. So I don't think it's an easy bracket, but I will say this. Arizona, I do think, is the best team in the country. I think they're the most complete, physical, athletic. They got a great closer in Jaden Bradley. He knows how to finish games. They got Braden Burries who can really score the ball. And I'm telling you, that Crevis inside is a monster. If you haven't played against that guy takes up so much space inside that it really messes with teams.
Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think Arizona is a team that comes out of this region, but to Norm and Rob's point, it's not as easy as everyone thinks it is. I mean, we're going to get a matchup. Don't sleep on High Point by any means, but we're going to get a matchup most likely of Wisconsin versus Arkansas, which is going to be all about the guards. And Nick Boyd has been to a Final Four. He was one of the main reasons that FAU went to the Final Four under Dusty May. So he's been there. Yeah. And you see the shot that he hit yesterday to tie the game against Michigan, only to have Lindeborg hit a three on the other end. He is wired. You saw him go nose to nose and talk trash the whole game against Illinois and Boswell. He has a motor to him. He can score the ball, but he also plays the game the right way. Like Nick Boyd will get in the lane and spray it out to the open man. He's just got a basketball feel, and his competitiveness of already being there. I think they end up beating Arkansas and playing against Arizona. Arizona gets the win, but that game, if Blackwell and Boyd are clicking on all cylinders, like think about this. Yes, I know they lost to Michigan yesterday. They also won at Michigan. They won at Purdue. They won at Illinois. So they have three of the best road wins in the entire country because of those two guards. And Rob, you just said it. Guards win in March. Now go down to the bottom side. Everyone had written off Purdue. They saw them lose to Wisconsin. They saw them lose to Michigan at home. They saw them lose, different games throughout the course of the year where you're like, okay, what happened to Fletcher Lawyer? Is Braden Smith, is he playing up to the standard? Trey Kaufman-Wren looks good, but this game he doesn't. The Clough, the transfer, was he the right guy to bring in? They just won the Big Ten tournament. So the momentum that Purdue team is taking into the NCAA tournament team, who, oh, by the way, was the number one team in the country to start the season off. They have experience. They've played for a national championship 2 years ago with those guys. Those guys also took a ton of heat when they lost in the first round as freshmen.
Yep.
I think the Purdue team is dangerous, but I think Arizona gets out of this region because I think they're.
I got whiplash from you on Purdue, man. Like my neck. I need to call one of those ambulance chasers because I feel like 2 weeks ago you packed them up. You deported them 2 weeks ago, and now we're back. Purdue can make a run, Matt. I mean, come on, man. What's it going to be?
They just won the Big Ten tournament. What do you want me to say?
You want to play your best ball right now.
I was there courtside when they lost to Michigan at home. I was there. I saw it. I was there. They didn't look good.
Right, Matt. Those weren't the same team. The Purdue team that we watched in Mackey Arena get their doors blown off by Michigan was not the same team that I just watched go and beat the brakes off Michigan in the Big Ten tournament championship game. They're not the same. I don't know what happened. I don't know who got traded out for who.
You know what happened? Norm knows this. You know what happened? Adversity. And adversity, especially in February and March, is the best thing for your team. And Norm knows that. Yeah. It's either going to do one.
Hey, you know what else they're missing?
It's going to divide you, or it's going to bring you together.
They're missing something else too. That kid LJ Kaysen was pretty good, and he gave them a punch off that bench. He was athletic. He was quick. When Cadeau wasn't going well, he could get it going. He could manufacture baskets. He can do it on the defensive end. I think they're missing a little bit of his speed. I think they're missing that from their team.
Agreed.
Rob, let me ask you, because I think we're all in agreement in terms of Arizona, but Arkansas, the Razorbacks, SEC champs, Darius Acuff, brilliant again. Obviously Cal made a Sweet 16 run last season. Can he match that? Are you expecting him to match that this year? Can they go even deeper than a Sweet 16, Rob Doster, these Arkansas Razorbacks?
I think that they can. I don't think that they will because they're going to run into the juggernaut that is Arizona in the Sweet 16. I have a very difficult time, and I did it for the last hour and picking Florida to lose in the Elite Eight. But I don't even know if that. I think I might just be saying that to say that because I didn't want to go with all chalk in the Final Four. I just don't know if anyone's going to beat any of those top four teams until you get to Indianapolis. It feels like you're running into absolute monsters, and if anyone can do it, I think that Arkansas is the kind of team they're built the way to be able to do it because they got a couple big bodies inside. Javon Brazil is athletic; he can block shots and he can also step out and make threes. And you got two guards. I mean, Malik Thomas on Saturday night went for 29 points, 5 boards, and 5 assists. On Sunday afternoon, Darius Acuff had 30 points and 10 assists. He has the most 30-point, 10 assist games as a freshman of anybody in college basketball history, not named Trae Young. So when you have two guards like that, you can go out and you can win a game. I just don't think it's happening against Arizona.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to some Elite Eight picks as we're running through these regions. So who is going to come out of the West region? Who you got, Matt McCall?
I've got Arizona coming out of the West region. I have them playing against Purdue to get to the Final Four.
Okay, another 1 versus 2. Although that's not what you had in the East, so forgive me. Norm, what you got?
I've got Arizona and Purdue playing, and Arizona coming out. But I will tell you this, and I'm gonna make Rob laugh. Korchenkov, I'm pretty close on that one. Whatever. That I'm telling you, he is one of the best defenders in the country. I'm telling you. So if they get up against Arkansas, there's a guy who has size, moves his feet, very physical. He can maybe guard a Malik Thomas and bother him. He could guard an Acuff and make him score over top. That's where they could give Arkansas trouble. Is that they do have him and Jaden Bradley can really guard on that perimeter. Those two guys.
Yep.
Let me ask you, do you guys think that Purdue as a 2 seed has the easiest path to the Elite Eight?
No, I'm going to say no because they have to play. If they play Missouri, they'll be playing them in St. Louis. I think that that's beneficial for them.
But I think they're fine with playing Missouri.
Yeah, I honestly now I'm looking at it. Yeah, you might be right. They might have the easiest path to get to the. It is the
easiest path to get. I mean, it's really, to be honest, if they don't make the Elite Eight, it's obviously very disappointing. You know, for not just based on preseason, but just based on the draw there. So, Rob, is it Arizona?
John, I got some picks, John. Yeah, it's Arizona Purdue, but I got some picks. I got to throw some upsets here because we got Chalky McTalkerson over here on the bottom of this the screen right now. I got High Point beating Wisconsin. All right, High Point upsetting Wisconsin in the first round. I'm the biggest Badgers fan apparently in the planet.
I'm sending the clip to Nick Boyd. I'm sending the clip to Nick Boyd. I'm sending it to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's probably watching this right now. Shout out to him. I might be the biggest Nick Boyd.
Yeah. Nick Boyd, if you're listening, Rob Dosser just picked High Point to beat you. Go ahead.
I did. And then I have NC State beating Texas, NC State beating BYU, and then NC State beating Gonzaga to take on Purdue in the Sweet 16. So I got NC State making a run. I got a 12 seed winning, and I got an 11 seed winning. But I got Arizona beating Purdue to get to the Final Four.
By the way, I think it's a contractual obligation that when High Point is a 12, they get picked as the 12-5 upset. It was the question heard around the world because everybody was doing this last year when they played Purdue. And I asked Trey Koff and Wren, hey, man, everybody was picking, High Point against you guys. And everybody said it was a stupid question, but he produced an amazing answer, which was, I don't listen to people who don't know ball. So, I mean, I'm sure right now Wisconsin's like, y'all really pick a High Point against us, bro. Have y'all not seen what we've been doing the last 3 weeks? Like, what are we talking about?
Clip it, send it to him.
Yeah.
Rob, you think that North Carolina State can beat Texas?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well,
that's
threes. Half the.
They better make threes.
That's definitely half the bracket, and we got a lot more to get to, including some more play-in games, obviously, which maybe was the most drama of this NCAA tournament selection show earlier today. So we'll do that. Hang with us here on the Selection Sunday Marathon right here on Field of 68.
As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app, you sign up using bonus code FIELD, you deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season one for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. 2026 NCAA March Madness men's tournament is back, and it's guaranteed to keep you dancing every night. The biggest events in college sports is finally here, and TNT Sports has you covered from the opening tip to the final buzzer and everything in between. Keep up with all the heart-pumping, show-stopping craziness of March Madness across TBS, CBS, TNT, and TrueTV, and the March Madness Live app as we march all the way to Indianapolis. And this year, the men's Final Four returns to TBS on April 4th and April 6th. Catch all the clutch shots, big-time plays, upsets, Cinderellas, Blue Bloods, and more that keep you on the edge of your seat. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action, so tune into the NCAA Men's First Four starting Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on True TV and in the March Madness Live app.
Hey everyone, Jeff Goodman here, and I'm excited to tell you about what's going on with our partners at Voodoo Rangers. You know what makes March even better? Chaos. That 111 seed that nobody believed in suddenly ruining everyone's weekend. And this year, Voodoo Ranger wants you to bet on 11. Grab a can of GeForce IPA with 11% ABV, then register that beer at bet11.com. If an 11 seed advances, you have a chance to win a juicy prize, $11,000. We're also taking a trip to Vegas, exclusive GeForce merch. And if an 11 seed pulls off an upset, 1,100 fans could win cash for their next round. It's the juiciest bet of the tournament. No brackets, no stress, just cold beer and beautiful chaos. Visit beton11.com to enter. Win or lose, still got beer. Learn more at bet11.com. You must be 21 or older. No alcohol purchase necessary. Legal in all 50 states. Full rules at beton11.com.
We are running it back with Splash Sports, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, the Survivor contest that we hosted with Splash paid out $40,000 to the winner. This year, the grand prize pays out a guaranteed $100K. For just $25 an entry and up to 133 entries, you can get a chance to prove that you are smarter than the field of 68. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Just pick one team every day of the tournament to win, and if they do, you advance. The catch? You can only use each team once. We're also hosting a free-to-enter bracket on Splash. If you're looking to host one of your own, Splash can handle everything for you, from the entries to the payouts to the standings. We'll be running it back with the Sweet 16 Survivor contest as well for those that do not survive the first weekend. And Splash is now offering Quick Picks, a daily fantasy game that allows you to predict whether a player reaches a certain number on a specific stat. All links are in the description below. The big dance starts soon. Get in before it tips off.
All right, we're back to and welcome back to the Selection Sunday Marathon here on the field of 68. Hey, really quickly before we get back to our breakdowns of the second half of the NCAA tournament bracket, want to remind you, Survivor Pool, Splash Sports, $100,000 up for grabs. I believe this is for the NCAA tournament. I couldn't get the CBI pool going, but we will be doing one for the NCAA tournament again. $100,000 grand prize. We've got the link in the description below, so make sure you get in on that and take your shot at $100,000. So, are you eligible for that, Rob? Are you playing in that?
I am. I made it all the way to the Final Four last year. I had Duke and Florida. I had Duke and Florida left, and I used Duke. A lot of fun. Yeah, I was going to use Duke and then Florida to win it, but it didn't.
So let me ask you this: if you do win it, will you give every employee on your network a bonus, or will you? What will you do with it?
I said this last
what
show.
What a great question!
I'm buying a boat. And every employee from Field of 68 can come hang out on the boat.
That is horrible. That is awful. That's bullshit. That is straight
I don't want
bullshit.
to come on your boat. New Jersey's too cold,
on your
man.
boat,
I am
man.
not coming on your boat in New Jersey. I'm not doing it.
David is right. F the boat. Nobody wants to go on your shitty boat. Give us. How many employees do you have?
It's about to be one less.
He's getting greedy. He's getting greedy.
Well played.
Anyway, Thunder rolls here in Memphis. Let's get back to the bracket. Let's go to the South. And, it's the Matt McCall region here. Florida is the number 1 overall seed. Houston, number 2. As you can see here on our graphic, Illinois 3, Nebraska, maybe a little bit of a surprise to some there at 4, and Vandy at 5. I think those should have been flipped, given the way that Nebraska has played, the last 6 weeks of the season. But here we are. Matt, what jumps out at you about the South region?
A bunch of things. For one, don't sleep on that. That's a juicy 5-12 matchup with Vanderbilt and McNeese. Bill Armstrong, longtime SEC assistant coach, worked under Coach Will Wade at LSU, spent a number of years at Ole Miss, so he's going to have his team fired up. Troy's another team. We're trying to get Nebraska their first win ever in the NCAA tournament. First win ever. And they matched them up against Troy. I mean, this team is really good. The VCU North Carolina, no Caleb Wilson. This VCU team, they play hard. Phil Martelli Jr., year 1 there. They just won the Atlantic 10 tournament. So I think there's some upsets to be had in this region. And then you go to the bottom, and we could get Illinois versus Houston to square up against Florida, and my pick will be in the Elite 8. I think Illinois gives Florida more problems to get to a Final Four. I believe that. I just don't – we've seen the offensive struggles at times from this Houston team. I think Illinois, with the positional size that they have, I think they can give Florida more problems, and they're the team in this region, to me, that can beat Florida.
Norm?
Son, it is I think Florida's going to be there in the end. I watched Vandy over this past weekend. Vandy's a lot better than what I thought. That Tanner is really, really, really good. And Miles, I see them controlling the ball. I see Nichols making a ton of threes. I don't think McNeese can get them. I think Vandy's going to move on and play Florida again. I think Nebraska. I think Nebraska's going to get that win. I think Nebraska's got a very good team, and they got a mature team. So I think they're going to move on some. I think I look at VCU and I say they could upset North Carolina. That's the one I'm saying. Could they upset North Carolina? But I don't know if they got anybody that could stop Vassar inside if he comes ready to play and he's aggressive. So I still got Carolina moving on there. Illinois and Houston both moving on. I agree with you, Matt. I think Houston was so good. If you guys watched the Big 12 tournament against Kansas, Houston was so good defensively. Kansas couldn't even get around them. They tried as hard as they could to drive that ball, and those guys did a great job of moving their feet. Cenac was terrific blocking shots off the ball. Tugler played good. I think both of those guys are getting more aggressive offensively. But you're right, Matt. I think Illinois poses more problems because they got so much size. They can shoot from deep. Their bigs can shoot. So I see it being a Florida-Illinois battling at the very end.
Wow. Damn. We're all gonna agree on this because I have Florida, Illinois getting there as well to the Elite 8. I have two that I want to hit you guys on real quick. The first one is I think St. Mary's can get to the Sweet 16. I think St. Mary's will be a really difficult matchup for Houston. And Norm, I'm going to go to you first on this because you know that Houston program better than probably all of us. I think that they're a little too reliant this year on tough jumpers off the dribble. Like it's Kingston Fleming's trying to get his spot to a spot in the mid range and hitting that, and Milos Hughes doing the same thing. I thought last year they had two guys that played off the catch a little bit more, whereas this year you got two guys in Milos and Kingston who are predominantly on the ball, and I think that it's they rely a little bit too much on tough pull-ups, and I don't think that's how you can beat this St. Mary's team with the way that they guard. St. Mary's is the best rebounding team on the defensive end in college basketball. They don't they don't turn the ball over, and they end possessions, and they control tempo, and they're going to gap the hell out of you, and they're not going to let you get to those tough pull-up jump shots. I think that that's a really difficult matchup for Houston in the second round.
I could see that because I think St. Mary's is very good. I will tell you this: if Houston is playing at all cylinders defensively, that defensive pressure and your inability to score wears you out on the other end of the floor, where you start to panic. You start to panic because you can't score. You can't score. You can't score. And then they get a tip out. They get a rebound. All of a sudden, they make a couple of shots. And next thing you know, they're up by 11 or 8 or 9. And you feel like you're down 20 because you can't score. That's how Houston has been. So if St. Mary's can make shots, and you're going to get shots against Houston, but they're going to be contested and they're going to be a little bit uncomfortable. If you can make shots, you can be in it. But if you're not shooting the ball well, and I would tell you this, you're not going to score around that basket. Not with Tugler and Senac in there. You're not going to score around that basket. But I still see Houston beating St. Mary's, maybe in a close game. But if you haven't gone against that type of defense and how hard they play, it is overwhelming. It's really overwhelming.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
I guess I'm going to be brave and pick Houston to make the Elite Eight. I'll do it. I'll be the brave soldier to do it on this show. I'll have a rematch of the title game. Florida will win because I think this is just, unfortunately, as we kind of talked about all year.
Hey, John, where's that rematch going to be?
That's going to be in Houston.
The reigning national champions and the number 1 seed who won the SEC regular season have to play Houston in Houston.
Ridiculous.
No, you guys have them playing Illinois. You guys have them.
No, I know, but I'm saying if Todd Golden was John Calipari, if he was Dan Hurley, if he was Rick Pitino, if he was like any of these other, probably any of the other coaches that are in like one of the top 7 seeds in his region, all we would hear about right now, he would be on ESPN, he'd come on the field at 68, he'd be on CBS, he'd be on literally every network yelling to the heavens about how unfair this bracket was. And I don't think Todd's just sitting there locked in, and he's saying, all right, they doubted us. It's time for us to go kick some ass.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that works. So, all right, that's going to do it.
You're going to have to deal with Bennett Stirtz in the second round. Watch out for him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Bennett Stirtz.
Unfortunately for Iowa,
I think Iowa beats Clemson, but turn on the TV and watch him play. Talk about positional size. Now, he doesn't have a lot of help.
Right.
But if he can get it going, tough matchup.
All right, let's move on to the final region here in the NCAA tournament. That would be the Midwest, Michigan region as the number 1 seed, Iowa State at the 2 line. And then you got Virginia there on the 3. Obviously, really, really close game in that ACC championship last night. So we'll just kind of work our way around again. Matt, when you look at this field and then this region, what jumps out at you?
Well, I think the committee wants to see Coach Dusty May play against Coach Mike White in the second round. I mean, that's a storyline there in itself. They worked under Coach White for years when you go back to Louisiana Tech and then the University of Florida, and then Coach White's brother hired at FAU. So, there's a lot of different storylines you could go to within that region. I would love to be able to say St. Louis can knock off Georgia. I think the athleticism of Georgia will overwhelm St. Louis. St. Louis kind of limping into this tournament. They did not look good down the stretch. They were down 21 to GW in the Atlantic 10 tournament. Then they come back and are up 9 in the second half. then GW takes the lead again, and they find a way to win. So St. Louis with Robbie Avila not really clicking on all cylinders there. I think this 5-12 matchup, Akron and Coach John Gross, this is the one. If I had to pick a 5-12 upset, this would be the one that I would pick. Texas Tech, Christian Anderson, slips on the crazy Big 12 floor, which brings the Big 12 to change their floor and bring in a different floor. But JT Toppin, a National Player of the Year candidate not being out there, if you had to pick a 5-12, which I'm sure a lot of the bettors would pick this one. So you're looking at that, and then you look near the bottom. I think Santa Clara beats Kentucky. And I said this on SiriusXM earlier today, BBN, Kentucky fans can at me, at Coach Matt McCall, whatever, send me messages, send me hate messages, whatever it is. I don't care. Santa Clara is really, really good. And Coach Herb Sendek, you want to talk about a guy that's been there before? You want to talk about a guy that's won? Pull up his Wikipedia and see how many games that guy's won over his career. Worked for Coach Pitino at Providence. Kentucky, with the injuries and everything that they've had and transpired this year, they're not what everybody thought they were going to be. That's okay. Let's not discount how good this Santa Clara team is. And I think this Santa Clara team is really good. And Iowa State, and Norm could speak on this more than I can just because he's played against them and coached against them. They seem to me like a team that the adversity has made them better. The doubters, everything they've gone through, losing games, struggling on the offensive end of the floor has made them better because they are essentially a crazy, wild, unbelievable shot away from being the Big 12 champions, tournament champions.
Yeah, Coach?
Yeah. I would agree with Matt on a lot of that. I think obviously Michigan is the team in that bracket. I think Texas Tech's a lot better than what people think, even without JT. I think having Bamboye protect the rim for him, Mosley's played good off the bench. I think Watts is a big key for them. When he's playing well, they're really good. Atwell's been terrific shooting the ball, and Petty and Christian Anderson, I think, is one of the best guards. I think he's going to be a lottery pick. So I think they're better than what you think. I think they can definitely beat Akron. I think Akron's got a good team, but I do think they'll beat them. Coach McCaslin is a terrific coach. I think that matchup, them and Alabama, that is must TV. You want to watch that, get your popcorn. That's going to be guards on guards, threes on threes, playing fast. That's going to be one of the most enjoyable games in the tournament if it happens. Because Phelan going against Anderson, wow, that's going to be really, really good. I think.
Norm, those 4-5 matchups are going to be across the entire bracket. Like I love 12-5 upsets. I almost don't want any 12-5 upsets because I want to be able to see Texas Tech and Alabama. I want to be able to see Arkansas and Wisconsin play. I want to be able to see Kansas and St. John's play. And how many times on this show did we sit here and talk about, is it Vanderbilt or is Nebraska? Who's the better team that's still undefeated? Well, guess what? We might get them in a 4-5 matchup in the second round. Give me all of them, man. Give me all of them.
You're going to find out. Now, the other team that's dangerous is Virginia. Virginia's a very, very dangerous team. They're a good team. They're a deep team. They've got size. They got great coaching. Santa Clara, I'm with you, Matt. I think they're going to beat Kentucky. I think Santa Clara is going to beat Kentucky. I think they got great size. They play pretty fast. Herb Sendek's a great coach. He knows what he's doing. But I'm telling you, Iowa State in that Big 12 tournament, oh my God, I'm telling you, they play so physical and defend so hard and go to the glass so well. I'm telling you, you're right. It took Arizona every ounce to beat them. And when Manchilovich, and I said that one correctly, Manchilovich, when that guy's shooting, I'm telling that guy it's unbelievable. Shooting
best
over
shooter in the country, Norm.
Yes, he's terrific. So I think it's going to come down to Michigan, Iowa State, and that's going to be a bloodbath. That's going to be a bloodbath game. I do got Michigan probably getting through.
You forgot somebody.
Who?
The Who's, the Wahoos, UVA.
Oh, I said Virginia. I said I love Virginia. I mentioned him. I mentioned him.
Pay attention, Rob. I know it's like your 18th show of the day. Like, pay attention. He said I thought you were about to bring up Miami of Ohio. I thought that's what you were going to say. He missed somebody. Miami of Ohio.
You just happen to say like, and then Virginia exists. That's a state that is in the United States. It's one of the 50 that we have, and you just moved right on past them. Did anybody else see? Was I the only one that saw what Ugonna Onyenso did to Cam Boozer? Was I the only one that saw Ugonna Onyenso hold Cam Boozer to 3 for 17 shooting? They have guards. They get up and press you. They can get up and down the floor. They have the guys on the perimeter. Like the thing about Iowa State, and when you see them in person, every single one of those dudes looks like they were like chiseled out of rock, man. Like they are big and they are strong and they are physical. And Virginia is like that too. Virginia's got some strong dudes. They got some old dudes. Testa Ritter is as physical as anybody in college basketball. Like Joshua Jefferson is not going to be able to deal with him on the defensive end. And Tess is athletic enough to be able to stay in front of him at the other end of the floor. They have the rim protection to be able to get out and really pressure you on the perimeter. I love this Virginia team. I think Virginia gets past Iowa State. I got Virginia in the Elite Eight going up against Michigan.
It'll be a heck of a game, no doubt.
Let's hit really quickly. I mean, it was basically the only drama of Sunday was what the committee was going to do with Miami, Ohio, Matt McCall. They were the last team in the field. Does that feel right to you? Like, what do you think?
So you're telling me if Dayton beat VCU, Miami of Ohio was out?
Correct.
Like
No. They said VCU was out. They said VCU
was out, which is crazy to think about because I think if VCU lines up and plays against Miami of Ohio, I think VCU may win the game, but we're not giving credit to a team that was 31-0. There's no credit being given to that. We're basically using all the metrics and everything and saying, okay, we're rewarding your strength of schedule way more than what I don't agree. I think we need to – I think your last 10 games of the season – because as a coach, and Norm knows this, when you're preaching to the media, when you're talking to your team, your goal is to what? We want to be playing our best basketball at the end of February and the beginning of March. And you see teams like Oklahoma that were playing their best basketball, didn't get rewarded, got left out of the field. And we're talking about a team in Miami of Ohio that went 31-0, and you're telling me they're the last team in the field because they lost to a UMass team that was struggling, but every game coming down the stretch, that group was feeling the pressure, and that's why they were all in these close games. And that's why ultimately, taking nothing away from Coach Martin's bunch, but they were feeling that pressure and that heat, and they ended up tripping up in their tournament. I think it's a bigger conversation in terms of like those leagues, you got to reward your regular season champion. I'm not saying it's got to be put them automatically in the final, but you got to get them into the semifinal at least. I mean, you're talking about a team that was 31-0.
Yep. Miami was the fourth to last team in. So NC State.
Okay, well, there's some confusion. I believe that, but there is some confusion about that because I've seen other people say that they were the last team in. So
that was probably was that the same
CBS
person?
Reported it.
See, when
Seth Davis said it.
I'll jump in here.
Yep. Proof positive why you can't trust Matt Norlander right there.
So Miami was lowest on the seed line because they had the lowest resume metrics of any team. So on the seed list, they're the last 11, but they were actually selected ahead of NC State, Texas, and SMU. So they select the teams first, and then they seed them. So they were selected fourth to last in.
Okay. I got a degree from the University of Memphis. I'll have to get a master's or something to understand this. All right. Before we get out of here, by the way, who are we handing this off to? Who's coming up after us, Rob?
We have Goodman will be back with Terrence Oglesby. Goodman will be back with Terrence Oglesby, Tyler Hansborough, and Justin Jackson. And I promise you that there's going to be 4 ACC teams in the Final Four when we have this 9 o'clock hour. 4 ACC teams. Can we get everyone's Final Four? We need everyone's Final Four. We need
Well,
official Final Four.
I know you just did the hour. I'm in that seat now. All right, so you need to just relax a little bit and let me cook a little bit, okay? Let's do that, though. For content and for Trevor's purposes, I need to get everybody's Final Four and title winner. Matt McCall, you're up at the plate, brother.
I'm going to do it again. I did it last year. I did it preseason. I'll do it again. Give me St. John's. Give me Florida. I had both those guys in the Final Four last year. I'll do it again. Give me Arizona. Give me Michigan. Give me Arizona facing off against the Gators in the national championship game, and Tommy Lloyd cutting down the nets.
No, you can't do that.
Why,
You're picking against your boys?
What do you mean I can't?
You're picking against your boys?
First of all, I'm a member of the media now. I take the Gator goggles off.
Member of the media.
Okay, like I'm taking the goggles off. I put them here. If I pick Florida to win it, everyone would call me a Gator homer. I'm not doing that. Okay?
I respect Matt McCall's growth in the media business over the last 12 months has just been an honor to watch. Yeah, I'm so proud. I'm serious. I'm so proud of you, man. You have come so far. He'll go at coaches. He won't just pick Florida because he went there and coached there. This is unbelievable. All right,
winning
Norm.
is no longer hard, John. Winning is no longer hard.
That's right.
So winning is very hard.
Norm, what you got? Final Four and title winner, my man.
All right, guys. I got Final Four. I have I've got UConn, and I've got
let's go, Norm.
Illinois. I got UConn
in the right corner, Rob Doster.
I got UConn, Illinois, Arizona, and Michigan. And I got Michigan playing Florida. No, I got Arizona playing Florida, and Arizona wins it.
How did Florida get to the championship game? Wait, did you say UConn, Illinois? Or UConn,
no, I
Florida?
said UConn, Florida.
UConn, Florida.
UConn, Florida, Arizona, Michigan.
All right, I'm a little worried that Norm's Final Four has 5 teams in it, but we will.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Get that.
You said
sorry,
UConn, Illinois.
You said Illinois and Florida, Norm. You're my guy, but you said both those teams. They're the same.
I'm sorry. Let me get it back. But because I really want to pick Illinois, but I just don't think they can. I don't think they can do it. UConn, Florida, Arizona, and Michigan. That's 4 teams.
Hold on, John. Here's my Final Four. I got Duke. I got UConn. I got Michigan State. I got Illinois. I got
Kansas.
I really want to say Kansas, but I can't do it.
That's awesome.
I got Duke beating Illinois. I got Arizona beating Michigan, and I have Arizona beating Duke for a national championship.
I had Florida. I had Florida in the Final Four preseason. I had Michigan winning it preseason. I'm going to stick with that. Although I really don't feel great about it, given the case and injury. I want to go Arizona, but I am going to just karmically going to stick with my preseason pick of Michigan. So I'll go Michigan over Florida in the title game. There you have it. So
and who do you have?
That
Duke?
Yeah.
In Arizona? Duke. So you got all 4 ones?
That is correct.
Chalky.
I think we're living in a new era where parity is going to be hard to come by. I really do. And if you look at I saw a graphic floating around that even these underachieving double-digit seeded power teams are way outperforming, right? Your mid-majors, your conference tournament winners, and there's a lot of reasons for that, the talent drain and things like that. But I just think the days of seeing that double-digit, mid-major in the Final Four, I don't think we're going to see that much more. So I think we're going to see a lot of the top.
I agree. Before we go to break, can I say one thing, John? If you listen to Field of 68 in Apple Podcasts, if it hasn't shown up in your feed in the last 3 or 4 days, unsubscribe and resubscribe to the podcast feed. There's a glitch with Apple Podcasts, and the only way to fix that is unsubscribing and resubscribing to the podcast feed.
Got it. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to hand this over to the ACC chapter of the Field of 68. And so it'll be Goodman.
Is this the ACC channel? Is it going to be the ACC channel?
The chapter. Our ACC network chapter, or whatever you want to call it. So they'll be breaking down only the ACC teams. Is that right, Rob? Just the ACC teams.
Can I put one more team in?
Yeah. You can. Norm, you can do whatever you want to do, Norm. It's your world.
Norm, you can absolutely do anything. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Field of 68 Selection Sunday show. Again, handing this off to Goodman, Oglesby, Hansbrough, and Justin Jackson. For Matt McCall, for Norm Roberts, for Rob Dostler, I'm John Martin. Keep it locked right here.
As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app, you sign up using bonus code FIELD, you deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season one for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today.
35 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 live events listed on SeatGeek, from concerts and festivals to sports and more. It's how I was able to get cheap tickets for the Tourney's first round games in Philadelphia this year. Every ticket on the app is backed by SeatGeek's buyer guarantee. And if you guys use code FIELD, you get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek. That's 10% off tickets with code FIELD. Use the link in the description to download the app, and you have the code automatically added to your account. Today's episode of the Field of 68 is brought to you by Mando. Some men mask their BO with sense. Mando men get the job done right. Mando whole body deodorant was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. You want a solid deodorant stick? Mando's got one formulated and powered by a mandelic acid to stop odor before it starts. You like spray bottles? Mando's is aluminum free and ideal for hard to reach places. All Mando products are baking soda and paragon free, and it's safe for anywhere on your body. Pits, balls, thighs, folds, feet, even the grundle. It's perfect for me this time of year. I'm spending 15 hours a day in an arena that hasn't had the AC turned on yet. If I didn't have Mando products, I might smell like the guy sitting next to me on press row, because Mando is clinically proven to control odor better than Old Spice. Want to try America's #1 whole body deodorant formula right now? You can find it in Walmart and Target and other retailers across the country. But for the best deals, go to shopmando.com and use code F68 for 20% off at checkout. It's 2026. Everything in our world has leveled up. Our phones are supercomputers, your car parks itself, but your razor is still flimsy and overpriced. That's where Harry's Plus comes in. Harry's Plus has an advanced pivoting system to reach every corner of your face. It has refined blade tech for a close and smoother shave, and has a weighted metal handle for added control and comfort. Most importantly for me, Harry's Plus has German-engineered blades that are honed at 3 different angles to cut hair cleanly and without razor burn. I may have a beard, but I still need to shave my neck to make sure I don't look like Paul Gasol. And with Harry's, I have never dealt with razor burn, painful bumps, or the kind of nicks and cuts that you get with drugstore blades. If you don't love your shave, Harry's will make it right, no questions asked. There's zero downside to giving it a shot. For a limited time, our listeners get the Harry's Plus trial set for only $10 at harrys.com/F68. This set includes all new Harry's Plus razor, 1 refined 5-blade cartridge, a 2-ounce foamy shave gel, and a travel cover to protect your blades on the go. Just head to harrys.com/F68 and tell them we sent you.
Hey everyone, Jeff Goodman here, and I'm excited to tell you about what's going on with our partners at Voodoo Rangers. You know what makes March even better? Chaos. That 111 seed that nobody believed in suddenly ruining everyone's weekend. And this year, Voodoo Ranger wants you to bet on 11. Grab a can of G-Force IPA with 11% ABV, then register that beer at bet11.com. If an 11 seed advances, you have a chance to win a juicy prize, $11,000. We're also taking a trip to Vegas, exclusive G-Force merch. And if an 11 seed pulls off an upset, 1,100 fans could win cash for their next round. It's the juiciest bet of the tournament. No brackets, no stress, just cold beer and beautiful chaos. Visit beton11.com to enter. Win or lose, still got beer. Learn more at bet11.com. You must be 21 or older. No alcohol purchase necessary. Legal in all 50 states. Full rules at beton11.com. All right, welcome back. What is this, hour 4, I think? I don't know. It started at 5:30. It feels like it's hour 8. It is hour 4 of our bracket special tonight. I'm Jeff Goodman here, joined by NCAA champion Justin Jackson, Terrence Oglesby, who did go to 2 tournaments. You went to 2 tournaments. You don't have a ring, but 2 tournaments, 2 for 2 ain't bad.
Yeah, 2 for 2. 2 for 2 ain't bad, and I got kicked out of one of the games.
There you go. There you
That's
go.
your money's worth.
If we have time, we can talk about that. We should have Tyler Hansbrough joining us here, who I still call the best college basketball player in the last 25 years. And I don't think anybody on this panel is going to argue with that, or else you're going to get your ass kicked by Tyler Hansbrough if you do. So I would be careful. We're going to continue our bracket special here, go through every region, get these guys' takes. They're not allowed to take 4 ACC teams for the Final Four. We've already made that clear. We will also have an appearance by one of the best point guards, one of the best players, one of my favorite players, Bennett Stirtz, Iowa Star, who will face TO's Clemson Tigers in the first round. So that'll be an interesting and fun conversation there. But let's start, guys, with any big, broad takes. I'll start with you, Justin. I know, Tio, you landed a little while ago. I don't know how much you've had a chance to kind of dive into all this. But, Justin, any big takes coming out of the bracket for you, whether it was a team that you thought got screwed, or did the committee do a pretty good job in your opinion?
I mean, I think the most obvious is how much Jon Scheyer and that Duke team got screwed over. If they weren't the number 1 overall seed, then I would be totally okay with the way that this bracket is built.
Yeah.
The fact that you're the number 1 overall seed and you've got 6 Hall of Fame coaches in your bracket with you, you've got, I mean, the teams that they have in their bracket that they're going to have to, if they make it through that side of the bracket, then me personally, I'm just going to say, hey, y'all deserve to win it. I'm going to crown y'all, right? Because the way that bracket is built, the side of that bracket's built is just, I mean, it's a gauntlet. I looked at it and I'm like, it's almost like the committee looked at all the injuries of all the teams and said, man, you know what? Teams that aren't at full health, we might just kind of see if we can get them out of there quick and see if everybody else can kind of fight to see who wins it. But I think for me, that was it. I mean, that number 1 overall seed to have that side of the bracket, it's pretty shocking. I didn't expect that, especially being Duke, and most people like Duke. That was surprising to me.
No, you're right. I mean, if anything, Tio, usually Duke will get a pretty favorable, advantageous road. And maybe it's because Jon Scheyer hasn't earned it like Coach K yet. And he doesn't always get the same whistle, certainly, that Coach K got. But I hear you. I agree with you. And I think coming from a Carolina guy, that says a lot. Tio, anything on your end maybe different than Duke getting hosed?
I didn't think necessarily they got hosed, because you can only play one team at a time, and I like their path, if that makes sense. You're going to see St. John's maybe in a Sweet 16 game, or Kansas. I don't think Kansas makes it that far.
I know, but with the best coaches on the planet right now in college basketball, I hear you. Their talent level may not blow you away, but Bill Self is maybe Patino or Self. I mean, take your pick. They're the best 2 coaches probably in the game. And by the way, Kansas still does have maybe the number 1 pick also.
Nah, he's not the number 1. He can't be. Not after all this nonsense. He can't be.
Number 2 pick.
Number 2 pick, maybe number 3. Here's a couple of things. One, North Carolina stumbling into basically a home game in Greenville. Good for them. Good for them.
Only
They
right.
basically
Yeah,
they're
right.
at they're at a 6 seed, sure, but they're going to be playing a home game against a VCU team who guys are pretty good now. And Phil Martelli Jr., that guy can coach, and those dudes are tough, so they better bring their lunch bells. Seth Trimble better play really well in that game. I'm going to be honest. I had a chance. Obviously, I was at the Mountain West tournament. This is my third year in a row. I thought Utah State's better than a 9 seed, guys. And I don't know what it is about the Mountain West and these NCAA tournament committees, but I'm sitting here watching. I'm just like, man, they get underseeded chronically. And Jared Calhoun, whenever I talked to him, he was like, I think we deserve a 6 seed. Hopefully we can get a 6. Dropped him 3 from that. So I was a little bit shocked about that one. A really intriguing matchup for me in the Midwest, Kentucky and Santa Clara. I think Santa Clara is pretty good, and I think that's a really interesting mix right there. So there's storylines all around. I think just how poorly the Mountain West is looked upon by this committee, and I understand there's been some first rounds upsets, but at the same time, last year they were so underseeded they really weren't put in a position to have any success anyway. So all of that being said, that's where I would go. North Carolina getting a de facto home game down in Greenville, about 3-hour drive away. And then how the committee looks at the Mountain West is a little bit shocking to me, even though there's going to be a new Mountain West next year, but I digress. That's where I'm at.
All right, Tyler, good to have you here. Good to see that you got your technology issues fixed. Give me your take on Miami University. Give me your take on, remember, not Miami of Ohio, guys. I'm going to keep saying it. Either go Miami University or the Miami Redhawks, all right? Playing in the play-in game, losing one game all year. We've talked about it plenty over the last month on After Dark. Didn't play the toughest schedule. They lose to UMass in the quarterfinals of the MAC. Are you good with them being in the play-in game? Or should they not have made it at all? Or should they have avoided Dayton altogether?
No, I don't think they should have made the tournament. And the reason I say that is their strength of schedule is pretty weak. What is it? Let's see here. 339th. No quad one wins. We had a quad one win debate last year whenever Carolina got in there, but we had a much stronger schedule. And quite honestly, I think these other teams, maybe Oklahoma or somebody, kind of came on a little bit towards the end, or, teams that, in bigger conferences that actually have a legit chance that didn't schedule D2 schools, in their pre-conference schedule. I felt like they should have been rewarded. And if we haven't learned anything from the college football playoffs, realistically, is Miami of Ohio a contender? Absolutely not. I have them losing in the play-in game.
Listen, that's fair. I mean, they haven't played anybody like SMU all year. So I can see that happening, especially with BJ Edwards being healthy now. If he's healthy, I think it's going to be a tough matchup for him, but I can't wait to see it. I actually wish they had put him up against Texas. I think it would have been more juice, right? Like Miami University against SMU. SMU's new to the ACC. We kind of don't really consider them a true high major yet. Give them like Texas in that play-in and see, like David Goliath, like what we talk about, what we argue about, the top mids, can they beat some of those high majors that back their way into the tournament? All right, let's go through a couple of reasons.
SMU is going to beat the ever-loving piss out of Miami Redhawks or whatever. They're going to beat the crap out of them. And I'm not even it's not even going to be close. I understand the metrics and 30-0 and all that stuff. I watched Miami 3 or 4 games because I was curious. Guys, it's not there. And a few years ago, whenever Kirk Herbstreit was
going to watch
Florida State, whenever Kirk Herbstreit was like, well, Florida State, I know they're undefeated, but they're just not as good. And then Florida State proceeds to get their asses handed to them in some nondescript bowl game right after, and he proves him right. That's kind of where I'm at with this. And I know that that's the bad guy sticking out and being like, hey, dude, they're just not that good. They're just not that good. Have you watched their games? They're just not. Yes. They're slow. Yeah. They're good around the rim because they've played nobody. And then they don't shoot the ball. What do you think's going to happen? Dude, they got who on
Miami
Miami Red
shoot it
Hawks
pretty well.
University, Cow Pasture University, do you think is going to
All
guard
right,
Boopie
let's
Miller?
move on.
Nobody.
We got a lot to get to.
Nobody
we got four
is guarding
regions.
Boopie Miller.
We got 4 regions to get to, and we have an interview with Bennett Stirtz. So let's move along here, and let's go through the East, in which, again, Justin Jackson's Duke Blue Devils, because that's what I'm going to call him from here on out after you stuck up for him.
Wow.
They start out with Siena, then they get the winner of Ohio State TCU. Obviously, like you said, Justin, you got Hall of Fame coaches all over the place here. St. John's is in the top half, Kansas in the top half. That's a game I want to see in the second round. Then you go to the bottom, more wide open, but you still got a guy named Tom Izzo and Dan Hurley down there. It's absolutely insane, the coaches in this bracket. All right, give me first of all, and I'm going to start with you, Justin. Give me kind of your sleeper team coming out of this. Give me the team that maybe isn't a top 4 or maybe 5. Let's call it 5 with St. John's, 5 seed. Somebody that you think can come out of this and have a chance to at least, win a couple of games here.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily have a team that could make a run that's outside the top 5.
Yep.
But I look at that Louisville South Florida game, and I think it's a little scary for Louisville, from the standpoint of whether Mikal Brown is there or not. Like it's very similar styles of play, right? And then you look also at the fact that USF, they average like 15 offensive rebounds a game, and Louisville, their biggest hole in their team is their front line. And so I think that game for me is the most intriguing when it comes to like upset alert, I guess I would say. But I mean, this whole bracket, it was kind of the same last year. Like this whole bracket, I don't see like a Cinderella team per se, like that can make a real run at it. But when I look at that first round, I look at that Louisville South Florida game, and it's that's probably the most interesting when it comes to like the upset side of things.
Yeah, I would agree. And Tio, I don't know how you feel about Louisville, with or without Mikal Brown. I almost feel like at this point, I don't know if it's even better to not have Mikal Brown just because he keeps, comes out, comes in, comes out, comes back. I don't know. I mean, obviously he gives him higher upside. He's terrific. But if he's not healthy, and it changes, obviously, other guys' roles. Give me another one. Give me a team here or a game that you absolutely love, that whether it's a great first-round matchup or a double-digit team that's going to win.
The more I look at it, oh gosh, where are we at? The one game, the UCF game against UCLA. I keep looking at UCF. They shoot a pretty good ball from 3. They're top 50 in the country there. Johnny Dawkins has put together a nice team. UCLA, I feel like we're hearing about UCLA for all the wrong reasons this year. But I do think there's enough there with Riley Kugel and some of these other guys there at UCF. Don't call them Central Florida, call them UCF. That they could get a win, and then they have some toughness about them. They could give UConn some trouble in round 2. The funny thing about this whole thing is I love Furman. I think Furman hangs with UConn. I think UConn wins, but I think Furman hangs with UConn just a little bit because that's a tall team. They have big guards. Bob Ritchie's put together a nice roster, and to be honest with you, those 12 losses came early in the season. So, or a lot of those losses came early in the season. He's got a good team. I do think UConn wins, but if I had to pick one, double-digit seed, UCF could get on top of UCLA and win that game because they have some real toughness.
All right, Tyler, I'm going to hit you with a tough one here. All right, ready? The Hall of Fame coaches in this are Pitino, Self, Hurley, Izzo, right? Those are the Hall of Fame coaches. Rank those coaches in terms of like who you would take right now. One game in an NCAA tournament game. Give me, you don't have to rank all 4. Give me the one guy you take. Give me the one guy you trust the most. The best coach in this region is who? today?
I got to say Rick Pitino. I like his up and down style. I like how he puts pressure, with his full court press at times. And also I like how his teams get up and down. I've always liked Pitino as a coach. And there's, when I looked at this whole East Side and the coaches that they have in here, I was like, man, how do I pick one? It's unbelievable. I mean, I love Bill Self. I love Tom Izzo as well. Dan Hurley. You guys know I like Dan Hurley, and he's got he's still, doing his thing. And also Scheyer's in this. And I know that he hasn't won it, and he hasn't been around as long as the other guys, but, I'll say he's had the best coaching year of all these guys on here. I know Izzo's done a really good job and with Michigan State this year. But I would say Scheyer this year, the best coach on this list. If I'm picking one, Rick Pitino.
Yeah, listen, it's hard. I think Scheyer will probably, if he stays at Duke for 20 years, we're going to be talking about Jon Scheyer in the same vein that we're talking about these guys right now. And they're all similar, right? They're all similar. Self, I compare Self to Izzo all the time. They're similar, and they'll MF you, but then they'll be able to put their arm around you. And I think Hurley is the exact same way. Again, I think Pitino's a little bit different, but he'll MF you too, and he'll put his arm around guys. I mean, they're elite coaches. All right. Tyler, I'm going to start with you here. Who comes out of the East and why? And maybe start with the top half and the bottom half. So give me in the top half who you got coming out, and then the bottom half, so the Elite Eight games, and then who moves on to the Final Four out of this region.
Yeah, so, I'll start at the top. Obviously, if Duke loses Siena, I would be extremely happy, but I think they're going to beat them. And then I think they beat Ohio State. First of all, I think it's going to come.
What would you do, Tyler? What if we had a camera on you and Duke loses to Siena? What would it look like?
It'd just be, you'd see a really good smile on my face, and if somebody dared me to do something crazy, I might do it. But that's just me. I don't. Wish I had a better answer. I would be excited, and I would show it. I think St. John's got hosed. I thought they should have been a higher seed than what they are. But I think Duke's going to get past them. And I think – so I'm different. I think UCLA could be a team that could sneak up, and if they make a little run, surprise some people if Donovan Dent is healthy and he plays to his ceiling here. But I think it's going to be an old school Duke and UConn matchup, and I like that. And I'm probably going to roll with Duke coming out of the East and going to the four on this one. They're just the most proven. Yeah. Doesn't pain me.
Are you worried, Justin? I'll hit you with this one. How concerned are you right now with Duke, with Foster probably done for the year, and we don't know the status of Patrick Gamba at this point? It sounds like Scheyer thinks he'll be back, but it wouldn't shock me if they hold him out this week, give him another week of rest, and try to bring him back for the Sweet 16.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why, and this might be totally crazy after seeing how St. John's just, completely dominated UConn in their last game, right? But I think that's why, me personally, I have UConn coming out of this side of the bracket. Because for me, if I'm picking one game, I'm picking Dan Hurley right now. When it comes to making adjustments, some of the things he runs, things like that. Now, it's obviously up to UConn to play more physical, have some sort of resistance defensively. But I think having that game against St. John's right before the tournament started, I think is something that Dan Hurley is going to be able to use to get this team going. For Duke, Caden Boozer played unbelievable in that ACC championship game. He really showed me a lot stepping up in that type of scenario. But he was also against Florida State, against legitimate guards, and Robert McCray and those guys struggled, right? And then what happens if he gets in foul trouble? That's my thing with this Duke team. Caleb Foster, when you have him, He's somebody that's been there, has experience, knows when to slow it down, when to, push it in transition. Defensively, I think he's a little more physical and better on the ball than Caden Boozer. So I think it's massive. And the way that Jon Scheyer was talking, I was listening earlier on the show, the way he was talking about Big Pat almost sounded like it's going to be a while before he comes back, right? Like he might be able to come back, but it's not going to be for a little bit. And so if he's not there, I think that's a massive hit. So when I look at this side of the bracket, you run into St. John's, I'm still kind of up in the air about because they're the same team that missed 24 straight field goals and didn't score for 18 straight minutes. But they're also the same team that just physically dominated UConn. So I don't really know, but I've got UConn coming out of this just purely because of Dan Hurley and some of the things that he'll be able to do. It might be crazy for doing that after the game they had, but that's who I've got coming out of this side.
Tio, who do you got?
I got Michigan State beating UConn in the Sweet 16. I think Michigan State is tough as nails, and I think there's parts of UConn, like they have Terrace Reed, he's tough, but there's other parts of that roster that aren't the typical, like, I will kill you to win type of tough. I think Hurley's trying to force some of his personality on some of those other guys, and it's kind of been a little bit harder lately. I think Michigan State ends up playing Duke. Duke will beat I probably go St. John's in the Sweet 16. They'll play Michigan State in the Elite Eight. And I got Duke coming out just because they have Cam Boozer and nobody else does. That's what it comes down to. Like he is that good. Patrick Gungba or not. I think once they get to the Elite Eight game, Sweet 16 Elite Eight game, that second weekend's when they really need him because I think they can handle business against Ohio State or TCU. But I think Duke comes out of here. They'll be in the Final Four, and that's just going to happen. That's just going to happen. And as far as the best coaches are concerned, I think it's chock full of guys up and down this eastern part. But I think
it's amazing.
This year, Jon Scheyer has been the best coach in college basketball. Like,
yeah,
I think it's
pretty. It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah,
it's hard to argue with that.
Like what he's done with the team as far as adjustments throughout the course of the season and keeping them together and finding ways. I think Jon Scheyer's the best coach.
Yeah, he's also got a guy named Cam Boozer who's
makes you a better
coachable.
coach. But Roy Williams had a guy named Tyler Hansbrough and Justin Jackson. It made Roy Williams a better coach. So
no, it's true. It's true. I mean, listen, I think again, you worry a little bit more about Duke now. Again, if Gongba isn't there, I'm kind of with you, Justin. I'm like, yeah, if he's back and he comes back this week, listen, I'm all in. I'm all in with Duke. All in. I think they can win it all without Caleb Foster because I think Caden Boozer's the better overall point guard for probably what they need. They're going to need, Foster they could use for perimeter defense, but I think Caden Boozer gives them something different on the other end, and they've got enough weapons if you have Gongba back. And that's my biggest question. All right, let's bring in maybe my favorite player in the country. I will say that. He honestly, I've said this for a while.
We know, Jeff, he's your favorite player.
We know, bro. We've heard about it all year long.
We know, Jeff, he's your favorite player. Bennett Stirtz is Jeff Goodman's favorite player.
True. Well,
Bennett, great to have you, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Love you too, Jeff.
It's part Bennett because of who he is on the court, right? And we all love watching him. But I think even after this interview, you'll see like what type of kid he is. That's the part that's even supersedes what he does in the court. What he's done coming from, not being recruited. Bennett, how many offers D1? You had no D1 offers out of high school. How many offers did you have, period, and from who?
I had two. One from William Jewell, which is like 5 minutes from my house, and then another one from Northwest Missouri State. Went with that one.
That's insane. So he plays 2 years there, goes to Drake with a great group that I fell in love with last year. Not just Bennett. That whole group was awesome. And they go to the NCAA tournament. And then the part that is even cooler is, obviously his coach goes to Iowa, could have put his name in the portal. Benny could have made a lot more money. You're making good money now. Listen, we know you're making good money now, but you could have made a lot more money. Instead, I remember you called me and you're like, hey, just letting you know, like I'm following, Mac to Iowa. And I'm like, all right, what do you want? You're going to put on a graphic. You're going to make this big deal about it. You're like, no, just whatever. Tweet it out for me, whatever the hell you want to do. Kind of reminded me of Tyler Hansbrough back in the day, to be honest. That's what Tyler would have done. Actually, Tyler wouldn't even have like announced it or anything. He would have just showed back up at Carolina and told nobody. All right, Bennett, congrats on a great year. Enough of me kissing your ass. Let's move on to this matchup that you have against the Clemson Tigers, Terrence Oglesby's Clemson Tigers. I'm going to ask T.O. first. Actually, I'm going to ask you first what you know about Clemson, and then I'm going to have T.O. give you a little bit deeper dive on the Tigers.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm going to find out a lot more about them tomorrow when we watch film on them, but I'm kind of a basketball junkie, so watched them a lot this season in the ACC tournament as well. So just know they're super balanced. Got a lot of people who can score, average 10 plus a game, and they're super well coached. So know one of their assistant coaches, and they play the right way.
I'm assuming you know Billy Donlin. I'm assuming that's that's the one you know. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he was at UMKC.
No, I think, I look at, Iowa's team and I look at Clemson's team and like, you guys don't play a fast pace. Clemson doesn't play a fast pace. When you look up and down at the bracket and everything like that, both teams should be kind of comfortable. And to me, playing for Ben McCollum, you know how good he's going to be. Brad Brownell on the other side, you know how good he's going to be. It's going to come down to like, do your dudes make shots? A lot of it's going to come down to you. And a lot of it's going to come down to maybe a guard or two hitting a shot for Clemson. As far as you said you've watched them, where do you think you have the advantage and where do you think you have a disadvantage? And if you want to get real PC, politically correct with me, you can. I would prefer you didn't. But it would be – I'm just kind of curious your early thoughts on the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say as much as I can, but your guys' bigs, Clemson's bigs are super talented, and we have trouble with that sometimes just because we're tinier and things like that. But we go against, in the Big Ten, Michigan's bigs and Illinois, so we're used to that, and we're used to being undersized. So we had to deal with that in the tournament a little bit last year. So if our bigs are tuned up and ready to go, I think we'll have a good shot.
Justin,
Bennett,
you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously, I don't think anybody on the planet's as big of a fan of as Jeff is, but I'm a huge fan of your game, how you play. But I got to ask, like you go into this tournament, right? Totally different team. What is it that you take from your prior NCAA tournament run, right, at Drake? What is it that you can take from that and apply to kind of going into with this team, going against this Clemson team? What do you think you can kind of take from that?
I think you kind of can't control the nerves that you're going to feel. It's like any other, or it's unlike any other game. Like you can't really prepare for the nerves or the atmosphere you're going to feel for a game. It's like it's win or go home. Your backs are against the wall, and then for a lot of our guys, it's going to be their first time in the tournament or second time in the tournament. So obviously the nerves are going to be there, and it's just something I can do and help the guys out because I've got a calm demeanor out there. Is just kind of calm them down out there and just show them why we're here and we deserve to be here. And just really play hard out there.
Hey, Bennett, we're both Missouri guys here, so I respect that. Although I'm all the way at the end of the state in Southeast Missouri. My question for you is, how do you kind of block out a lot of the noise or block out what the other team does, and how do you focus on yourself or not get caught up in over scouting the team and making sure that your team is ready?
Yeah, for me, it's kind of easy because I don't really do all the social media stuff. I don't get caught up into all of that crap, in my opinion. But yeah, just focusing on tomorrow at practice. I think that's the biggest thing for us, is taking it not just one game at a time, but one day at a time, and just get better each and every day. And that starts tomorrow. So I think you can't control what other people say about you. So I think it's just easy for me, and I'll try and get my guys to do the same thing. Is just focus on the team.
You don't show any emotion on the court, but do you feel it? Like do you keep it in on purpose? Because you have it off the court. I know it. Is that something you do by design, or is that just kind of who you are?
It's just who I am. I've always been that way. I just let my game do the talking, and sometimes it's fun to talk and practice and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't really care that much.
Have you
Need
ever
your point
talked
guard
trash?
to be steady, Jeff? Need your point guard to be steady, Eddie, baby.
No question. I'm just wondering, like, do people try to get in your head? Are people talking trash to you to try to get you out of your game? And do you ever talk back?
No, literally, no one in the Big Ten talked to me this year, so I don't know why. I don't know how I would react if someone did, but yeah, no one really talks to me that much.
Because they know you're not talking back. You don't say a word.
Yeah.
Listen, thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it, man. Congrats on a heck of a season, heck of a career. It's not over yet. Good luck. Put some sunscreen on before you hit Tampa. You're a little pale. All right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because he
It's
lives in
snowing.
Iowa. He
It's
hasn't
3
seen the
inches right now,
sun
snow.
in months.
Yeah,
It's because he
I'm a
lives in
little bit-
Iowa.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
We'll talk soon.
All right, fellas. Yep.
Thanks, Bennett. Good luck.
All right. Here he is, Bennett Stirtz. Fun kid, heck of a player, and that game will be a fun one to watch. Let's go to the South. Let's go to the South while we're there already. And the winner of Clemson, Iowa, will get likely the Florida Gators, who I just saw get stomped by Vandy yesterday. And I don't know, again, if it was a one-off. I'll say this. Iowa, in some respects, reminds me a little bit of Vandy in some ways that, again, they've got some bigs that if Alvaro can step out and make some shots, which is what Vandy's bigs did, that's probably the best way to beat Florida. All right, let's go through this, though. Again, Justin, we'll start with you in the South. Give me first the first-round matchup that you are looking forward to the most, or one that you think could be a major upset.
Well, I think I'm with you on the Clemson, Iowa. I think that's going to be a really good game. It's going to be a slow game, a game that's probably not the most fun to watch for the average fan. But unfortunately, I got to stay as unbiased as possible in this space. That North Carolina VCU matchup is going to be it's going to be interesting. I mean, you look at a North Carolina team has shown glimpses even without Caleb that they can be really good and that they can win big time games. But has also shown at the same time that they struggle, especially kind of at the point guard position, right? And you look at a VCU team who's won like 16 out of their last 17. And I think they were saying if VCU didn't win that game in the conference championship, that they wouldn't have made the tournament. So there's like a certain desperation, I feel like, with VCU. That makes me a little nervous. I think North Carolina still gets through, and I have unwavering faith in my Tar Heels. But I think that game when I first saw the matchup was kind of like, okay, that's going to be an interesting game to watch.
Who do you got coming out? Who do you got coming out of the South?
I still got Florida. I know they got whooped up on by Vandy, but that was a home game for Vandy at the end of the day.
Sort of.
Vandy hits.
Sort of. I will say yes and no. It's not like it was packed in there with Vandy fans. But yes, there were more Vandy fans than Florida fans for sure.
Vandy, how far did Vandy have to drive?
Not far. Not far.
Yeah, but all
so
the
for
Vanderbilt
me-
graduates were working. Florida graduates weren't working. The Vandy
Here we
grads were
go.
working.
Here we go. That's a low-key shot. That's low-key shot. But I still, man, Florida for me is just like their size. They didn't shoot the ball well at all during the conference tournament, which is obviously the question mark for them. But in February and up until that tournament, they were shooting close to 40% from three. If you combine anywhere close to that with the size and the offensive rebounding that they have, for me, Florida I got them coming out, and I don't think it's really you look at kind of the rest of the bracket. I think this kind of, to me, is at least to the Elite Eight is the easiest path for a number one seed.
T.O., who do you got coming out?
You know, guys, I'm conflicted. I do think Florida, just because the controllable piece of the whole deal, they have a bunch of guys that are in the same vein of my man Psycho T, and that dudes are just going to take care of the boards. Like, they're going to control their controllables, and they have a bunch of guys, especially on the interior, that can really play. So I think Florida makes it at least to the Elite Eight. Clemson, Iowa was really interesting, and I think the difference in the game could be the guy we just talked to. Clemson has to have a bunch of different guys hit shots in order to beat really good teams. Iowa has to have Bennett Stirtz go nuts. So it could come down to one guy just playing really well. So that game makes me nervous. I do think Clemson has more, but Iowa has a guy. And like Justin said, this isn't going to be one of those games that's like riveting for the common fan. For us, who understands it, and there's going to be a lot to watch there, and coaches should salivate when watching this game, because there's going to be so many counters and then defensive adjustments and all those things. It's going to be awesome to watch because two terrific coaches, like I mentioned. But I think Clemson comes out on top. Sleeper team here in this whole deal, Vanderbilt. They play McNeese. McNeese will do some things. He'll turn you over fine. Vanderbilt's got Tyler Tanner and Duke Miles, and Vanderbilt should feel disrespected because a 5 seed in the same bracket as the Florida team that they just dumped. Like, come on now. Like, I'm interested. I think they'll end up playing Florida. What is that, in the Sweet 16? I think Vanderbilt has a real shot. The interesting one to me, from an upset perspective, though, is Troy, Nebraska. And it's not because Nebraska's not awesome. I think Troy's really good too. Scott Cross, a heck of a coach, and Troy's guys. Throughout his tenure there, has had a bunch of tough-minded individuals, and they've got some pieces. And they played an early season schedule this year where it's like they went on the road and really challenged some folks. That could be an interesting contest, but Nebraska might get their first win ever in the tournament. Think about that.
All right. So who do you have coming out? Who do you have come out of the
I think Houston. I think Houston will play Florida, and I think Houston gets out.
Ooh, interesting. Tyler?
Yep.
In the South, who you got?
I'm rolling with TL. I got Houston. And Florida's good. I mean, losing like that in the SEC was a little head scratcher, but I trust Florida. I just trust Houston a little bit more. I know it sounds crazy, but I think that their guard play, if they get hot, Flemings and Sharp and the other kid, I think if their bigs come to play combined with that, I think they could go on a big run. And I think Calvin's going to have his team ready as well. I think I've always given him a lot of credit. But back to the other point also, I don't think Clemson and Iowa is going to be such a chess match as you guys are talking about earlier. I think if Clemson hits shots from the outside, I think they win. If they don't, I think that's going to be the ball game for that game. But I would roll with Houston, and I picked Houston to win it in my preseason prediction. So that would be pretty good credit for me as well.
Yeah, they need Kingston Flemings to stay consistent in this tournament. If he does that, they have a chance. If he doesn't, just don't know those other guards. Uzan's been not quite as good as I thought. They haven't had the three of them clicking at the same time very often this year. All right, Midwest. Michigan, the number 1. Iowa State, the 2. After that, it's okay. Like Virginia, he's had a heck of a year. We're looking at Texas Tech team that's a 5 seed without JT Toppin. Alabama, I've kind of lost faith in lately. They've got great guards, but I just don't know if they've got enough up front. They got enough up front, I think, to win a couple games. Where do you stand on this one, Justin? Can anybody take down the Michigan Wolverines like Purdue did today?
My dark horse, I don't know if a 3 seed is necessarily a dark horse, but my dark horse is Virginia. And the reason I say Virginia, I'm sure a lot of people saw they lost in the AC Championship, but what they did to Cam Boozer, and the size that they have to go along with the versatility. I think today, for me, you got to give a lot of credit to Purdue, but I think there were some holes in Michigan that were kind of exposed. And when I look at this Virginia team, now they would still have to make it past Iowa State, but I like Virginia's size against Iowa State. And when I look at Michigan, they struggle when there's bigs on the opposite side that can stretch the floor, right? When you can get Mara away from the basket, you now have him guarding ball screens or guys off catch and shoot opportunities. And Virginia has Testaritter and also big fella Grunlow, if he stays out of foul trouble, that can stretch the floor a little bit. And Ryan Odom is an unbelievable coach. So when I look at this side of the bracket, I'm not necessarily saying that Virginia will make it out, but I think Virginia could give, out of Iowa State and Virginia on the opposite side, I think Virginia could give Michigan a big-time test come the, Elite Eight. So I got Virginia as my dark horse on that side.
And who wins it? Give me who does come out for you out of that bracket.
I'm gonna say Virginia because I think LJ not being there is going to be absolutely huge. Like the more you go through the tournament, your guard play, and Elliot Cadeau's played unbelievable. But your guard play has to be extremely tight. And if you're able to scheme against this Michigan offense, and you're able to force Elliott into shooting threes, I think that's where you're winning on the defensive side of things. Which that's easier for me to sit here on a mic and say than going into a game and doing. But I just like what I've seen for Virginia. Maybe it's ACC bias or whatnot, but give me Virginia.
No.
Why not? Let's shake it up a little bit.
ACC bias from you guys? No, can't be. T.O., who do you got?
I think Iowa State's going to be really good. Upsets. One to keep an eye on, guys. It's going to be a hell of a guard matchup. Alabama and Hofstra. Like,
Yes.
Speedy Claxton has guys, man. Like, he's got a couple of guards that can really go. My man, Cruz Davis, can really score it. And, like, he's going to get comfortable playing that Alabama style going up and down. Like, he's fine with that. He's had some big games against, Power 5 competition. I think that's going to be a fun game to watch. Do I think to come out? I don't know. I think I like the Virginia pick more than I want to be honest with you. But I think if you look at their path, potentially Tennessee or SMU in the second round, and then I think they just have more offense than Tennessee, so I think they can handle it there. The Iowa State game, man, I've been really impressed with Momcilovic and Lipsy and all those guys, man. How much fun has Iowa State been to watch? For me, it's been awesome. So I actually think Iowa State comes out. I'm picking Iowa State to make the Final Four.
Ooh, interesting. I mean, they're really
saucy.
good.
Saucy.
It's not. It is, but it's not, right? I mean, obviously, we saw Michigan lost today. Iowa State is so disciplined. You know, those guys have won so many games, and again, you're not finding there aren't too many better two-way guards than Taman Lipsy. There aren't too many better shooters than Milan. And Joshua Jefferson, man, he's as versatile as any forward in the country this year, probably not named Cam Boozer. Tyler, who you got, Michigan coming out of this, or who you got?
No, I'm with T.O. on this. And I hate the reaction that we got for Iowa State. I just think that every year we've all talked about Iowa State come tournament time. They may make a run. They have good defense. They've had veteran guards. Now Momcilovic, about as good as I'll ever get at saying that.
That was good. No, you nailed it. Perfect. That was perfect. Psycho State bringing the heat.
I was too excited. I was too excited. They have a reliable outside shooter, and I think the key for Iowa State is Joshua Jefferson. If he comes out and he plays big, and I think that he comes out there and plays controlled and disciplined as well, and gives him really good minutes, I think Iowa State's going to go to the 4. Michigan, my concern with them is that Purdue just beat them, and I'm not as high on Purdue since they've kind of fallen off in their defense, and good for them because I really like Matt Painter. But losing their backup point guard, who also happened to be one of their best 3-point shooters, I think is going to come back to haunt them a little bit. So I'm going to roll with Iowa State just because they're a veteran team and they're healthy, and I want to see them make a run as well.
Yeah, I think that would be a great Elite Eight game. A great Elite Eight game. The biggest thing for me is does Iowa State have enough at the 5? Like Blake Buchanan, I've seen him get kind of overmatched by some of those, bigger, stronger 5 men. And they got the Plata kid, the freshman, who's been good. Again, they got some good players, but man, Michigan just can come at you with athletes up front. So that would scare me a little bit. All right, let's move to the West. And then we'll get our Final Four and national title picks after that. But Justin, everybody's taking my alma mater. Everybody's taking Arizona, myself included, to get to the Final Four. They're the healthiest of all those, the top 3. Like we've had those 3 kind of, I think, above everybody. And then Florida, we started to put in there close to the big 3. Well, Duke has suffered a couple injuries. Michigan got hit with their backup point guard who's really good case, and Arizona's still whole right now. Can anybody in the West beat the Wildcats?
I think, I have Arizona winning the whole thing. Like I don't see really any gaps in this Arizona team. You could say 3-point shooting, but they shoot 14 threes a game, and they don't allow people and teams to force them to do that because they're so disciplined and like a well-oiled machine. They're massive inside, Krivas and Coapede, and then you bring Awaka in. Like, to have to deal with that front line in a game, like, I feel bad for Long Island. Like, congrats to them for making it to the NCAA tournament. But man, like, to have to go into your first game in the NCAA tournament, that's who you see across the court from you. My disappointment in this was that Arkansas is on the same side as Arizona. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I wanted to see Arkansas make whatever run they could possibly make because of Darius Acuff. Like, he's one of the most fun guys that I've watched all year in college basketball. But I don't think – there's some games that are intriguing. I don't necessarily think BYU will make it out of their first game. I think with the way that Purdue played today, if they're able to play defensively like that and have everybody, chipping in offensively, I think they can make a little bit of a run. But, man, Arizona is a juggernaut. Like, they don't make mistakes. They've got Jaden Bradley that – every game it's like, man, that guy he don't make mistakes. So if he doesn't make mistakes, then nobody else is. And then their X factor, and I wish I could say his name, but
Delorso?
What is his name?
Who, Delorso?
Anthony
Delorso?
Defensive.
Karchenkov. He's
Karchenkov.
Awesome.
Like, to have somebody that could care less about scoring, that is just like, hey, like, the other person's going to be in prison all game long, their best player. That's at what? He's 6'7", probably 230. That's for me, like, there's just no holes. And so for the Arizona, I think, is who gets there and they win. They put up the trophy at the end of it.
Tio, you're not back on Purdue after today?
I'm not downing Purdue. I just look at their matchup. They're going to beat Queens. Queens is tough, though. Grant Leonard, he didn't get Duke and Greenville, but dadgummit, he tried.
Hey, you can always count on T.O. talking about the underdogs. You can always count on him, man.
You know what I mean? Queens, I like Queens. I like those guys up there. No, I think Purdue, and then I think Miami beats Missouri. I don't see, Miami does a good job defensively. I just don't see them stopping Braden Smith. Like, could you imagine, Ernest Uday and those guys, and they're very good. Miami switches their defenses a lot. It's just Braden Smith's so freaking smart and good. I feel like we've kind of lost the fact. It's almost like we've gotten bored with how good he is. And Purdue just won the Big Ten. So I think there's something to be said there. I do think Arizona comes out of this bracket. And I'm with Justin on this. I thought Arkansas getting that same bracket as them was tough. But
they moved them up. They could have been a 5. I think they basically looked at Vandy and Arkansas and said, winner moves to the 4 here, loser moves to the 5. That's what they did. So in a way, you kind of got hurt by winning, because now you got to probably deal with Arizona in the Sweet 16. Not what.
Yeah, I'm also bummed that Utah State got a 9. Criminal. I think Arizona
Underdog.
comes out of this bracket. So that gives me what? Arizona, Iowa State, Houston, and Duke.
Yep, and we'll go through that. No. Listen, that's.
I thought you were transitioning to that next. That's kind of why I went that way.
I'm going to hit Tyler first. I'm going to get Tyler first from this region.
My bad.
And then we're going to go through our final 4 picks to conclude the hour. But you want to, I mean, we got to take care of the guy who had trouble with technology at the beginning, right? We got to take care of him a little bit here.
He's knocking out pronunciations like
I know.
Crazy.
That was unbelievable. I mean, that was like the Tyler of 3 years ago when he first brought him on. Imagine him trying to say that name now. Back then, you would have butchered it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned how excited you guys are about me getting that name right, but I have come a long way. I'll say that.
You have, man.
Not sure if that's supposed to make me feel good or bad, but back to this West region. I think that the toughest game that Arizona might have is Arkansas, and I think that Travion Brazil. I think he showed up. And if he can give them good quality minutes, I think they can make this a game. And I think Darius Acuff is going to be the best player on the court. And in my opinion, Jaden Bradley's been unbelievable. He's hit big shots, but I like Acuff. And I think that Arizona will be tested. That's the only team I see Arizona losing to, possibly. And then I would have Arizona playing Gonzaga in the Elite 8 and Arizona advancing out of the West.
All right. It's time. National champion and who they beat in the national title game. Justin, I think you already teased who you've got winning it all, but you can reiterate that now. And who do they beat in the national title game?
Give me Arizona to win it. And I think they beat Florida. Give me Arizona, Florida in the championship game.
Yeah. That's what I got.
And I mean imagine those front courts just battling.
I think we want that. Yeah. Like that might be the best game. That might be the best. If you look at it all, you could say Duke, right? You could say Arizona Duke certainly would be an unbelievable game, but man, Arizona, Florida with those front lines, like you said, would be phenomenal.
Yep. Give me Arizona.
T.O., who you got?
All right. For Final Four, I got, who was it? Arizona.
We need your full Final Four. Justin, go back. We need your full Final Fours, I'm told.
So I've got
higher ups. I've got the higher ups are telling me.
I've got UConn, Arizona, Virginia, and Florida. That's my Final Four.
Thank you. T.O.,
there's a strong chance I change my mind in about 12 hours. I just want to reserve the right to do that.
With a good night's sleep.
6 different brackets. You never freaking know, because I'll never freaking say. And I'm going to pretty much say I was right on all of these. I'm going Arizona, Iowa State, Houston, Duke. I think Duke plays Arizona. I think Duke beats Arizona. The year of the Scheyer.
Wow. Ooh, boy.
Okay.
Wow. No ACC bias there, Tyler.
No, none. So I'm going to roll with Arizona, obviously. Sounds like you can't pick anybody but them. Iowa State, Houston, and this is my upset. I'm going to roll with Michigan State. And the reason I say that, I think they're the most sound team and most disciplined team. And I know Duke's very good with their defense, but I think that they can put a lot of pressure on Boozer. And without Caleb Foster on there, I don't think that he's going to see much pressure, or with the new minutes that Caden Boozer's getting, I think that Michigan State might be able to disrupt or bother him a little bit. And I think that's the only team that could really sneak a win out. Well, UConn. But I think Michigan State's going to beat them, and I think Michigan State's going to go to the Final Four. So I have Houston and Arizona. I think Houston beats Michigan State. and I'm going to roll with Houston. I picked them preseason, so I'm sticking with it in case it happens.
Interesting. All right, I got Arizona beating Florida and Duke in Michigan. I got way too much chalk, but I do think they're clearly the 4 best teams, have been for most of the season. Hard to go against them. All right, guys. If anybody watching right now, if you're having trouble getting episodes of After Dark to populate on your Apple Podcast feed, I'm told all you need to do is unsubscribe and then resubscribe to the show, and they should be kicking in there. So for Tyler Hansbrough, for Justin Jackson, for Terrence Oglesby, we appreciate it. We got hours more of content coming up next hour. Sammy Ravitch hosting with a little, you got to deal with Doster for another hour. Mike LaTulip, Jarrell McNeil. And then we got another hour after that, betting hour. How about John Henson, former Carolina star, dipping his toes into the gambling? I mean, Henson's...
He ain't dipping his toes into gambling. My man cannonballed in there years ago.
Yeah, he's been all in.
My man,
I was trying to be kind.
Into the gambling pool.
No, if you want, seriously, if there's a former player you want to listen to that knows all about gambling, and I mean, listen, he's got like $200 million in the bank. I don't know what he made in the NBA, but he's made a whole lot more just off gambling. So if you want to listen to anybody in the bank account, keep moving up. Listen to John Henson. There you go. All right. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you on the other side of the break with a brand new crew.
As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app. You sign up using bonus code FIELD. You deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season one for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. Give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. With over 35 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 live events listed on SeatGeek, from concerts and festivals to sports and more. It's how I was able to get cheap tickets for the Tourney's first round games in Philadelphia this year. Every ticket on the app is backed by SeatGeek's buyer guarantee. And if you guys use code FIELD, you get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek. That's 10% off tickets with code FIELD. Use the link in the description to download the app, and you have the code automatically added to your account. It's 2026. Everything in our world has leveled up. Our phones are supercomputers, your car parks itself, but your razor is still flimsy and overpriced. That's where Harry's Plus comes in. Harry's Plus has an advanced pivoting system to reach every corner of your face. It has refined blade tech for a close and smoother shave, and has a weighted metal handle for added control and comfort. Most importantly for me, Harry's Plus has German-engineered blades that are honed at 3 different angles to cut hair cleanly and without razor burn. I may have a beard, but I still need to shave my neck to make sure I don't look like Paul Gasol. And with Harry's, I have never dealt with razor burn, painful bumps, or the kind of nicks and cuts that you get with drugstore blades. If you don't love your shave, Harry's will make it right, no questions asked. There's zero downside to giving it a shot. For a limited time, our listeners get the Harry's Plus trial set for only $10 at harrys.com/F68. This set includes all new Harry's Plus razor, 1 refined 5-blade cartridge, a 2-ounce foamy shave gel, and a travel cover to protect your blades on the go. Just head to harrys.com/F68 and tell them we sent you.
Hey everyone, Jeff Goodman here, and I'm excited to tell you about what's going on with our partners at Voodoo Rangers. You know what makes March even better? Chaos. That 111 seed that nobody believed in suddenly ruining everyone's weekend. And this year, Voodoo Ranger wants you to bet on 11. Grab a can of G-Force IPA with 11% ABV, then register that beer at bet11.com. If an 11 seed advances, you have a chance to win a juicy prize, $11,000. We're also taking a trip to Vegas, exclusive G-Force merch. And if an 11 seed pulls off an upset, 1,100 fans could win cash for their next round. It's the juiciest bet of the tournament. No brackets, no stress, just cold beer and beautiful chaos. Visit beton11.com to enter. Win or lose, still got beer. Learn more at bet11.com. You must be 21 or older. No alcohol purchase necessary. Legal in all 50 states. Full rules at beton11.com.
We are running it back with Splash Sports, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, the Survivor contest that we hosted with Splash paid out $40,000 to the winner. This year, the grand prize pays out a guaranteed $100K. For just $25 an entry and up to 133 entries, you can get a chance to prove that you are smarter than the field of 68. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Just pick one team every day of the tournament to win, and if they do, you advance. The catch? You can only use each team once. We're also hosting a free-to-enter bracket on Splash. If you're looking to host one of your own, Splash can handle everything for you, from the entries to the payouts to the standings. We'll be running it back with the Sweet 16 Survivor contest as well for those that do not survive the first weekend. And Splash is now offering Quick Picks, a daily fantasy game that allows you to predict whether a player reaches a certain number on a specific stat. All links are in the description below. The big dance starts soon. Get in before it tips off.
Welcome to the Field of 68 After Dark. We are on Selection Sunday, and we are going to break it all down with you as the marathon continues. Mike LaTulip is here. Of course, Jarrell McNeil is here. Rob Doster hasn't slept in weeks. I am Sam Ravitch, and neither have I. So we're all on zero sleep. What we're going to do here, as we have done through the start of our selection show coverage, is basically run through the bracket with you all, and we will start a little bit differently. We're going to start in, Rob, we're starting the South region, right? That's where we want to start.
Wherever you want. Sam, it is your world.
Okay.
We're just living in it.
All right, very good. Well, then, in that case, we're going to start out west, because I want to talk about some of the teams out west. And that's where you're going to find the 1 seed, Arizona. You go down, fins up, Long Island. Obviously, see how that goes. Villanova and Utah State. Going to be interesting to see what happens with that one. Utah State slight favorite in that game. One of the better 12-5 matchups that we will have, I think, in the NCAA tournament, with High Point and their high-powered offense against another high-powered offense that Greg Gard has in Wisconsin, of course, Arkansas and Hawaii. Arkansas coming out of that SEC title earlier today. BYU taking on the winner of that play-in game in the first 4, Texas and NC State. Those two teams have already played earlier this year out in Maui. Gonzaga and Kennesaw State and the Owls could set up for another West Coast Conference rematch between BYU and Gonzaga. That would be interesting. Finish it off with Miami and Missouri. That game will be in St. Louis, and then Purdue and Queens. Who wants to start first? And just big picture preview thoughts on this region. I call this the over region. Just take the over because of all the offense that we have and the potential scoring that we have in this one. But Rob, why don't you go ahead and get us started here?
Well, I wish that both Wisconsin and Arkansas would have ended up as something other than 4 and 5 season. It was probably inevitable that they were going to end up being there. You know, looking at the way this bracket kind of broke down, it feels like Arkansas and Vanderbilt, it was just whoever was the winner of that game today was going to get the 4, and whoever was the loser was going to get the 5. But both of those teams, I think, are dangerous enough to be able to make some noise if they could just avoid getting one of those 1 seeds in the Sweet 16. So that was my first reaction here. My other thought was I kind of like how this broke down for Purdue. I mean, Mike, we talked about this quite a bit the last couple of days, but it feels like this Purdue team, something flipped. A switch flipped. They figured some things out. They beat Michigan today. Braden Smith looked unbelievable. There's a level of toughness that this team has that we haven't really seen out of them over the course of the last probably 2 months. I'm ready to have Purdue in the Elite Eight with a chance to be able to beat Arizona to get to a Final Four. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what they did today against Michigan, who is one of the top teams in America, and it's just what they found in Chicago, they changed some things defensively, but just the toughness. And I think when you get into these single elimination formats, I truly believe that, whatever you want to call it, 70, 80, 90% of the time, the tougher team wins these games. So we've seen that time and time again. And so that group, that old group that has won a ton in March, that has experienced April. Yeah, I really do love the draw. And I know you have potentially a date with Missouri in St. Louis. I don't necessarily really think that matters because of how this Purdue team's playing. And I think you look at, I'll pull up the bracket here again so that I can reference it. But I think you look around some of the other spots, and that the potential collision course of Arkansas and Wisconsin, that interests me, because I think that Wisconsin High Point game, that might be one of those games where Wisconsin wins by 4 and people are down on Wisconsin because they play a close first round game, and then they play Arkansas. And, Arkansas, if you were to have one fatal flaw for them, it's been their defense at times. And that's one of the hottest backcourts in America that they would be going up against. And then to have potentially a day, if Wisconsin gets past High Point in Arkansas, you got Wisconsin, Arizona. Wisconsin's been the giant killer all year, and Arizona would be some justice for them. Because you remember, go back to 2014 and 2015. The reason why Arizona didn't get to the Final Four in both years was Wisconsin. So there's a lot of storylines throughout this side of the bracket. I think the last one I'll hit on here is, BYU. I think I was doing the math. I was doing the math earlier on it. We've had the play-in games, I think, since 2011, and every single year except last year.
There's been a winner, Mike. Yep.
Yeah, every single year besides last year in 2019, a team has won, and I think that continues again this year.
So, but Jarrell, really quick, Mike, which one of those teams is going to win? You got to give me your choice. Which one?
I think it's Texas.
Yeah,
I think Texas is the one that gets them. Yep.
That's a little wolf pack there from Rob Doster.
Or hook 'em.
No, the wolf pack.
This
is hook 'em. This is the wolf pack. This is the wolf pack.
I should know that. Right state, Raider up. That's this.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's bring Jarrell in, man. Jarrell, we got 15 minutes. Jarrell hasn't talked yet.
I know.
I mean,
sorry, Jarrell.
It's not that much that we need else to discuss in this, but I mean, all you guys were spot on. I would really appreciate. I'm sure college basketball fans would really appreciate if we did get that Wisconsin-Arkansas matchup, though. I would love just to see the guard play in that. I think we all can agree that if you got great guard play, elite guard play around this time of the year, that you got a chance. But I would love to see that matchup. I think Wisconsin, what they've done over the last couple of weeks and really all year long, I've been kind of saying that I got them right in that top 3 to 5 range for best backcourts in the country. Obviously, the heater and the run that Darius Acuff has been on really all year, but specifically this last week, kind of willing his team to a trophy and a championship in the SEC. It's been impressive. So I would love to see that matchup as well, too. But at the same time, Wisconsin, I do think they're going to have their hands full. I'll get into this a little bit later, Rob, but the Big East kind of got holes, I feel like, a little bit. Nova's got a toss-up game where they're probably the underdog again. Arizona's going to roll. We'll see who BYU gets, but either way, it won't be an easy game. But yeah, I mean, I like the setup for Purdue. I don't necessarily love that matchup, though, if they do end up getting Missouri. I got a feeling that that's going to, it's clearly going to be sort of a road game for them, but they're putting it together at the right time, and Purdue has been impressive, but they're obviously one of them teams as well, too, where it's like they go through the ups and downs of the season, but they're not one of the teams that I was super concerned with. Like, some of those older teams, guys that have been there, you kind of just got to get them to the NCAA tournament, and those guys will be able to hit a switch, because a lot of those guys, I'm sure that's the reason why they're back in school anyways, because they wanted to get one more shot at it and one more run at this time of year. So it should be an interesting bracket on this side, though. A lot of offense for sure.
Really quick.
Sam, I got to take real quick. I got to take
please.
real quick. I got to fire this one off, because I've been on here now. This is hour 3 for me on this, and I listened to the other ones when Goodman was on, and hosting, and things got completely off the rails. But we have not talked about BYU yet in depth about any of these. I actually think that BYU is in very real danger of losing to Texas or NC State, whoever that is, like the point you made, Mike. But AJ DeBonsa is on that roster. AJ DeBonsa is still I think the way I'd phrase it is the most explosive and the most dangerous guy when it comes to taking over a game, I think, in the sport. And we've seen him go for like 40 on 21 shots. He's capable of doing that, and he's capable of doing that multiple games in a row. And I love that matchup for NC State because I think NC State beats Texas, but they don't really have an answer for DeBonsa if DeBonsa gets crazy and gets going. And like, if they got Gonzaga in the second round, no one does. And Gonzaga is missing their second best big guy in Braden Huff, and nowhere they have a point guard, right? And you're telling me that Keba Keita can't handle Graham Ike inside? Like, I feel like this is. Go ahead, Jarrell.
No, I was just about to say I'm with you for if they run into Texas, he gonna shoot more free throws than Bam Adebayo the other night. And like you said, Gonzaga really has no real matchup of anybody that can check. Like, he's more than capable, and I think he showed flashes of it obviously in the Big 12 tournament, but he's more than capable of putting the team on his back and literally carrying this group. Right now, they're shorthanded group with the absence of Richie Saunders to the Sweet 16. I think that's more than possible. So, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up.
Jarrell, if he gets there, what is Purdue going to do with AJ DeBonsa? Like that is the single worst individual matchup that I think we have for Purdue in college basketball. A 6'9" athletic wing. Like, I don't think it happens. Right. I'm going to have NC State beating BYU in my bracket, but I just don't think that we've said anything about BYU being able to make a run in the 4 hours that we've done this. And that feels like we're overlooking something, Mike.
I don't think it's a DeBanza thing though. I think it's not. I think that game, whoever ends up winning that game between Texas and NC State, that game against BYU has all the makings of one of those 92-89s. Pick your winner, and AJ has 36 points. That's just what it feels like. That's like the way this is trending, because neither NC State or Texas guards. Neither of them do. Both of them can score it. BYU can't guard, and we know BYU can score it. So it's going to be one of the most electric games of the first round, no matter who wins that game in Dayton.
To be fair, there is a cautionary tale to all of this, because the ceiling is certainly there for AJ DeBonsa and BYU to go off on a run. But we have also seen this before. Go back to Texas and Kevin Durant. Like that's where I might at least have some questions, because in that 06-07 season, they were a 4 seed. They won their first round game and they lost in the round of 32 to I think, who did they lose to? They beat New Mexico State, and then they lost to USC, I think, in that second round.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, we have seen this before. National Player of the Year, freshman dominating and then bowing out early. So like that at least is capable of happening. What I am interested in doing, at least here, is because the West region, when you look at it in depth, I call it the over region because of all of the scoring that we could potentially see. If there was a upset or at least a run from a lower seed, where would it come from in your guys' mind?
High Point.
How about?
I'll say it.
Yeah,
that's what I was going to say.
I'll be the one that says it. High Point.
That would be the one. I don't think it happens, but that would be the one. I mean, because you're not considering Missouri. As
that's what I was going to say.
I'm not you're not considering them as like a lower seed, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say 10 and up. I'd say 10 and up.
10 and up. Okay. Okay, that's fair.
Then I would pick Missouri, and Missouri would be my pick.
In their backyard, right, LaTulip?
Yeah, to win a game, to win their first round game. Yeah.
Rob, the Wisconsin thing, the Wisconsin thing is interesting to me because we've seen that they've had two of the best road wins in the country. But like, can we also talk about losing to Oregon on the road in February? Can we talk about losing to Indiana in overtime? How about the loss to USC at home? So like there are some, it's a high variance team, right? And High Point too is one of those teams that has one of the best offenses in the country, and they lead the country in steals per game. So
yeah, I mean, look, the thing about this Wisconsin team is that they have a really, really high ceiling, and they also have a little bit of a floor. So I think we said this. I think I was with you, Mike, when we were talking about this. But I feel like Wisconsin can be the team to pick off Arizona and get to a Final Four. And I think that they're also the team that could end up losing in the first round of the tournament. And they are the one team that I think has that level of ceiling and that level of floor at the same time. So I don't know. I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I'm probably going to have High Point winning in my bracket just because heading into this, I said no matter what happens, I'm going to have High Point winning. So I kind of have to stick to. I'm too stubborn to back away.
Okay.
Be a man of your word. A big part of that as well, Sam, will be Nolan Winter.
Yeah.
They've won these games in the Big Ten tournament against some quality opponents, and let's be clear, you know, they were right there even against Michigan as well. But they got to a point now where they're playing shorthanded without him, and I think for him he's going to be the one guy that they have in that front court that's going to get them a little bit of support in the backcourt with Boyd and Blackwell. Like they'll have a guy who could play inside and outside. You can even throw it to him a little bit on the block as well too. He'll help with some of the rebounding issues also. So if they're able to get him back going into it, like I mean, I don't think you're wrong on that, Rob. I think they're a team they can lose first game, but I feel like with every round that they do advance, they become like 10 times more dangerous every passing round. Every game that they win is good. They turn into the team that nobody really wants to play.
Mm-hmm. I think the pace of High Point too. I mean, we've seen it in the last two Big Ten tournament games that Wisconsin played in. They were down 15 in both of them, and because you know Michigan want to get up and down, Illinois want to get Illinois will play fast on occasion. Like they can erase deficits in a heartbeat. And so I don't know. I do think this game could be close, but in this tournament, that's not an indicator of like poor play or like should change your prognostications for the next round. Like think about Butler. Go back to Butler in 2011. Like they sneak past Old Dominion in the first round. They get that crazy Matt Howard heave foul on the rebound to put them past Pittsburgh. It's like everybody says survive in advance. Like this Wisconsin team could completely embody that because we watched it in Chicago. We've watched it throughout the season where it's like they're so damn tough. And so late game, they got the alpha dog of all alpha dogs in Nick Boyd. So, you know, if this game ends up being close in the first round, it's not going to change my opinion that they can knock off Arkansas in the second round too.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get y'all's regional final picks here in the West region where we're leaning here? Are we going chalk?
Arizona.
We going Arizona. We're going Arizona.
I'm going Arizona. Chalk? All that to be said, Arizona.
Jarrell's muted.
Yeah, Jarrell, I think you're muted. Who you got?
My bad. I was gonna say Arizona, but look. I don't know. I got a feeling because it's probably because we haven't talked about them at all. Keep an eye on Gonzaga. Let's just keep an eye on them. Yeah. Like goddamn, they done lost 3 games all year, and we ain't spoke about them since the second month of the season. And I get the injury. I'm not sure if Huff is gonna be able to overcome that. But quiet as kept, man. They kind of figure some things out even without him. So and with every passing week and the farther they make it, he has more and more time to continue to rehab and get his knee or whatever the injury is stronger too. So just keep an eye out for Gonzaga. But I'm rolling with Arizona too.
Yeah, I got Arizona beating Purdue, but I have Purdue beating NC State in the Sweet 16. I have NC State in the Sweet 16. So.
You just can't quit. You can't quit it.
Can't quit.
Explain that to me, Rob, because I want to see what you're seeing.
They just can get hot and they are a team that I think has not reached their defensive potential this season. And the biggest issue they have is kind of post play and dealing with big bodies and big physical post presences. And I don't think that that's necessarily what Texas has or what BYU has. Now, the Gonzaga matchup is the one that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, but I think the length that they have on the perimeter will cause Gonzaga's lack of elite point guard to have some problems. So that might end up looking like a crazy take when Gonzaga gets to the Sweet 16, but that's where I'm at.
You don't think they'll struggle a little bit with vocatitis?
Maybe, but I think they have enough other weapons, and I don't know. That Texas team, just the way that their season ended, didn't make me feel great.
I'm with you on that. I'm just scared because watching NC, like, man, I get it. They haven't been good defensively, but damn, offensively, they just look so disconnected at times. Disengaged. Like, they got talented guys with Copeland and Williams, and it's just like, man, maybe I've seen too much of them. It's just like way too many stinkers, and nobody ends up kind of gets it going, able to pull them out of it. I don't know. I guess I might just be out on NC State. That's just me though.
I always go with the chaos because there's just always too much chalk going on. So I look, Arizona has failed to reach the Final Four in each of its last 6 NCAA tournament appearances as a number 1 seed. It's the longest streak by any program since seeding began in 1979. So I'm not going to pick them to go to the Final Four this round. I also have Purdue losing in the second round to either Missouri or Miami. So I think BYU can make a run. To y'all's point, we haven't talked about them nearly enough. You think about, like, it's been 15 years since a Kemba Walker run in 2011. There are a couple of players that can make a Kemba Walker type run, and AJ Debonsa fits the mold better than most. So that's who I'll be going with. I'll go with BYU to come out of the West region. Let's move along here. We got a couple minutes left. We can hit on let's go to the Midwest region. 1 seed is Michigan. Obviously in this region, UMBC back, although Ryan Odom is not the head coach anymore. So good luck to the winner out of that, UMBC and Howard in the first 4 there. Georgia against St. Louis in the 8-9 game. Texas Tech and Akron in that 5-12. Obviously, Texas Tech dealing with the injury to JT Toppin. John Gross. Akron may be the best team in the MAC. I want to get Mike LaTulip's thoughts on that. Alabama and Hofstra in that 4-13. 6 seed is Tennessee. They will play the winner of Miami of Ohio and SMU. Virginia and Wright State in the 3-14. Kentucky and Santa Clara out of that 7-10. And then Iowa State and Nolan Smith in that Tennessee State game. LaTulip, can I ask that question to you again? Because we do have Miami of Ohio and we have Akron here in this both Midwest side of the bracket. Is Akron the best team in this conference, do you think?
I think they've without a doubt played the best basketball in the MAC the last 2 months, probably a month and a half, 2 months, probably. And that's no slide against Miami. You're talking about an Akron program. I tweeted out last night. This Akron program's won 43 of their last 45 MAC games.
Silly.
I mean, it's like the most under-discussed topic in college basketball, how consistent that program has been. I mean, they got a bunch of 4-year guys, a lot of older guys. I think that's a semi-tough draw for them with Texas Tech, even without JT Toppin. A lot of offense in that game, but I've been so impressed with Akron and the job John Gross has done. I think they've been phenomenal.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rob. What do you got for this Midwest region?
Well, I think Akron just has like really, really good guards, right? And they're really tough, and they were as much attention as we gave Miami of Ohio, just Miami. It's not Miami of Ohio. I got to break that habit. It's just Miami, right? As much attention as we gave them all season long, Akron was actually the best team according to the metrics in the MAC, and like I said, really tough guards. They get out and run. They have the thing that Texas Tech is trying to do now is really kind of space you out and use their quickness advantage that they have to be able to beat some bigger and slower teams, and that kind of fits into Akron's hands and fits into a mid-major team's hands because they tend to have more guards and be a little bit smaller. So I really like this Akron team. I like them to be able to pull off an upset here, and I think if we get Akron and Alabama in the second round of the NCAA tournament, that is the kind of matchup. Like the amount of talented guards that are going to be in that region, like first and foremost, where that game's getting played in Tampa, right? You got Texas Tech, Akron, and you got Alabama Hofstra. Cruz Davis and who's the kid that hit the game winner for Hofstra in the semis of the CI? I'm blanking on his name. But the freshman Hofstra's got two. Yeah,
Edmead,
Malik Edmead. They got two studs in their backcourt there, and like the guard play in that region, it rivals the Arkansas, Wisconsin, High Point region in terms of like the most interesting guards that we're going to have. So that's going to be a lot of fun. That whoever comes out of those regions, like that's the one. That's where you want to be. You want to be in Portland for the Wisconsin, Arkansas games, or you want to be in Tampa for the Texas Tech, Alabama games. I think are the most interesting places to be.
Jarrell, what do you make of Michigan's path here through the Midwest region as the 1 seed?
Oh, I absolutely love it for Michigan. I really don't think they got. I can't see a game prior to maybe probably the Elite Eight even, where a team that can truly match up with what they like to do. I am looking forward to this though. I'm just hoping St. Louis wins because for my own selfish reasons, Sam's, I want to see Riz versus Goggles, aka Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, aka Larry Nerd. I want to see that matchup for my own selfish reasons, and I may even have to go make a little road trip to go see it if they make it through. But I'm looking forward to that. I'll tell you somebody that I am high on, and I think if they can get past the second round, which I think will probably end up being Tennessee. I love Virginia, man. Mm-hmm. I think Virginia could get to Elite Eight. Is that crazy to say? I know it's seeding wise, it's not, but
no.
Damn, I think they're good enough, man, and they're deep, man. They are deep. They're probably they might be, if not the deepest, one of the deepest teams in the entire country. They legitimately have 9 guys that can go in and either you don't lose anything from the drop off or they bring something different to the table when they come into the game. So I'm huge on Virginia, man. They battled Duke tough. We saw that. Obviously, Duke is shorthanded, but just even the games prior to that, man, they showed me a lot. So I'm high on Virginia. Obviously, Iowa State is playing well. Texas Tech is going to be in trouble, but for the most part, man, I think Michigan is looking good.
I think. Yeah, I was going to say the Michigan draw, if you just look at the opponents, even in the second round, I mean, Georgia and St. Louis both play at, some of the fastest paces in the country. Bama, same thing. Texas Tech, kind of. And just Michigan, 2 out of their 3 losses this year. The Purdue game today and the Duke game, those were their 2 lowest possession games of the year.
Yep.
So the teams that have been able to kind of drag them into the mud have been the ones that have really knocked them off. And so I don't expect that to happen with really any of these teams that they play. So that's why I think they have such a favorable draw. Like the teams that have gone and tried to go higher possession with them, USC, Gonzaga, Villanova, they got blasted. They got blasted by Michigan. Now, the makeup of this team is a little different when you don't have LJ Kaysen, but I still don't think it's going to really make a difference. But getting to the Elite Eight, I also have Virginia in my Elite Eight, and I'll open this up to the group here. I mean, where are we at on Santa Clara, Kentucky? Because thing, that is not a great matchup for Kentucky.
It is not.
I think I was going through and looking at it earlier. 12 turnovers is the number for Kentucky. This year, when they've turned it over 12 or more times, 5-9. 12 or less, 16-4. So that's the number in that game against a Santa Clara team that's top 25 in the country and turning them over. So without a kind of a true floor general, to me that's a tough draw in the first round for Kentucky.
Yeah, I actually agree that that's a difficult matchup. The difference is I think that there's enough talent that Kentucky has to be able to kind of win out. There's a little bit of a size differential as well. Like I've watched a lot of Santa Clara basketball this year, probably more than is healthy. They have a lot of late night games that are on the WCC, and there's nothing I like more than getting off after dark and it's 1 a.m. and it's like, oh, you know what? We got 4 minutes left in this Santa Clara matchup. Let's go turn this thing on. Sash Gavalyagov is a stud at the point, and Alan Graves is a guy who, if Mark Pope is doing his job correctly, if he is properly going into the portal, then he will be recruiting Alan Graves off of that Santa Clara roster while they are playing, because Alan Graves is going to be one of the guys this summer that is the huge name that pops up next year and is like, we're talking about him as an NBA prospect. It's like, oh, where did this guy come from? Santa Clara? I've never heard of him before. Well, there you go. Now you've heard of him. But if you look at who Kentucky's really struggled with late in the season, it's the teams that really get out and run. Like if they can kind of get you into a half-court game and they can kind of take advantage of their defense and they can kind of get back and they don't have to worry about you beating them down the floor, that's where I think they have a little bit of a success. And some of that probably plays into the idea that when you – like if you're pressing, that's going to be more likely to turn the ball over, which is going to give you a little bit higher possession game, and you're going to get more easy buckets that way. They also struggle with teams that have more size around the basket because they're not a great finishing team and they're not a great rim protection team. And I don't know if Santa Clara's got a little bit of that. They got the big guy. I think it's Bucky Aboye, who's a good, like he can block some shots, but I think that they can get past here. I actually think that they got a chance. If they can get to Iowa State, they got a chance to be able to beat Iowa State too. Because Iowa State is not a team that's going to get out and run on you. And yes, the turnover issue is a problem because you have a bunch of guys there that on that Iowa State team that are going to come out there and they're going to trap and they're going to put two on the ball, and they do that weird thing when they guard ball screens where like they have the tagger come all the way across and they're giving up the cross court pass. But I think that to beat that, you have to have guys that are big and strong with the ball that can make plays and that can see over the top of the defense. And one thing that Kentucky does have is bigger guards. Like they don't have smaller guards, and that's what Iowa State does have. So I hear you with the turnover stuff. I actually think that Kentucky got, all things considered, when you are a 7 seed, I think they got a fairly favorable draw when you look at what else they could have picked up. Like if you're the 2 seed right now, who do you want out of or if you're the 7 seed, who would you want? Would you want Purdue, the way they're playing? Would you want Houston? Would you want UConn? Or would you want Iowa State? It might be UConn at this point, but that's still Dan Hurley playing in an NCAA tournament. I think it could have been a lot worse for Kentucky the way it played out.
Right, and we've seen Iowa State have some issues. Go ahead, Jarrell.
No, I was just agreeing with him. I was saying I would take UConn. I would rather see UConn right now than Iowa State, but I completely agree with the premise there. Sorry, Rob.
It's the first time earning a 7 seed for Kentucky in school history, by the way. The last time they were seeded 7th or worse was in 2014. They were 8th when they reached the national championship game. So we'll see what happens as the 7 seed for Kentucky. Santa Clara, obviously, in the NCAA tournament for the first time since 1996. Steve Nash was a senior on that team the last time that Santa Clara was going dancing. So really quick, before we move out of the Midwest region, LaTulip, your regional final picks here and your team going to the Final Four is?
I hate going chalk, but I'm going Michigan.
Come on, Mike. Have some fun.
Yeah. Who are they beating?
Yeah,
who are they beating?
Virginia.
That's what I got to.
Jarrell?
Samesies. I'm with you. I got Michigan, Virginia, and I got Michigan going.
I actually think that we're going to have the 1, 2, 3, 4 advance in this region. I think Alabama loses to Michigan, and actually, you know what? I have Virginia. I'm going to have Virginia getting past Iowa State, and then Michigan beating Virginia to get to the Final Four.
No love for Rick Barnes in Tennessee. I mean, is it just the March thing, like not getting past the Sweet 16? I mean, they were a team last year that caused some people some trouble.
It's a Nate Amon thing, and right now is their margin of error is too thin. Like it's him, Gillespie, and like really not a whole lot after that. And this isn't the shut your water off, beat you up on the glass, overly physical, nightmare, normal, like Tennessee defense that we're used to. Like, you know what I mean? And right now, I mean, I'm just not confident that, you know, if they come out and they're off a little bit defensively and they start getting shredded, that they're going to be able to catch up to anybody in this tournament. So I think that's the biggest thing with Tennessee, not that they're playing terrible.
Yeah, I'm with you guys too. I hate going chalk, but I did go Michigan, and I also went Virginia. So we're a little bit in consensus there for the Midwest region. Let's go ahead and move over on the bottom left side of your bracket to the South region. That's where you will find the reigning national champs Florida as the 1 seed. They will be playing the winner of Prairie View A&M and Lehigh out of that first 4 game, and then Clemson and Iowa in the 8-9. Clemson obviously will not have Carter Welling, their starting center, going forward. He's out with injury. A little bit of a defensive matchup there. Vanderbilt and McNeese. Will Wade no longer the coach at McNeese, but fear not, they can still ball with the best of them. Sets up for potential rematch between Florida and Vandy there. I'll get to that in just a second. Nebraska, notoriously and infamously, have never won an NCAA tournament game. They will try to do that against the Troy Trojans. North Carolina without Caleb Wilson going up against the 11 seed VCU out of the A-10. They've won 6 straight there. Illinois and Penn, the Quakers, with a stunner in the Ivy League championship game over Yale earlier today. Mike LaTulip's Illini will be trying to advance out of that game. And then the 7-10 matchup here is a really intriguing one. Buckyball against St. Mary's in the 10-7 in Houston, and the Idaho Vandals to round out your South region. Bird's eye view here, LaTulip. Thoughts on the South region and maybe the 3 seed specifically in this region?
Yeah, I think this is the region. To me, the East is far and away the toughest. I won't say that the South region is the weakest. I just think there could be the most chaos in this region. I do think, I guess, sticking on Illinois, because I know you asked about it. I actually love the draw. I think it's set up a little bit more nicer for them than it would have been if they were a 2, because there's a chance they could have gotten to St. Louis if they were a 2, and you're playing Missouri. It's a rivalry game, all that stuff in St. Louis. But I like the fact that you get Penn, who, by the way, looked awesome today. But then this North Carolina VCU game, I understand it's in Greenville, but I think you would take playing against North Carolina without Caleb Wilson at this point, even though I think their complementary parts have improved in the absence of Wilson. So I think Illinois is in a good spot here to right the ship. I mean, just the loss to Wisconsin, the loss a couple of weeks ago to Michigan. I mean, they've been trying to find themselves a little bit defensively, trying to kind of dig deep and win some of these games late, which you're going to have to do if you want to advance far in the tournament. You're going to have to do that at some point. So I'm confident that team is going to get to the second weekend. Fun story would be a Vanderbilt-Nebraska matchup, because these were the two. We were putting these 2 teams in the same bucket earlier in the season, where it's like one of the best stories in college basketball, but how far can they take this? And then everybody's going to use the NCAA tournament to confirm whether or not you were right or wrong about these teams. And for Nebraska, you get a win, it's your first in program history. For Vandy, you potentially get a date with Nebraska, and if Vandy wins that, it's their first Sweet 16 since 2007. So there's just a lot in this region. I mean, the Clemson-Iowa game, just rightfully so, the lowest total in the first round. That thing, I actually can't believe it's 131. That has all the makings of a 60-something, 50-something, if I've ever seen one. But fun region. I mean, Houston, like you get for Illinois, you get North Carolina and Greenville, and if you advance far enough, you get Houston in Houston. So Illinois has been good on the road all year. So that shouldn't be anything new to them.
Houston and
counterpoint
Illinois.
to that, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Sure. What if you don't get either of those teams? What if VCU beats North Carolina in the first game of the NCAA tournament? VCU, who is loaded with high major talent, who
who has the size and athleticism to be able to give North Carolina problems, who's going to try to force turnovers against a team that doesn't really have like a natural point guard. And if they do have one, he happens to be a freshman. And if they don't have one, then he's the transfer from Colorado State that has been quite disappointing. And then, so tell me if you think this is crazy, because I asked RC and TO this, and they said that I need to stop drinking. And then I asked Norm Roberts and Matt McCall this, and they told me that I need to put down the edibles and put down the gummies and focus on being a little bit more professional on these broadcasts. I think St. Mary's beats Texas A&M, and I think St. Mary's can beat Houston. I think that is a really difficult matchup for Houston because you've heard me say this before, Mike. I think Houston relies a little too much on tough off the dribble jumpers. I think they have two guys that are on the ball, and only one guy that is best off the ball in their backcourt, where usually you have like last year they had one guy that was really great on the ball, and they had two guys that were kind of at their best being the secondary option back there, whether it was LJ Cryer making jumpers or Emmanuel Sharp making jumpers. You can't do that against St. Mary's. They want you to try to go one-on-one. They want to take that. They want you to try to beat them one-on-one because you're not going to be able to do it. They have the size. They control the tempo. They can rebound with Houston. The only question I have is whether or not they're going to be able to deal with the on-the-ball traps that you get when you're coming off of ball screens, because they are a very ball screen heavy offense. Randy Bennett has always been. But they got two really good guards, man. Joshua Dent is a stud. Mikey Lewis is a stud. Paulos Morauskas is a stud. They got Harry Wessels and Andrew McKeever inside. They got a couple of like guys that are like well beyond 7 feet. So I think St. Mary's gives Houston a lot of problems.
I don't hate that.
Jarrell, I want to. Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm with you too, Rob.
Jarrell,
I want to get your thoughts on this. Yeah.
No, I was just, yeah, I'm with it. I'm with the rest of the gang though. I think Rob got to be, he got to be on something. And I completely get the premise though, Rob. But let's be honest here. Have we ever given a shit about Houston's offense? It's never been about that. They're going to win these first two games by an average of about 15 points in the NCAA tournament because they're going to get after people and they're going to turn them over. And I get it, they got good guards, but it really ain't about that. You run a lot of ball screens against Houston, it's a death sentence because those guys are going to have to come off of it, and they're going to be close to half court when they do. So they're going to force all the rest of the guys on the team to have to make quick and pressure decisions coming out of those pick and roll situations. I think they're going to turn teams over, and they're going to let their defense lead the way to their offense. I'll let you guys go after this, but I'll beat you to it, Sam. And this is a wild and wacky region for me too. I'm with you on that, Mike. But I got Houston, I got Vandy with a trip to the Final Four on the line.
Wow, yeah,
I like that, Terrell. Just a couple quick, stats and nuggets before we get your regional final picks. Round of 64 matchup. You guys talked about it. 7 versus 10. It features the number 9 scoring offense in Texas A&M in the country. St. Mary's, the number 7 scoring defense in the country. So opposites attract there. 2-seed Houston, 3-seed Illinois. Talked about that. Those programs are 3rd and 4th, respectively, in most NCAA tournament wins without a national title. They both will be trying to vie for one if they do match up against each other there. LaTulip, your regional final picks and your Final Four pick out of the South region. Don't go chalk on me again, Mike.
Pressure.
No, I'm not. I don't think I am. I don't think I am.
All right.
Man, I'm going Illinois. I'm doing it.
Oh,
I'm going Illinois.
Let's go.
I think they've had their, after the Big Ten tournament, I feel like they've had their come to Jesus situation, meeting, whatever it was, because they're not far off. 4 of their last 5 losses are in overtime. They're very close to us looking at this team very differently, and they're very close to being a team that could have been higher on the 2 line or could have been vying for that last 1 spot. But the late game stuff has been, it's been alarming at times because it's a defensive rebound here. It's kind of a loose ball there. And I just feel like it's win or go home time. it's lay it all on the line time. And I do really like their draw. So I'm going Illinois. But yeah, I mean, it's the Houston St. Mary's thing though, Rob, it's intriguing because the area that Houston does leave themselves susceptible is on the defensive glass because they extend their pressure out so far. We know how good of an offensive rebounding team St. Mary's is. So that's got my attention. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'll just say it's got my attention. But I'll go Illinois coming out of this region.
Yeah, as long as St. Mary's doesn't turn the ball over, they got a chance. Like, just get a shot up. Don't turn it over. Just get a shot up on the rim, and you got a chance.
I got to throw it out there, Mike, because you led with this in the first section, and I know what the narrative that's being built has been with your pick. Are they tough enough to beat Houston?
That's
tough enough to beat Houston. Are they tough enough to make a run? Because I think that's the narrative that's out there right now. Let's just call a spade a spade. Like, man, it's. Are you guys? Is this team tough enough to do what it needs to do to get to a Final Four?
It's a good question.
With a Houston in the way. Yeah,
it's grimy time, man. It's not. It's now or never, and it's gotta be for this group. It's just we've seen it. They've displayed it at times this season. Their issue when they played UConn early in the season was just that, Terrell, and I feel like it's crept up on them a little bit here late in the season, and now it's time once again to flip that switch. I'm bullish, Rob.
Imagine being the Rob is calling UConn soft.
Yeah, imagine being the softer team against UConn. Imagine that, Mike. That's not
November.
For the record, McNeese State beats Vanderbilt in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Florida gets to the Elite Eight where they lose to the Fighting Illini. We're going to have Illinois and Arizona in the Final Four. Yes. It's trending. It's way too trendy right now.
It's contagious. The Fighting Mike LaTulips in March, man, can't beat it. I think we're overthinking this a little bit. I think Florida gets their way through the South region and ends up in the Final Four. Let's go to the East region here. That's where you find the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament. The Duke Blue Devils. They will be playing the Jerry McNamara coached Siena Saints. Ironic a little bit that Jerry Mack was one of the best three-point shooters in Syracuse history, and yet his team ranks 333rd in the country in three-point field goal percentage, but I digress. Ohio State in the 8th seed, taking on TCU. TCU, one of the most wild NCAA tournament bracket resumes that you will find this year. St. John's, back-to-back champs out of the Big East regular season and conference championship, playing Northern Iowa and the Panthers there. Kansas, high variance team right now with Darren Peterson. They'll be playing Cal Baptist. Worth noting that this matchup will be in San Diego, which is about an hour away from Cal Baptist campus for those who care. Louisville and South Florida in the 6-11 game. Michigan State, can't count out Tom Izzo and March. Those two things go together like peanut butter and jelly. They get North Dakota State, UCLA, and UCF. Mick Cronin will not have to see the Statue of Liberty, but he might have to see the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia. And then UConn and Furman round things out in the East region. So potential for really intriguing matchups in this one. Obviously, could have St. John's and UConn Part 4. And then, of course, Duke with the injury questions to Caleb Foster and Patton Gongba. You also have the Louisville question of Michael Brown. Is he going to play? Because that changes the whole dynamic. And then, of course, UCLA, Donovan Dent and Tyler Bilodeau. Word on the street is that we might get healthy in time for the first game against Johnny Dawkins and UCF. But let's go around quickly here. Thoughts on the East region. LaTulip, we can go ahead and start with you again.
All right. I've been waiting to throw this out there. So when you look at upsets, a very, big signal for an upset, and we've seen it over the last few years, is clashes in pace.
Oh,
when Yale
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
When Yale beat Auburn, I'm trying to think of the other. When Drake beat Missouri, when Oakland beat Kentucky, and if you look at it, I'm just saying, I don't know if I can bring myself to pick it, but the clashing pace is Northern Iowa and St. John's. And so and St. John's
Mike,
is riding high.
Mike, if you
fans
want
is
to beat
putting out
St.
the videos.
If you want to beat St. John's, there's two things you have to do. You have to keep them off the offensive glass. Northern Iowa's top 25 in defensive rebounding efficiency. You have to control the tempo, which means you can't let them get out and run. Northern Iowa is top 100. I think they're 75th in offensive turnover rate, and they're 356th in offensive rebounding rate because they don't go to the glass. They just run back on defense, and they say, if we miss a shot, you got it, you're good. You're not getting a layup at the other end of the floor. Now, they don't have the size. They don't have the athleticism. I don't know if they have enough dudes to be able to actually pull off the upset, but the
It would have to be a Trey Campbell. It would have to be a Trey Campbell masterclass.
He'd have to go nuts. But they play the style that will allow you to do that. I have St. John's winning, but that's one where, like, I don't think many people are going to pick that because they just won the Big East. They just won the double in the Big East. That's one that you got to keep an eye on. I think that they are the. If you were going to draw the prototype for what the matchup you needed, that's the matchup that you would need. Now, you know what's funny about saying all this? I think that they are the one team that is built in this region to actually beat Duke too. So, like, I'm sitting here saying they might get beat by Northern Iowa. They might beat Duke. Like, what kind of world are we living in, guys? What is going on here?
Jarrell, you're shaking your head. I want to get your thoughts on this because let's not forget Northern Iowa did lose 5 straight games in conference play in January. They also only average 70 points per game. So, thoughts on the East region here?
I apologize. I don't know if we got enough time because there's just so much going on in this region. But that's first and foremost. And this is one of the issues that I have. And I love the stats, but this is where you could throw all the efficiency ratings and the analytics out the window. They're a high percentage of defensive rebounding efficiency. That sounds great until you got to run the Zuby Edger. You get what I'm saying? And Bryce Hopkins, like, you could throw that out of the window. Like, and that's gonna be where that game is won at, because I agree with the clash in pace is gonna be closer than people think, and we already know how ugly St. John's is able to win. But at the end of the day, I think it's gonna be the offensive rebound that gets them through. But what I'm more concerned, like, they got absolutely hosed. You got hosed. You win.
Yeah, as a 5 seed.
East.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you win the Big East and the tournament. And then on top of that, and I get why they did it. They've beaten UConn twice, and they put them in the same region. Now, I get why they did that. That was like throwing St. John's a bone. We're going to throw you in the East, though. But here goes this 5 seed. Like, that's, in my opinion, that's ridiculous. Like, they shouldn't have failed below a 4 seed, in my opinion. Just being honest with you. And
the only good wins they had this season were UConn. That was it. That's all they did. What else did they do?
Rob,
congratulations. You beat Baylor on a neutral court. Good job. You beat Ole Miss in the Garden. Great. Congratulations.
Your schedule matters still, Rob. You still got to play the games. And then the team that got all the quality wins outside of the conference, they beat the hell out of them twice. So that, I guess that just doesn't mean anything.
I don't know. I celebrated St. Patty's Day yesterday. I blocked out at 6:35. I don't know anything that happened the rest of the night. So
can't recall.
I can't comment on anything that you're referring to there. I will say, I said this the other day. I was so ready to pick UConn to lose in the first weekend of the tournament, and then I saw.
I like their path, Rob. I like their path.
And now I'm like, and I've been. What is the line from The Sopranos? They tried to push me out and they pulled me back in. Right. That's kind of what just happened with UConn. And now I'm like, yeah, we can get to the Elite Eight. And if we get to the Elite Eight, I think we can beat Duke, because all UConn does, when no one thinks that they can beat Duke in the NCAA tournament, they go out and they beat Duke en route to a national title. So I've managed to convince myself, going from they might lose in the first round to Furman to, yeah, we're cutting down some bets again. I'll see you guys in the
Danny Hurley's not going to lose. Danny Hurley's not losing to the Paladins. Mike, who you got coming out of this region?
I got Duke. Duke. I'll just leave it at that. And I will say that if St. John's does get upset, which they likely won't, how about a Ali Farouk-Manesh rematch with Kansas, Northern Iowa? It'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good shout. That's a good shout.
Good one. Jarrell?
Last one I'll say, and again, another curveball for you, but this is part of the reason why I really hate St. John's draw. Hate the second round matchup. Give me Kansas.
Yeah. Again, a super high variance team that we just, could go on a run. They really could. it's worth noting that Cam Boozer has not lost the final game of a season in basketball since he played in 6th grade. So it's hard not to pick against Duke and Cam Boozer, who just does not lose the last game of the season. So I got Duke coming out of the East region as well.
That's an incredible stat.
It's kind of one of those crazy ones, man. Has not lost the final game of a season since he was in the 6th grade. So, yeah, I'm going with Duke. The coverage here does not stop. Rob Doster will have to wait until April to sleep. He will remain on here. But for Mike LaTulip and Jarrell McNeil, I am Sam Ravage saying so long. Man, it is going to be a heck of a tournament. Can't wait for the first 4 to start. We will be with you as well for all of that coverage as the tournament begins. But in the meantime, stick around. We have got continuing coverage here on the Field of 68 YouTube page. So stick right here. We will be right back.
As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app. You sign up using bonus code FIELD. You deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season one for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. Sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. With over 35 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 live events listed on SeatGeek, from concerts and festivals to sports and more. It's how I was able to get cheap tickets for the tourney's first round games in Philadelphia this year. Every ticket on the app is backed by SeatGeek's buyer guarantee. And if you guys use code FIELD, you get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek. That's 10% off tickets with code FIELD. Use the link in the description to download the app, and you have the code automatically added to your account. It's 2026. Everything in our world has leveled up. Our phones are supercomputers, your car parks itself, but your razor is still flimsy and overpriced. That's where Harry's Plus comes in. Harry's Plus has an advanced pivoting system to reach every corner of your face. It has refined blade tech for a close and smoother shave, and has a weighted metal handle for added control and comfort. Most importantly for me, Harry's Plus has German-engineered blades that are honed at 3 different angles to cut hair cleanly and without razor burn. I may have a beard, but I still need to shave my neck to make sure I don't look like Paul Gasol. And with Harry's, I have never dealt with razor burn, painful bumps, or the kind of nicks and cuts that you get with drugstore blades. If you don't love your shave, Harry's will make it right, no questions asked. There's zero downside to giving it a shot. For a limited time, our listeners get the Harry's Plus trial set for only $10 at harrys.com/F68. This set includes all new Harry's Plus razor, 1 refined 5-blade cartridge, a 2-ounce foamy shave gel, and a travel cover to protect your blades on the go. Just head to harrys.com/F68 and tell them we sent you.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Field of 68 After Dark, presented by BetMGM. Rob Doster, Brad Evans. I'm Dallin Cuff. Boys, we have a bracket, and we have a lot of action. Let's go. 3 weeks. Let's roll it out there. We're getting through all the different betting angles here. We'll get through different games, futures, favorite plays. Real quick, as we look at when we get started here, when you look at the futures for a championship, on BetMGM, Duke is plus 300, Michigan plus 350, Arizona plus 4, Florida plus 650. Those are your 1 seeds. Houston's the closest next contender at plus 900. Then UConn at plus 1,800. Brad, let me start with you. Were you at all, when you just look at the big picture, we looked at the #1 seeds, you look at the numbers overall, Duke and Michigan kind of gone back and forth as favorites over the last 6 weeks, really since Duke beat Michigan. There are some books that have this inverted, that have Michigan as a favorite. What do you make of the futures market as it relates to just winning the whole thing?
Yeah, I honestly think where the value lies right now is with the Florida Gators. I grabbed them 13-1 to go back-to-back national titles in early January, and that number, is a little bit south of 7-1. It was plus 750 before the bracket was revealed, so it shrunk a little bit more. But I still feel, if you're looking to tail the number one seeds, it is bar none the best value on the board. Is that team I thought got a tremendous draw in the South region, and they have all the goods, all the characteristics to do it all again. Some of what the Billy Donovan teams did earlier this century, the best front court in the country, have gotten more reliable and consistent play out of their guards, which everybody's questioned all season long, and Boogie Fland and Xavier Lee, and they really don't have any weaknesses anywhere on paper. They've added some depth, getting some quality minutes off the pine. So give me the Florida Gators as the best value out there if you're looking to chase somewhat of the chalk. I'm going to avoid Duke, and I'm certainly going to avoid Michigan. I like Michigan's draw. I like the Dukies draw as well. But both those teams have some serious flaws and serious question marks tied to some of the injury downsides there with Duke, and tied with the turnover issues that Michigan has. And there is a team in that Wolverines region, gentlemen. Ooh, baby, that is a very poor matchup for the mighty Wolverines.
I think at this point, if you're betting futures, you've probably kind of been priced out of it, right? Like, I just don't think there's any value on any of those numbers. If I was going to take one, it would probably be Arizona. I think Arizona is the best team in college basketball right now, in part because they don't have an injured point guard, and I think they got a pretty good region to be able to make a run through. If you're going to give me them as the third best price there, I probably would take Arizona at 4-1 to win it. But I'm not betting any futures at this point. Like, if you got to get your futures in like Brad did in January. At this point, I just don't see any value on it.
Brad, great minds think alike. 13.5 to 1 here for your boy on Florida. So we'll see how that hangs on from months ago. I wish I'd have taken him as 22 to 1, but I wasn't that prescient, I guess, because that was about early January, late December. All right, let's go region by region. Actually, let's start in the first four. Miami gets in. That was obviously a big storyline. It opened at 7.5. It moved to 8.5. It's been back and forth between the two. Do you guys have a first four play you particularly like in this matchup?
I like NC State.
You want me to go first?
I like NC State.
Sorry, bad hosting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rob. Talk to me. NC State, really, go.
Yeah, I like the NC State in that matchup. I feel like Texas has the way that their season ended was not exactly awe-inspiring. And while it wasn't like NC State played their best basketball of late, I do think that they have gotten themselves in a little bit of a better spot. I trust them a little bit more, and it feels like that is a team that still has some ceiling that they could find on the defensive end of the floor. A lot of that stuff to me just seemed like it was an effort issue. So I would like NC State. The way that you beat NC State is you got to have big physical monsters in and around the basket. And I don't think that's necessarily what Texas has.
Yeah, my favorite play,
Brad,
honestly,
if you're not on that game, Brad, hold on one second. I'm going to stay on that game real quick, just because I'm on the same game. Just on the other side, NC State's team to me is just soft. They're just so soft, and they're so reliant on making three. It's just a team that I can't believe it. And I'm not saying I love the play, but it's like, as my brother always says, what am I going to do? Not bet? So we're clearly going to play this game here. It's a first four game. We're getting ready to go. I lean toward Texas. I think they're one of the best offenses in the country. They will get downhill. They will affect you in the lane. It is weird in the fact that this Texas team played in the first four last year and lost to Xavier. Now, the irony in that is Xavier's coach was Sean Miller, and Dalen Swain was on the winning side of that. So it's a weird – they have a lot of dudes that have played in this game before, some that have failed, some that have succeeded. It's a weird dynamic. I don't necessarily love the play, but I'm definitely going to take Texas in that -1.5. Go ahead, Brad. What you got?
Let's go with the other first four matchup of some of the more higher major teams, although there is a mid-major in the duo here, SMU and Miami, Ohio. This has got like first to 85, first to 90 written all over it, guys. I'll take the over 164.5, and that may seem like a sky-high number, but the pace of play is going to be zip, 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 zip. Of course, everybody is really curious how Miami is going to fare against an actual stiff opponent. And, SMU was somewhat soft. Defensively, they have their flaws and issues, but With Boobie Miller, sounds like BJ Edwards is going to be back as well. They got a lot of scores, and the Mustangs can rev the engine, putting ball through baskets. So, again, one of my favorite early round plays, regardless if it's in the first 4 or the round of 64, is that Miami, Ohio SMU over. If you like scoring, you're going to be thoroughly entertained.
Yeah, look, I don't know if BJ Edwards actually plays. I don't know if he's 100% if he does play. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but every single person that's ever been injured is now healthy heading into the NCAA tournament on Selection Sunday. I'm pretty sure there are guys with torn ACLs where their coaches said that they're going to be available for the NCAA tournament to try to juice up their bid just a little bit. But if BJ Edwards doesn't play, I think that's even better for the over. Right, just because he's their best defender, right? T.O. has him as the defensive player of the year in the Big East because apparently he has not watched Duke enough this season to realize that that's someone on that Duke roster. I don't know who it is. I like SMU here as well. I think that Miami is going to run into a little bit of a level of athlete that they haven't seen before. The big guy, Yigitoglu, I hope I got your name right, is a problem. And a really, really good defender around the rim and can finish. And I just don't – what are they going to do with Boobie Miller? Like, what is Miami of Ohio going to do with Boobie Miller?
This is my thing with Miami, Ohio. I was surprised they put him in Dayton, guys. I'd said all last week or so that they want the storyline, they want the Thursday, Friday, they want the build-up. But they went by their metrics. So I respect what the committee did there. They put him in Dayton because that's where, by their resume, that's where they deserve to be. That said, the biggest difference between a mid-major player, and I'm saying this obviously as a former mid-major player, and a high-major player, is the guy across from me was 2 to 4 inches taller, ran faster, jumped higher, was physically different than I was. Doesn't mean he's a better player necessarily, or doesn't mean the team's going to win, but the God-given stuff is different. And if you haven't played against a team like that in over a year, you have not seen it. That is a weird space to operate in. And to your point with BJ Edwards, I thought it was interesting. Of course, they said he was back healthy. They've lost 5 of 6. They haven't looked great without him. That said, there's size, there's physicality, there's athleticism that I don't think they've seen before. And they just don't really have that. And bear in mind, like, they haven't been – Akron was working teams in the MAC. These guys were surviving in the MAC, which is fine. They won. That's great. I'm glad they're there. But I really think this is going to be a different level for them. The only thing I wonder if there is they feel no pressure now because it's like, all right, we got in. People are all maligning us for getting in. Do we go out and fire up 15, make 15 threes? That's the only way they're hanging in this game, I think. They have to shoot lights out.
Freeing,
and they're capable of it, but they have to do it.
It's freeing for them. They literally spent every game that they played over the last 6 weeks felt like a tournament game. Like, you have to win this or you're going to be out of the dance. Because how many times do we have that conversation? Is Miami of Ohio deserve to be in a tournament? It felt like every game was like a win or go home kind of a situation. And now it's just like, yeah, you know what? You just go play. There's no pressure now. You did the hard part. Now let's go have some fun. So that's the one thing about it that does scare me. But I'm going to be on SMU because I'm a sucker. I told you, I always find the trap and walk right into it. So if this is a trap, then I'll be walking directly into it.
I don't think this one's a trap. There are other ones that are a trap. I don't think this one's a trap. All right, let's go region by region. Let's start in the East. Is there a certain play you like? This is now for the East. It's top left corner. If you're looking at your bracket, Duke's in the region. Obviously, a ton of Hall of Fame coaches, a lot of big brands. Duke's pathways, interesting. Is there a play, Brad, that you like in particular? Let's stick at first round. Let's go first round before we have any futures in this region. Go first round, please.
Yeah, I got a couple of plays I really like in this first round. Let's start with the Kansas Jayhawks taking on the Cal Baptist Lancers. The Lancers actually have some front court size. At 6'11", they got a 7-footer in there as well. Decent guard play to throw on top of it, and they're pretty sound and relatively astute defensive team. I think with Kansas laying 14.5, it's way too many points. I honestly think this line should be closer to 10.5 or so. One of the fatal flaws that Kansas had, and we've talked about Darren Peterson until we're blue in the face. I've done on my national radio show seemingly for weeks. I'm tired of the narrative. I'm tired of that script. I want to turn the page, but it's going to be front and center again. Is he going to get full body cramps? How many minutes is he going to actually play? How meaningful are those minutes going to be? And what the problem is with Kansas, and it's contagious throughout the entire team, they haven't been able to score consistently. They're outside the top 300 on Torvik the last 30 days at effective field goal percentage offense. I don't know, guys. Last time I checked, little basketball 101, you want to have a A+ grade or even just a passing grade, you got to put ball through basket, and they're failing in that endeavor. Awesome defensive team, but I think Cal Baptist has enough to hang at least a somewhat tough, and the back door is always wide open when you have a spread that high. So I like Cal Baptist plus 14.5, and I'll just take South Florida straight up on the money line. Grab them at plus 205. At open against Louisville, Michael Brown. We'll see how healthy he really is. I'm not all that impressed with that front court of Louisville Cardinals. And USF is a team that really revs the engine, one of the fastest teams in the Ncaa tournament. Excellent defensively, one of the best second chance teams in the entire field. I think the Bulls are going to channel Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, and ball out, baby. They're going to win straight up.
Yeah, I love the South Florida line. I think that's going to be the upset in that East region. I also, and please, like one of you, I would really appreciate it if you could talk me out of this, because I'm uncomfortable with how much I like this play, but I like Northern Iowa plus 11.5 or the under. I think the way, here's my logic. The way that you beat St. John's is you got to get on the defensive glass, and you got to make sure that they don't get second chance opportunities. Northern Iowa's top 25 in defensive rebounding efficiency. You cannot let them get out in transition. You cannot let them force turnovers. Northern Iowa protects the ball, and they're 356th in offensive rebounding percentage. And the reason that they are is because they just fade going for offensive rebounds. They don't even bother trying. They just send two guys to the glass, everybody else back, and they just kind of say, yeah, you're not getting out in transition. We're giving up. If we don't make it, whatever. We'll get a stop at the other end of the floor. So I think that they're going to be able to control the tempo. 11.5, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with it, but I think if they keep it close, they'll be able to keep it within that number. If you're not comfortable with that, the under is kind of the same logic. I think if Northern Iowa covers, they're probably going to go under as well. So I like both of those plays in this matchup.
I wish I could talk you out of them, brother, but I'm right there with you, which makes me hate it even more, honestly. I'd rather be on the other side than be with you. It's not usually a good thing when we are mind melding here. But I second everything you said. And I think the difference is I do think that I started Zuby Ejiofor do an interview, and I don't think he was BSing with, like, sometimes you can overlook some guys. I think a game is going to be hard. Like, man, this is going to be a hard game. Like, it's not easy. If they would rather have a team that try to go up and down with them, they would love that. If it's a mid-major that wants to go up and down with them. When you're going to try to walk the ball up every single time, and they rebound and they're tough and they're physical, and let's be real, the coaches, he's done this before. Like, he's had tons of success doing this before. He's won games in the tournament. Yep. I like that. I prefer the 11.5, but I do think the under. I like them both, but I would lean toward 11.5. I think they're going to keep it close, and we all know St. John's still to struggle to shoot the ball at times. So if you can just clean up your glass, you could be all right. But we both like the same play there. And we're both all on South Florida. So this is all excellent, by the way, guys. This is great news. They're both definitely not going to hit if we're both into them.
No, Kirsten.
What do you think? Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think of TCU Ohio State, real quick? Because everybody is, that Duke matchup in the second round is not. I think that is the hardest 8-9 game to play in the second round by far. What do you like anything in that game with TCU Ohio State? Brad, go ahead. Anything?
I do. I like the Buckeyes. I'm seeing a line right now. They're laying 2.5. I'll take that all diggity day long. I think they're going to win in the 5 to 7 point range. Look, I believe Bruce Thornton has 3 PhDs right now in the arsenal. He's been at Ohio State seemingly for the last 25 years, but he's an outstanding guard. One of the best, pure points, I feel, not only in the Big Ten, but in the country. I mean, he could really get it done off the bounce. His ability to create, his ability to knock down shots from outside. They got the 7-footer there in the middle. That's decent. Mobley is back and healthy and knocking down some outside jumpers. Like, Ohio State is peaking at the right time, and TCU is a phenomenal rebounding team, one of the best in the business. But I'm not really sure TCU has the offensive consistency to bang with the Ohio State Buckeyes. So give me Brutus, man. I think those nuts ain't going to crack. Minus 2.5, I'll take it. Again, I got them winning by 5 to 7.
I don't know.
Rob,
I kind of like TCU here. I kind of like TCU. I just can't get past some of the issues we've seen in late game situations throughout the career of that backcourt with Ohio State. And I think TCU
is the kind of defense that forces turnovers. They're the kind of defense that makes you really uncomfortable. We've seen them pick off some of the big dogs in the Big 12 this year by doing so. They played really well late in the season. The only reason they're a 9 seed right now is because they had that weird loss to Master P's New Orleans team on the first day of the college basketball season. And I think they find a way to be able to get the win here. I like TCU.
As do I, actually. So I think bear in mind, this team that beat Florida should have beat Michigan and just let that one slip through their fingers at home. And then they've gotten better through the course of the year. But I do think that game is really compelling. And obviously for the result of who Duke has to play. Any futures you'd like in the East before we move on? Is there anything you guys like, Sweet 16 or Elite 8, anything you've seen surprising? Anybody to win the region that you think is of interest that's you like?
I think it's going to be Duke. I think it's going to be Duke. Like it feels like we can sit here and we can make the argument for St. John's. Like if you want to take a flyer on the Johnnies to be able to get to the Sweet 16 or get to the Elite 8. What is their line to the Elite 8 right now? I'll bring it up here in a second.
Which one?
But,
Johnnies?
Yeah, the Johnnies to get to the Elite 8. Like that's the one that's interesting to me because then you're basically.
I can't see because I'm in New York, by the way. But go ahead.
All right. Let me bring it up here. They are plus 600 to get to the Elite 8, which would entail beating a Northern Iowa team that we just said to fade them against, beating Kansas, and then beating Duke. But I think you would probably be better off just rolling that number over and over again, right? By betting on them against Northern Iowa, then betting on them to beat Kansas, where I think it'll probably be a pretty small spread if Kansas isn't the favorite, and then taking the money line against Duke. So that's the one that is interesting to me when it comes to making a run there.
Yeah, for me, I like Michigan State at 2-1 odds to reach the Elite 8. The flowers are blooming, the birds are chirping, and people are drinking green beer. Michigan State also peaking at the right time. These are the rites of spring, people. And I know Michigan State has had their early round failures, gentlemen, but they have the roster construct, I believe, to compete and quite competitively here in this East region. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, well, Duke's got a rough road." No, they really don't. I thought they got a soft draw, as they should, being the number one of number ones. I think UConn is a fraud. Sorry, Rob, but they really are. And you look at the Spartans; they have a formidable front court. Kohler can beat you inside, beat you outside. They have a premier point guard, though a dirty one, and Jeremy Fears. And defensively, they're lacking right now outside the top 250. An effective field goal percentage defense over the last 30 days. But offensively, they've been relatively clicking. So, I like this Michigan State team. They should really wax that glass. And I don't really see any stiff competition for them until they meet Duke in the Elite 8. So give me the Spartans to indeed reach the regional final at plus 200. Great value there.
I can't believe you just said that former Wolverine Terrace Reed is not stiff competition for Michigan State. Nope. There, I've said it before. We don't have to go. I actually think this is a pretty decent draw for UConn, all things considered. I think that they can get to the Elite 8. I think that Michigan State matchup is pretty good, and I say that, and they're probably going to end up losing to UCLA when Tyler Bilodeau and Donovan.
UCLA. I got it right here, buddy. UCLA.
Well, that's a winner. He's got it. He wrote it down, so it has to happen. I actually like the Michigan State play too. I do think this quadrant of the tournament is going to be. Man. I know, bro. Sorry, brother. I don't know if you want me on your team sometimes. Who knows? I don't know. I think the quadrant of this thing, though, I feel like there's going to be a lot of just ugly, grinded games, and I think Michigan State may just prevail on that. Like UConn's offense is an issue. Michigan State's offense can be an issue. UCLA's offense. Well, we don't know who the hell's even playing. Like it's in South Florida can run up and down. We'll see if they upset Louisville. There's just a number of things I think are interesting. I think it's like a war of attrition. And Michigan State, I think, is the team that's going to survive that thing and get the Elite 8. That's the only reason I got them there. All right, let's move to Arizona's region. Let's go out west. Let's go a little quicker here. What do you like in the first round, Brad? You lead us off here.
Yeah, kind of looking right now. I like Missouri over Miami, to be honest with you guys, because that is essentially going to be a home game with it played in St. Louis. I know Miami is really bludgeoning teams on the glass. One of the better rebounding teams across the board in the entire field. Missouri's got their fair share of question marks, to say the least. But I think Mitchell and friends can get it done. Pulling up the latest line right now. Panning down. Missouri's catching 2.5. I'll just take him straight up on the money line at plus 114. I think, again, that crowd, which will be quite partisan in the Lou, will will them to a victory. So give me Missouri over Miami. Florida could be more tropical depressions than certifiable hurricanes.
I can't with you. I can't with you sometimes, Brad. I can't with you sometimes. I like.
I got an advanced degree in weather. You got to let me use it.
There's a good line.
That is the nugget of the night. What?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
That was a good line. I like the Wisconsin high point over. It's going to be a game that goes like this.
Yeah.
People see Wisconsin and their initial reaction is, oh, they slow it down. They're going to run the swing offense, and it's going to be what we saw with Bo Ryan 10, 12, 15 years ago, and that's not what they are at all. They get in these runs where they reel off. Austin Rapp on Saturday hit 6 straight threes in 3.5 minutes. It was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen on a basketball court. So, but High Point's got talent, man. Cam Fletcher's on that roster. They got a kid named Owen Aquino who transferred in from Liberty, who is every bit a high major player that is now playing in the mid-major ranks. They got a couple of really good guards. Rob Martin is a stud, and they want to get out and run. And if there's one weakness that this Wisconsin team has, is that they tend to be anti-defense. They don't really like playing it all that much. They'll let you score 90 because they think they can score 92. So, and here's the best part about it is High Point's got a lot of dudes that will talk a little bit of shit. And if you talk a little shit to Nick Boyd, he's going to go out there and he's going to try to rip your throat out. So,
oh my God,
give me
yes.
the over in that game. I think that's going to be the first one to 90 wins. So give me the over in Wisconsin.
Good call.
And High Point. And I don't mind. I think Wisconsin, I don't think they'll cover. I think that's going to end up being a closer game, but it's one of those ones that scares me where like they could hit a couple threes. It could be like a 2-point game. Then they'll hit a couple threes. It'll get to 8 with a minute left and then High Point fouls and you lose that cover. So I like the over more than taking the High Point side.
164 and a hook is that number now. High Point's one of those teams too that I hate. Like teams before you identify, like I really want to pick them in the first round. I want them to be an upset. That was one of them. But I also like Wisconsin's team a lot. I think Wisconsin is underseeded 2 out of 5. I think that was interesting. I know early that their whole resume factored into it. Some early season losses and some bad ones factored into it. But this team has improved a lot. But I don't necessarily like laying the number there. I'm on with Mizzou with you, Brad. I actually have Mizzou. This is where I think real value. This is my anti-Purdue bias just oozing out right now. And I think it's even better the fact that they won the Big Ten tournament. So everybody forgets what happened the last 5 weeks of the season. Now we're all in love with Purdue again. We've seen teams make runs in conference tournaments and then lay an egg come tournament time. Mizzou, I like Mizzou to go to Sweet 16 plus 950. I think they beat Purdue. Ooh. I think they beat Miami. Playing home, it's a back-to-back home games. They have physical size to match up with Miami. Miami has to be they're an interior out team. They can match up with them physically. I think they do the same with Purdue. Their guards. They have big physical guards. And we've seen what happens to Braden Smith sometimes with that. We've seen him struggle on the offensive end at times and more so in the defensive end when you have big physical guards. Granted, they can't shoot. They're going to lay off them a little bit. They still can get in the lane, also turn you over and play in transition. So give me Mizzou, a little sprinkle for plus 950 to get to the Sweet 16. That's my favorite.
I don't hate it. I think it's a good process. I probably will not be on it. I just think that that Braden Smith is too good, but I get where you're going. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like NC State Sweet 16 is plus 1,200. They got to win 3 to get there.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we just went over the NC State first 4. You are all – tell me this. Why are you so into NC State? I don't even think Will Wade likes his team. Why do you like them so much?
I think Will Wade likes his team a little bit more now, but I think that they can get going offensively. And I think that the issue on the defensive end of the floor has been one of effort more than anything else. I'm not scared of Texas because you said Will Wade doesn't like his team. Well, I think you can say the same thing about Sean Miller in Texas right now. Yeah. I don't think BYU has the size to be able to take advantage of what NC State struggles with. When you got monsters inside, that's where they are going to have issues. And then when you get to Gonzaga, yes, they got Graham Ike, but I think that the point of attack ball pressure can kind of nullify a little bit of that advantage that Gonzaga will have inside. So I'm not saying bet your bankroll on NC State to get there, but wouldn't be bad if you a little taste.
Okay, what was that number real quick? I'm trying to find. What was the number for them?
1,200 plus 1,200.
Okay, but bear in mind, just for our audience listening, that means they do have to, we're talking about them winning 3 games, though. So just you may want to, if you're going to get it, that value is probably going to change if they do beat Texas. That number may move a little bit. That number's going to move. Go ahead, Brett.
Well, I was going to say, if that comes to fruition and they win their first 4 matchups and they then face BYU in the round of 64, Doster, I'm going to guess the over-under on the total is going to be like 174.5, and I would windmill slam dunk, old school Dominique Wilkins style, the over. We're talking about like first to 90. And Wisconsin and High Point, that one might be first to 110. There will be no defense played between NC State and BYU. Both of those teams, arguably most horrendous defensive teams among high major squads in the NCAA tournament. So are you with me on that?
Yeah. I think if NC State and BYU play, I don't know if it's possible to do this. I would take the over on AJ DeBonce's points and the under on everybody else's points. Like, can you do that? Can you combine that and say, like, just bet on a percentage of points that the team's going to have? Because AJ might go for 45 and BYU might score 65 as a team.
You're creating markets right now. Okay. All right. So just before we go out of here for break real quick, coming out of the West, in terms of winning the region, anything different? Or we got Arizona? What do we like here?
Chalk.
Brad, go ahead.
Chalk. Arizona, man. And sneak preview, I'm going to have Arizona taking another step after that. They're just bar none one of the true elite teams in college basketball. There are no weaknesses right now on paper. The three-point shooting, I was always questioning, about a week or 2 ago, but Del Orso's been on fire. Jaden Bradley is one of the ultimate closers. They got size galore. They lock it down defensively. Who the hell is going to beat Arizona's region? I'll stand by and listen.
No argument for me. Rob, you got one?
No, I think I got Arizona winning the title. I think they're the best team in college basketball today.
Well, all right then. With that, we're going to break. When we come back, we will take care of the Midwest and the South here on Field 68 After Dark.
As you know by now, we have teamed up with BetMGM again this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we will have special offers for Field of 68 fans, including same-game parlays, best-in-class live betting, and daily odds boost. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD to get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM. Here's how it works. You download the BetMGM app. You sign up using bonus code FIELD. You deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your bet loses. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Make this college basketball season one for the history books. Make it legendary. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code FIELD and get your $1,500 first bet offer today. The 2026 NCAA March Madness Men's Tournament is back, and it's guaranteed to keep you dancing every night. The biggest events in college sports is finally here, and TNT Sports has you covered from the opening tip to the final buzzer and everything in between. Keep up with all the heart-pumping, show-stopping craziness of March Madness across TBS, CBS, TNT, and TrueTV, and the March Madness Live app as we march all the way to Indianapolis. And this year, the men's Final Four returns to TBS on April 4th and April 6th. Catch all the clutch shots, big-time plays, upsets, Cinderellas, Blue Bloods, and more that keep you on the edge of your seat. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action, so tune into the NCAA Men's First Four starting Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on True TV and in the March Madness Live app.
Hey everyone, Jeff Goodman here, and I'm excited to tell you about what's going on with our partners at Voodoo Rangers. You know what makes March even better? Chaos. That 111 seed that nobody believed in suddenly ruining everyone's weekend. And this year, Voodoo Ranger wants you to bet on 11. Grab a can of G-Force IPA with 11% ABV, then register that beer at bet11.com. If an 11 seed advances, you have a chance to win a juicy prize, $11,000. We're also taking a trip to Vegas, exclusive G-Force merch. And if an 11 seed pulls off an upset, 1,100 fans could win cash for their next round. It's the juiciest bet of the tournament. No brackets, no stress, just cold beer and beautiful chaos. Visit beton11.com to enter. Win or lose, still got beer. Learn more at bet11.com. You must be 21 or older. No alcohol purchase necessary. Legal in all 50 states. Full rules at beton11.com.
We are running it back with Splash Sports, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, the Survivor contest that we hosted with Splash paid out $40,000 to the winner. This year, the grand prize pays out a guaranteed $100K. For just $25 an entry and up to 133 entries, you can get a chance to prove that you are smarter in the field of 68. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Just pick one team every day of the tournament to win, and if they do, you advance. The catch? You can only use each team once. We're also hosting a free-to-enter bracket on Splash. If you're looking to host one of your own, Splash can handle everything for you, from the entries to the payouts to the standings. We'll be running it back with the Sweet 16 Survivor contest as well for those that do not survive the first weekend. And Splash is now offering Quick Picks, a daily fantasy game that allows you to predict whether a player reaches a certain number on a specific stat. All links are in the description below. The big dance starts soon. Get in before it tips off.
Welcome back into Field of 68 After Dark, presented by BetMGM. Brad Evans, Rob Doster, myself, Dallin Cuff. We got a couple cool things to tell you about before we get back into the betting angles for the Midwest and the South region. Splash Sports Pool, $25 to enter, maximum 133 entries, but the payout is $100,000 to the winner, and that is guaranteed. If it doesn't fill up, you're getting your $100,000. That's pretty freaking sick. So get involved in that. Also, Field of 68 has their own bracket. Get involved. More for fun. No money in hand. No money needed, but bragging rights, of course, important. All right, let's go to the Midwest. That is Michigan's region, bottom right, if you're looking at your bracket. First round plays. Mr. Evans, what do you like?
All right, I got two top of mind immediately. I think the dogs could be barking in this region. Let's start with the 8-9 matchup. I like St. Louis. The Lou, Josh Schertz's club at plus 120 straight up on the money line. That UGA team doesn't play a whole lot of defense. St. Louis hasn't really played a whole lot of defense down the stretch either, and they've been one of the most balanced teams, a very well-rounded team throughout the entire year. They were top 30 nationally on this season at effective field goal percentage, offense and defense. They really spread you out, as you guys know. Floor spacing is where they really, earn their paychecks, and they can execute a high level offensively, though they kind of slumped a bit down the stretch. I just don't think the Bulldogs are going to provide a whole lot of resistance. Plus, guys, I'm enamored with Milk Chamberlain. That's Robbie Avila, also known as the artist formerly known as Larry Nerd at Indiana State. Very underappreciated all-around producer. So I think St. Louis wins straight up plus 120. And Akron plus 7.5. That's too many damn points. John Gross's team, they have excellent guard play. They're one of the elite offensive teams in the entire field. Yes, they're in the MAC, but the MAC far more mighty than a lot of people give them credit for. See Miami of Ohio. But the Zips team, I think, is going to zap Texas Tech down JT Toppin. And I just don't know what version of Tech we're going to get. This is a team that really didn't, fold when Toppin went down with an ACL injury initially, then showed some weaknesses, some vulnerabilities after that. So it's really a coin flip defensively, especially what version you're going to see. I think Akron can match them bucket for bucket, keep this one close all the way down to the bitter end, and find some way in a 50-50 ball to win it in the end. So hell with it. You could take them plus the 7.5, but I like plus 270 straight up on the money line. I think you're going to get a classic 12/5 in round one.
Yeah, I like Akron's money line there. I like that more than the plus 7.5, mostly because I don't think we know the true extent of what's going on with Christian Anderson. Frankly, I don't believe anything that any of these coaches are saying about the health of their players right now, because everyone was trying to get a better seed and trying to say that they were good to go. So if you also factor in a little bit of uncertainty into whether or not the All-American point guard is going to be at 100% for this matchup, I like Akron there. And there's always a 5-12 upset. You might as well take the one where the 5 team is missing a first team All-American. I'm on the opposite side with Georgia and St. Louis, though. I'm kind of I'm kind of off St. Louis at this point. I don't know if the job speculation with Josh Schertz maybe impacted them a little bit down the stretch, but this has been a different team in the last 4 weeks than they were in the first 4 months of the season. And I don't think that that's going to flip when you go up against SEC athletes playing at SEC pace. So I like Georgia, but I think it's laying 2.5 in that matchup.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Actually, I'm actually gonna play the under here. It's guys. It's 171.5. I think it opened 170.5. So I don't love going against it, but it's the highest number total by far. But St. Louis's issues, I think, have been evident the last couple of weeks, and I've watched a ton of their games. And my biggest thing is like they've seen disjointed, and they weren't as connected defensively. They have a great effective field goal percentage on the defensive side of the ball. Part of that is because of who they played or throughout the course of the early part of the season. And late season, it wasn't as good. And when they kick it out in transition, they got to play a half-court game. It's got to go more through your boy Milt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, whatever you guys want to call him, through Robbie. And that's great and all. But if they're able to pressure Robbie at times, we've seen teams when you can crawl up in him a little bit and he doesn't have the passing lanes and vision as much, he's not blowing by guys, especially the Georgia bigs. So I think it's either a team total under for them or the total under is what I'm going to look at a little more closely. But Georgia does want to get up and down.
One in that region.
Go ahead.
I got another double-digit dog that I think has got a very real chance to make some noise here, and that would be Santa Clara. The Tulip dropped the stat on me. Basically, if you commit more, if Kentucky commits more than 12 turnovers, they are a significantly worse team. I don't have the exact wins. You can go scroll back probably about exactly an hour to get those numbers, but their issues have been turning the ball over. And Santa Clara is top 20 in the country in defensive turnover rate. They get to the offensive glass. They got more talent than I think people realize. Like there's a kid named Alan Graves who, if he decides to put his name in the portal, is going to be like one of the highest, most sought after guys in the portal. If he does not decide to put his name in the NBA draft, that's how good he's been. Is he might end up getting drafted. Sash Kovalyagov is a stud at the point. He hit the dagger to beat St. Mary's in the quarterfinals. In the semifinals of the WCC tournament. Elijah Mahi is a stud, and Christian Hammond has been one of the most improved players in college basketball. So Trevor just said it was 16-4 Kentucky was with less than 12 turnovers and 5-10 with more than 12 turnovers. If that stat is wrong, it's Trevor Valise at T Valise on Twitter. Please yell at him.
Brad, what you like? Anything else you like in here, Brad?
Yeah, I think the Hofstra spread is a little bit too high. That's a very interesting team, in my estimation. They're taking on Alabama. What version of Alabama are we going to get? You guys don't know. I sure as hell don't know. Nobody knows because they can light it up on the scoreboard and splash 23s in a single game. They live by the 3. They die by the 3. But if they're off, I think Hofstra with a decent front court and one that really get after it defensively, they are number 1, folks. The artist formerly known as the Flying Dutchman, now called the Pride, number 1 in the country in effective field goal percentage, defense in games played since February 1st. They're going to go out along the perimeter. They're going to get a hand in the face of Holloway, of Philon, of all of those gunners from Alabama. And if those threes aren't dropping, Hofstra could really spring an upset. So they are, 6-1 on the money line. It feels like, free spot on the bingo card at plus 13.5 at a lighter juice at a minus 102. If you want to build a little cushion to avoid any pushing and take them there on the spread. So don't sleep on Hofstra, folks. They are real deal Holyfields, and I love that matchup against Alabama, assuming the Crimson Tide don't catch fire from outside.
Cruz Davis is one of the better guards in this tournament. He's a player of the year in CAA. He can get a bucket wherever he wants, however he wants. And Preston Edmeade, to your point about the transfer portal, this freshman's going to be not playing for Speedy Claxton anymore, whenever their season ends. So they got 2 really good ones. That's important in this situation. You mentioned their defense has been good, granted, albeit against CAA competition. But I like them with the 13.5. We already went through the Akron pick, which I like as well. It always does concern me when we're all in the similar spot. The Santa Clara number, though, just so we know, opened at 2.5. It's now up to 4.5 for Santa Clara, which the public is going to crush Kentucky. You know it. And they adjust, and they're adjusting accordingly. I'm really interested as we get closer to game time to see the betting splits versus the money. I feel like the handle is going to be all over Santa Clara and the public's going to be all over Kentucky. But we shall see
agree
when we get to that time. what do we got in terms of any futures here? Like this is obviously, I think Brad, go ahead because you were alluding to something before. So what you got in terms of a future to win the region? Anything interesting?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of people are going to be all chalk in their Final Fours this season, which means that Michigan's going to come out of this region unscathed. But I say, not so fast, my friend, to go Lee Corso on that ass. I like Iowa State. I think they have found their bearings here. Of late, they played exceptional basketball in the Big 12 tournament. Only Jaden Bradley's buzzer beater sunk them and prevented them from cutting the nets and winning the Big 12 tourney overall. But the key of Iowa State is their on-ball pressure defense. They are coaxing a turnover on over 20% of opponent possessions. What is the Achilles heel right now, the Michigan Wolverines? It's shooting themselves in their own damn foot. They've been coughing up too often. They don't have Kaysen now, so they don't have a whole lot of depth at the guard position. That is a bad matchup, in my estimation, for the Michigan Wolverines. Now, they won't meet into the Elite Eight, but if you're looking for somebody to emerge, that's a little bit, a diversion, a little bit off the beaten path. I think the Cyclones, let's go weather nerd again, are going to be at least an F4 on the Fujita scale, mi amigos. They're going to reach Indianapolis.
That
Doster?
that was really creepy. I actually like Virginia. I think Virginia makes the Elite Eight. I think the line right now is plus 275 for them to get to the Elite Eight, and I love that matchup that they have with Tennessee in the second round. And I think that they can get past Iowa State because they match up well with them, and they have the size. They have the best rim protection in college basketball with Johan Grunlow and Ugon Onyesu, and they have the thing that Iowa State, offensively, what they can do is kind of take advantage of you physically because they have big, strong bodies, and that's not going to be something that you can win against Virginia with. They have 4 or 5 guards that can take advantage of matchups on the perimeter. I really like this Virginia team after seeing them up close in Charlotte this week. So I would probably tend towards them to get to the Elite Eight as opposed to Iowa State, but I don't hate it, Brad. Like that, Ohio State's look really good. If you're going to get that version of Milan Momcilovic, then they might mess around and win a national title.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm on the Cyclones too. Whatever Fujita scale you're talking about, F4, F3, F5, Twister movies, cows and stuff. I do like that they're plus 275
scale, Brad.
There you go.
What's that?
I said, how about an FU on the Fujita scale?
Oh, there's a lot of FUs on the Fujita scale. Trust me.
I like Iowa State. I like Iowa State out of the region too. I think the Michigan matchup, I'm right there with you, Brad. UVA has a similar situation. One of the things UVA can do is you can speed them up and turn them over. Outside of that, we know how good they are in the interior and stuff, but I think it was about 17% of their possessions they turned it over in league play in an ACC that doesn't have that many teams that really get in you. I like this quadrant of the bracket too. I think the Kentucky Santa Clara game. I like Santa Clara more than Kentucky, as we just went through. I couldn't be more out on Tennessee. It's not humanly possible. So when I think
agree.
That, that 6 situation, I think UVA probably was closer to a 4 seed, but they got a good 3. So that's part of why I like Iowa State. I think it's a good draw for Iowa State to come out, and I think it's a good draw against Michigan. So we're both there. Let's get to the South here. We've got about 10 more minutes. Let's start with plays in the first round. Florida's region, bottom left quadrant of the bracket. If you're looking at it, go ahead, Brad.
All right, bottom half. I'm going to take VCU straight up, gentlemen. I grabbed that immediately. As a matter of fact, I don't trust anything about North Carolina right now, not without Caleb Wilson on the floor. You got South Trimble there. You got Visar there. Visar is going to be a bit of a matchup problem, but VCU, if you look at the overall profile, they really don't have a ton of weaknesses. And what I love about that team is they just get downhill. They drive it in your chest. They draw whistles, and they make you pay at the charity stripe. And they're pretty good defensive team in terms of all-ball pressure. I think that's a bad matchup for Carolina. Team is kind of slumping a little bit coming in the postseason. So give me VCU straight up there on the money line. Outside of that, in round one, kind of like Troy plus the points against a struggling Nebraska team. And I'm going to lay it too with St. Mary's, minus 2.5 against Texas A&M. I know you guys I listen to the Field 68 podcast all the time. A lot of you guys here on the network are massive fans of buckyball. How they gun, just frequently from outside. But St. Mary's has the defensive chops on the perimeter. They have the 7-footers there in the interior. They have a decisive rebounding advantage. And I think they're just going to slowly strangle Texas A&M to their deaths. So give me St. Mary's -2.5. And again, like VCU straight up, and a little sprinkling too on Troy. I think it's what, plus 13.5, 14.5 against the Huskers.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly on VCU. That's my favorite upset in this region. I think St. Mary's gets past Texas A&M. I like the under there as well. I think that is also certainly in play. It's much easier to slow a game down than it is to speed one up, as St. Mary's wants to play slow. I actually think St. Mary's has a chance to get to the second weekend here, but we can talk about that when we get into some futures lines. McNeese State against Vanderbilt. I'm curious where you guys stand on this, because I think I really like this McNeese State group. Javon Garcia is a stud at the point. They've had success in the tournament. It wasn't with the same coach, but it was the same program. There's a lot of pieces on this roster from that team last year. They forced turnovers, and it's kind of strength on strength, right? They're very good at turning you over, and Vanderbilt is very good at not turning the ball over. But I think McNeese can give Vanderbilt some problems, because the thing is with these mid-majors, right? One of the things that you run into is just like you talked about, the size down. And Vanderbilt's not a team that is going to overwhelm you with size, athleticism, and physicality. So I think that McNeese will be able to hang there. I like them. I think, what is it, plus 11.5, right? I like them plus 11.
11.5. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Again, I hate that we're on the same stuff sometimes. The VCU one was where my gut went. And bear in mind, for audience listening, the 11s have beaten a 6 in the last 10 years, 52% of the time. So they are more often winning than losing. So keep that in mind as you're betting. And if it's a small number like that, you may as well, I don't know, if you just take the money line at that point. And if you don't have a 6-11, find one, basically, on your, and this would probably, by the betting odds, this is the closest one, 2.5 point line between the 6 and the 11. So this is the one that Vegas thinks is most likely to see the underdog win. My big concern with them is Vasar. That's it. Just that's the physicality and the size that he presents in the interior for North Carolina. Their guards are athletic enough. They're big enough. They can make enough shots. And they're playing well. They've won, 22 of 24 games. They're a way different team than we saw in November, December. They've improved thoroughly throughout the course of the year. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's partially because of Clemson's health issues. I like Iowa. I hate Iowa all year, but I like Iowa playing Clemson. I like the matchup with Clemson, and I think I'm going to lay the 2.5 there. But I freaking hate Iowa. But I think it's the right spot for them.
Give me the under. Give me the under in that matchup.
It makes me sick. Hold on. Let me stand by. What is the number on that? The under 131. Yeah, this is going to be disgusting. It's going to be a terrible game.
Yeah, it's going to be gross.
Probably lean under, but I'm just going to take Iowa. And hold my nose while I do it. In terms of, let's get right to your St. Mary's play to the Sweet 16. You're out on Houston, huh?
I'm not out on Houston. I just think that this is an interesting matchup for St. Mary's, because it kind of, it's the same thing as the same thought process as Northern Iowa being able to hang with St. John's, right? They are good enough on the glass to be able to keep the second chance opportunities. They are good enough on the glass where, as long as they're getting the ball on the rim, they have the opportunity. Like, they got a big guy named Andrew McKeever, who's 7'3". Harry Wessels is still there. Paulus Morauskas is big and strong and physical. He's not as long as Chris Senack, but he's older than Chris Senack, and he can handle him from a physicality perspective. And the key to me is going to be, so what Houston does is every time that there's a post up, or every time there's a ball screen, they're putting 2 on the ball, and they're using their length, and they're going to try to turn you over. And St. Mary's has 2 really, really good guards, and Randy Bennett has always had some of the best ball screen offense that you're going to find in college basketball. Will they be able to handle coming off those screens, having 2 guys on them, and be able to make that pass across court to an open guy, catch, swing, attack, a closeout? That's what you got to do to be able to beat this Houston team, is get them in rotation. And if you can get them in rotation, get shots on the rim, they'll be able to get second chance opportunities. So, and the other part of it is, I don't know if we've talked about this yet, guys. I think Houston is a little bit more liable of getting picked off this year, because they have a little bit of a reliance on taking tough jumpers off the dribble. That's what Kingston Flemings does. That's what Miles Uzan does. Last year, they had a point guard with 2 shooters, as opposed to 2 guys that kind of needed the ball in their hands to create. So I think it makes sense to look at St. Mary's here. The line to get to the second weekend is plus 350 for the Gales.
Which, I mean, good value, but I do think Houston. The thing with Houston, you just said it. Their offense at times, it's you go, I go, you go, I go. Like there's lacks fluidity, especially if it gets to a half court game. It's just I'm gonna go try to make a play. At least last year too, you could throw it to Roberts on a block, and he could go get you a bucket, maybe get fouled, maybe bring some help. You could play through him, and you played through him in short roll too. At times, it was really successful. It's not the same team offensively, and they actually haven't been the same team defensively in the last couple of weeks too that we expect them to be. That said, I still not taking St. Mary's, but that influences my bracket a little bit later. Brad, you're an Illini guy. We can see it over your left shoulder there, my friend. What are your thoughts on the orange here?
All right, guys, I got to bury the bias. As objectively as humanly possible, I actually really like Illinois' draw here in the South region. I'm not saying they're going to outright win this region because Florida's in the way, and I think nobody's going to oust Florida in the South, but I think Illinois is going to represent the bottom half in the Elite Eight. Wide variance of possible outcomes for the ILL. This is a team, obviously, a lot of people could see losing in round one based on how they limped here down the stretch. And defensively, they got a lot of woes, a lot of issues. But offensively, they're truly elite. They're now number 2 in the nation this season, adjusted offense efficiency, trailing Purdue in that category. Illinois was leading in that category for the majority of the season and was an all-time high ever since Bart Torvik tracked that data going back to the late 90s. Their ball movement is stellar. They don't turn the rock over a whole lot. I think they match up extraordinarily well with Houston if they were to face them because they have a distinct size advantage. All the Eaches, Ivasic, whether it's Tomislav, Big Z, David Mirkovic. I mean, they got a lot of guys that can crash the glass, and I think would have a lot of advantage against Houston, which just can't consistently put ball through baskets. So I think Illinois got a great shot of reaching the Elite Eight. They're close to 2-1 odds to achieve that exact feat. Illinois gets there. I think people in Champaign will be ultimately happy. I'll be thrilled. And then much like in UConn, they're going to get their asses kicked this year, though, by Florida.
I did see what's interesting. I did see in some books their numbers coming down a little bit. It's like Houston plus 110 to get the Elite Eight, and Illinois plus 120, 130. So there's interesting like that. They're a team that people thought probably would right around that two seed that ended up in a 3 seed. The one thing is Houston is playing this game at home at Houston. Great move by Kelvin Sampson, having Rice be the host. So this is a home game, and that may factor a little bit. It's kind of I'm right there with you, Brad. I'd like to take Illinois, but playing a home game might be a little different. I don't know. Either way, I have Florida coming out. Rob, anything else futures wise or interesting from a regional perspective?
No, I don't love any of the other futures prices. I will say though, if you are Florida and you are Todd Golden and you are coming off of a national championship and you are a number 1 seed and you won the SEC and you have to go to the South region and you get placed in a city where the number 2 seed lives in that city. If you are Florida and you are playing the team that you beat in the national championship last year in Houston in the Elite Eight as the number 1 seed, he should be on ESPN. He should be on Field of 68. He should be on CBS. He should be yelling from the heavens about how bad this draw is and how he got ripped off in this deal, because that's what Coach Kyle would do. That's what Dan Hurley would do. That's what all these other guys would be doing. Where are you, Todd? You got to yell about it, man. You got to let people know you got screwed over.
I think Todd's style is to win and then bitch about it afterwards. Be like, I still didn't stop us. But that was an interesting move you made. That might be more his. That might be more his move is to talk shit once he wins.
Good with those little
let
dabs.
you know, like, yeah. Let you know that I noticed this. Didn't make a difference.
Houston's a great team, and it's an honor to be able to beat them at home and to get to the Final Four.
That's exactly it. All right, before we get out of here, real quick, guys, give me your Final Four and your winner. We went through the lack of value there. I just want who you got winning this thing. Final Four and winners. Doster, give me first.
I mean, Duke, Arizona, and Michigan get into the Final Four. I've gone back and forth on Florida and Illinois. I'm going to go with Illinois just because I don't want to have all 4 in 1 seed, but I think it's probably going to be Florida that's getting there. Last year I found a bet on BetMGM where it was 12-1 for all 4 number 1 seeds to get to the Final Four, and that was the only reason. Betting on that was the only reason I was profitable last year, and I think I made like $10 or something like that throughout the tournament. So
it's great.
I'll probably be looking for the same thing again this year. But I have Duke beating Illinois, I have Arizona beating Michigan, and then I have Arizona beating Duke to win a national championship.
Mr. Evans?
That's crazy. I guess, the check is in the mail. First round is on me. If that actually happens, I'm going to be streaking the quad with a Lambamba burrito in hand, mi amigo. So I hope you're right on the ILL reaching the Final Four. All right. I've got Duke coming out of the East. I got Florida coming out of the South. I have Arizona out West. Chalk, chalk, chalk. A little diversion here on the road. I'm going to take Iowa State out of the Midwest again because of the turnover issues and the lack of depth at the point guard position for the Michigan Wolverines. Think Iowa State can really exploit it with their savvy, with their experience, with that defensive prowess. I have Florida, Arizona. A rematch from earlier this season. But this time, the Florida Gators exact their revenge. They went back to back titles, amigos, and we party on down in the Circle City.
We're not going to gloss over the fact, Alan. We're not going to gloss over the fact that he just said that he's going to go streaking through the quad with a burrito in his hand. What are you referring to, Brad? What are you referring to?
Exactly that. I will go streaking the quad at the University of Illinois with a La Bamba burrito, which you would only order at like 2 a.m. in an altered state in hand. It'll be glorious, and everybody will want to watch.
I was going to say it's more like you'd be running through with an egg roll in your hand, but go ahead.
I didn't say what size burrito, man.
I don't know what's going on right now. We've got a lot of euphemisms. We got dong talk. We got to get past midnight Eastern time. I can't believe this, Brad. I have the exact same thing. It's a nightmare. That's never.
Do you really?
But I have the exact same Final Four, the exact same winner. I have Florida. Now the thing that I've done with Florida, I'm going head versus heart. I think Arizona is actually going to win, but I'm going to stick Florida in there. I want Florida to win. I want to see them go back to back. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. Florida avenging the Duke loss. Florida avenging an Arizona loss to start the season. We end the season exactly where we started it, but with a different winner. Florida over Arizona.
Poetic.
Field of 68 after dark. Thanks for joining us. We got you locked on Field of 68 all week as we lead up to the first four and through the first and second rounds. For Brad, Rob, I'm Dallin. We out.